Hello, hello, friends. Welcome in to our bonus stream today. Give me 1 second as I get this all open up and sorted. But we will be beginning here shortly. Let me see. Alrighty. Alrighty, I think we have pretty much... Hold on, let me just double check one thing. Okay, our render time is good. Our render lag is fine. All that stuff is good. We're going to go ahead and switch over. Yeah, we are ready. Boop. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're doing well. I am going to just double check that the audio and my camera are matched. Looks pretty good to me. Looks at least decent enough. If for some reason it gets out of whack, please let me know. But yeah, I hope you're having a great Sunday. We're doing a bonus stream today. I think after yesterday's game, I was really feeling like I wanted to play something else this weekend. The Almost Gone was fun in some ways, also just really depressing in others, and I was kind of just like, I want to play another game, so we're going to solve some more crime. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a slow morning, so we're going to go ahead and just hop right into the game. There's nothing really newsworthy to mention, I don't think, besides the fact my birthday is this Friday, and we'll be doing something. I don't know how, like, different or unique of a stream it's going to be. It's just going to mainly be I'm streaming. It also happens to be my birthday, I think. Maybe a longer stream, but as far as things planned, it's going to be about the same. So great. But yeah, let's go ahead and hop in. We are in chapter 5. I can't remember at what point it changed. If we're like in the middle of chapter 5, we might. What is the name of this chapter? Does it tell us? The Secret. I think we're in... Well, is this a new mind map? It might be. I think it is a new one. Yeah, it's new. Okay. So what happened last time? Basically, we're at this dinner party. Let me go ahead and open this up. We're at this dinner party. Angeline, who we've known for some time, long story, but we've known for some time. She's getting engaged, but is also being blackmailed at the same time. We are trying to help. As a guest at this party, we're trying to help solve who is the blackmailer, and try to deduce, is it one of the guests, is it a staff member, etc. We come to find out that in the middle of our actual meal, one of the guests was murdered. Major Felix Hagen. Major Felix Hagen was murdered. The thing that makes it difficult in figuring out his involvement in this, or why he was murdered, is that he was kind of just the worst. Nobody really liked him. In fact, it seems like every person had some kind of reason to kill him, or at the very least a motive. The main three motives that we figured, or that we focused on this far, is, who's the first? I guess we'll start with Gideon. Gideon had maybe some motive to killing the Major. It seemed to be that, so Gideon is involved with like a workers' union, and he had actually written a letter to Felix saying that he needs to back down from his staunch opposition to the union, and they need to let them do what they need to do. And his letter seemed threatening. We talked to him about it, and he was like, no, it wasn't like a threat. It was just basically just a strongly worded letter. Nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it. Then we have Margot DeVos. She also sent a letter to Hagen for... she is very protective over the Vandenbosch family, which is Angeline and Cassandra. And Hagen has a relationship with Cassandra, but has also been bullying her and shouting at her and stuff. And so Margot sent him a letter basically saying, you're a terrible man and you need to stop bullying Cassandra, and somewhat threatens him in a way. We have learned, some people have said that, actually no one has said this, but we've just kind of figured out Margot is very proper, I would say, but also seems to have a bit of an angry streak maybe in her. I don't know. The other main potential suspect is Ernesto da Silva. He's a factory worker. He used to work with the Major. He used to work with Cassandra's now dead husband. Has known the Vandenbosch family for a really long time. Is very much in love with Cassandra, and seems to be very jealous of Felix Hagen. Writing him a letter basically saying, I'm a better man than you, and she deserves better, and all this other stuff. So there's that going on. Everyone seems to also be aware that Ernesto cares for Cassandra. Those are the main three at this point that we have been they all seem like they had some motive, but pretty much everyone had their own reason to discuss why they hated Felix. Whether it was military related, we learned that Zach, who is the fiance's brother, he was in the military. He was a field medic. He was on opposite sides of the war with the Major. Hugo Beckers is the leader of the union, so he doesn't like the Major at all. I guess that's pretty much it. Archibald is kind of is notable in my mind, but I don't know if they're gonna do a the butler did it sort of thing. So we'll kind of see how that plays out. And then the most recent kind of major clue that we've had is Jackie Conrad. She is a newspaper magnate, and we've learned that she's writing an article on the Vanden Bosch family. She completely left that out anytime we've asked her questions. But Angeline came to us the previous night and was like, she said something vague, like, oh man, yeah, I'm sure you had some trouble, but interviewing these people, and so can get pretty can get pretty heated. No chatting. Sassy, no one was here, so we just started. People got to be here. We were talking to Angeline, and she's like, yeah, I know sometimes some of these people can be really rough. However, this one person, yeah, they can have a bit of like a mean streak, and they can get pretty heated. And we're like, oh yeah, you're talking about Margot. Yeah, we could kind of tell that about her. And she's like, no, I'm not talking about Margot. I'm talking about Jackie. And we're like, Mrs. Conrad? And she's like, yeah, I'm sure she told you about the article that she's writing about us. And we're like, what? And she's like, yeah, did she not mention that? We're like, no. At no point in talking to Jackie did she mention that, one, she's writing an article about the Vanden Bosch family, and two, there seems to be, she wants dirt. She's trying to uncover dirt on Felix Hagen, who's now dead. She was trying to talk to Hugo about it. So I think we're going to learn a little bit more about Hugo and Jackie this time around. But I think this is the start of chapter 5. There are only 8 chapters, I believe. So we're kind of in on this now. So the day before, we chatted with all of the guests, and we interviewed them all. At the end of the night, Angeline came to us to talk to us. But we have not talked to her, really, or Cassandra about Hagen's death. So there's a lot that is yet to be talked about. But let me go ahead and clear out these notifications. All right. So I think that's one of the things we're gonna do today is talk to Angeline and Cassandra.
You slept well?
I'm afraid I did not. I was hoping for at least a moment of pleasant slumber, but alas, it was not to be. Finding the Major's killer is the only thing that will put my mind at ease.
In that case, Detective, what can I do to help?
I'm a little suspicious of Archibald. Even though I don't think they're going to do the butler did it. Archibald has mentioned, well, when we found the body, we said, Archibald, you don't have to stay here for this. Like, you can, we know this is rough to see a dead body, so you don't have to be here. And he said, I've seen worse in my time, or something like that. And I found that to be a little suspicious, a little weird. So that was something, but then he also happened to mention that his father was in the military. And so I am curious if there is some connection between Archibald's father maybe and Hagen, or The Archibald seems kind of old, so I don't actually know. Maybe I don't know. We'll kind of see. While watching the snowfall last night, oh, that's right. At the very, very end, we look out our window and we saw somebody walking through the snow in the garden. And very curious.
In that snow. If someone was out there, we'd have another body on our hands.
I mean, don't speak too soon, Archibald.
I realize how strange it sounds. I would not believe it myself if I had not seen it with my own eyes.
I am curious. So when we found the body, the window was open, and we didn't investigate that at all. And we had even thought, oh, did they use this for an escape? I don't think so. And my thought was that maybe they dropped something, threw something out there, etc. We have no idea. I want to go investigate. I don't know if we will have the opportunity to, though.
Staff have reported seeing things in the dark before, but it always just turns out to be shadows. It was likely just your mind playing tricks.
Maybe he was him. Maybe it was him, and he's hiding something. I did not see Mademoiselle Elizabeth last night. Oh, that's true.
I'm afraid our Lizzie is not well. I think the events of yesterday were too much for her. We'll have to just make do without her this morning.
We did not interview any of the staff yesterday.
As Wordsworth once stated, rest and be thankful. Perhaps a chance of peace and relaxation will work wonders.
She is currently eating breakfast alone in the dining room. It's how she prefers it. But if you wish to speak with her now...
It's important I speak with her, but perhaps it is better to allow her to finish. I do not wish to upset her before I have even asked my first question. I could perhaps investigate the garden for any evidence of the figure from last night. Perfect. Would you permit me access to the house's telephone?
I would, but I'm afraid I found this morning that the telephone lines aren't working. The snow continued through the night and must have damaged them.
Curious.
Even if we could use the telephone, I don't think anyone would be able to reach us.
In that case, it will be up to myself alone to solve the case.
I'll let you know if anything changes. But until some of the snow clears, enough for the carriages to arrive, we are snowed in.
Although I am not able to call upon or leave the house to find help from the local authorities, it also means none of the guests are able to leave. I have until the snow clears to find not only Mademoiselle Angeline's blackmailer, but also the Major's killer.
Taken care of. Master Dremere and his brother, after sobering up, helped me move him into the cellar. Best place for the time being.
Très bien. I imagine there is no reason for anyone to go down there.
Besides me, no one. Once this snow clears, we will be able to move him from the house.
Okay.
Your assistance has been most
Nikolai,
valuable
welcome
as
in. How's it
always.
going? All right. Do we have links? No. Let's go investigate the garden. Oh, hello. Oh, you don't have a thing, though. I'll only talk to you if you have a, if you have an exclamation point above your head. Finding evidence of the figure from last night will on one hand confirm I am not seeing things as Monsieur Sterling suggested, but on the other pose even more questions that must be answered. Oh.
Huh.
A well-made lighter with the insignia of a military regiment. The Major must have dropped it. Interesting. Who I follow the longest, and then I see who I watched the most last year. What about you? Nice! That's awesome. Going pretty good. Going pretty good. Trying to solve a MOIDAH. Faint footprints.
Huh.
There's a small trail of footprints in the snow. The Major was seen walking around here yesterday. Okay. Garden tools. Garden tools have been left out, presumably before the snow fell. Anything else here? This is actually kind of hard because we don't see any of this stuff, or barely see any of it. I wouldn't have known that there were garden tools in there if they didn't stop us. 4.5 months. That do be a lot of snow. Milk bottles. Yeah, like where are these? They must have been left out for collection. I cannot see anyone making it through the snow, though. Okay, I'm kind of just trying to walk the perimeter just to see if... I just don't want to miss something. So I'll just keep walking around. I'm curious... I don't know. Archibald actually is maybe seeming a little suspicious. A fallen bird feeder. It has almost disappeared in the snow. I doubt we will see too many birds in these conditions. Yeah, actually, honestly, you are correct, Sassy. He is not dressed for this weather. The first thing I thought of when we started walking around was, gosh, his socks are going to be so wet. Like, that... when I'm walking around in the snow here in Alaska, I've got 2 different types of boots in the case, like, just depending on the weather or what I'm going to be doing. But one of them is... Well, actually, they're both waterproof. But one is just like a normal, like, boot, and it has spikes at the bottom. So that's more for, like, walking on ice. Joe Gates! It does, right? 100%. This is very close to it. And then I have, what are they called? Extra Toughs, or what they're called. But they're like taller boots. They don't have spikes. They do have like a weird pattern on the bottom, though, to help with traction. But both are kind of keep your feet dry. His pants would be so wet, and your socks would be just the worst. You'd get trench foot. Exit is impossible. The house is completely snowed in. It does not look like we shall be going anywhere anytime soon. The snow is still falling, and I am hardly dressed for the occasion. Perhaps Madame Van den Bosch has finished her breakfast and is ready to answer my questions. That's what I thought, too. But I'm good, Joe Gate. How are you? Do I want any of the hoodies? I'm not sure. I would have to take a look. I thought they were pretty cool, though. I've never played Danganronpa. I've only watched the first season. Hold on. Okay, no link still. What is this? Oh, just... I thought the frog one was adorable. But I wouldn't be able to wear it on stream because it's green. I'd be faded away into the background. Okay. I guess we'll fine, Angelina.
Good morning, Detective. I hope you were comfortable last night.
I was comfortable.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. The room was more than pleasant, merci. I'm afraid my mind was not in a state to enjoy it to its full potential, though.
Oh,
I can't imagine any of us slept soundly last night.
Yeah, probably not.
Hopefully guilt will be weighing heavily on someone's shoulders this morning.
Perhaps on more than one set. Oh, that's right. We also considered that there is a chance that there are 2 murderers. Or at least that they conspired together in some way. Because every person vouched for somebody else. And so that probably means that somebody is covering for at least one person. It's tough being green, it really is. Poor Kermit, couldn't be a streamer.
I'm sorry if I was not much help last night, Detective.
On the contrary, your inside knowledge of the guests was of great help to my investigation. But there are many more questions that require answers.
What were your feelings towards the Major's position in the house?
His position? You mean about him living here?
Oui, even in a house this size, you must see a lot of each other.
I enjoyed having him here. When I was away with Gideon, it was comforting to know Maman was not alone. Although his work with Mr. Da Silva has kept him away from the house of late.
What can you tell me about their relationship, working or otherwise?
There is not much to tell, only that there is no love lost between them.
Do you know what their business entailed?
He was always quite private about his work. I know that he was helping Mr. Da Silva with some safety matters.
I found a check addressed to the Major from Monsieur Da Silva. It noted security consulting.
Since it's been a day or two since we played, I'm kind of remembering some of this stuff.
Ah, that's right, security. With his military training, he helped Mr. Da Silva prepare for any trouble with the strikes.
Although the Major's death has taken precedence, there has been a development in the blackmail case.
A development? Oh, Detective, I knew I could count on you.
It may not be the news you had wished for, though. Another letter has been found.
Addressed to me? I don't know how much more I can take of this.
It was addressed to the Major, right?
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle. Although it has been written in the same manner, using similar phraseology, it was not sent for your eyes, rather the Major's. Or at least that is how it seems.
I'm sorry, Detective, I don't understand. It is addressed to him or not?
I found it in the Major's study yesterday while conducting my preliminary search. Whether he is the author of the letter or the recipient, I am still yet to discover.
I assume he is the recipient.
Heavens no, he could not do that.
You did not hesitate for a moment.
Why would he do such a thing? And then to send a letter to himself. It just doesn't make sense.
Merci for your time, mademoiselle. You are to a detective what an umbrella is to a traveler on a wet day.
Useful?
Okay, I was totally about to say that. I was like, a tool? What does that mean?
Exactement.
Oh, okay. Maybe next time just say, you've been quite helpful. That would be maybe a better sentiment. Let's see. Angeline disputes the Major being the blackmailer.
Some would say a lucky guess.
One can't be surprised with Angeline and Felix's bond. He's been a figure in her life for so long. She is the only person who has said something at least nice about him. Whether, I mean, I don't know. I guess it's not like, she's not like, wow, he was great. It was just like, I'm glad that my mom wasn't alone.
Bonjour, Monsieur Damir.
Detective Poirot, how are you?
The truth, monsieur. With each step towards uncovering the blackmailer, I am thrown 2 steps back as to the identity of the Major's killer.
Is there something I can help you with?
After investigating the crime scene yesterday, I asked Monsieur Sterling to move the body.
Archibald came to me and asked for my help in the matter. My brother and I dealt with it.
What if it's like the 3 of them?
Merci for your help. It is a job that only the professionals should have to undertake.
It's a job that had to be done, although it may have affected my brother more than I.
How so?
At the sight of the body, the color drained from his face. Once we had reached the cellar, Zachariah took himself straight off to bed, without even a good night.
While in the study, I noticed Major's safe was locked. Would you know who has access?
Felix and Madame Vandenbosch are the only ones with keys, as far as I'm aware. Oh, and Archibald. I'm sure I heard Felix asking him to return something to it once.
I wonder why Monsieur Sterling did not mention this previously. Have you spoken to your brother this morning?
Since last night. I'm sure he will have been fine after a good night's sleep.
Imagine the alcohol would have acted as a sufficient sleeping aid.
He does not need his younger brother checking in on him.
Perhaps that is exactly what he requires.
I'm not sure what he told you yesterday, Detective, but he's a big boy. He can look after himself.
I worry that may not be the case, monsieur. His time in the war came up in conversation more than once during our conversations.
He's still talking about it? I thought talking to the doctor would have stopped all of that.
Merci, monsieur.
Gideon and thanks for the lurk, Joe Gate. Gideon and his brother Zach are not very close. Maybe, I mean, they don't seem to get along very well, and they don't really seem to know a lot about each other. For example, Zach had been drinking most of the evening, and Gideon said that neither him nor his brother drink. Or at least that his brother doesn't drink, or something like that. But it was, like, very clear that he was. Their relationship is interesting. I'm curious if... intro! Welcome in. How's it going? I'm curious if... I mean, it could be a front. What if they're just playing like, yeah, we really don't know each other, but we also... But maybe they're conspiring together, and I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Zach was shocked by the Major's corpse. Zach was therapized after the war. Gideon claims Archibald has access to the safe. I wonder if this is connected.
The pieces of the puzzle are fun.
I've heard of men returning physically from war, but their minds remain on the battlefield. It's probably, yeah, has some PTSD, perhaps. We need to talk to Gideon again. Hello, I'm back.
If it will help you find the Major's killer, of course.
Your brother was seeing a doctor.
When he returned from the war, he was a different man. Everything became about what he had seen.
I cannot speak from experience, but I can only imagine the horrors he must have witnessed.
The first weeks he would wake in the night, screaming. I found him one night, cowering behind the desk in the study. When I tried to help him out from beneath it, well, it was the first time I had ever feared for my life.
That is not why you two are no longer close?
And not at all,
Oh.
Detective. We were always very different in nature. While I had always wanted to follow an academic path, Zachariah was more of a free spirit. Or at least as free as our father and the laws would allow.
And yet, he ended up in the military. Quite the contrast.
Our father demanded that he at least try to do something with his life. And when some of his friends joined the army, he signed up with them. It wasn't long before he moved out from the family home after his return from the army. I always assumed that he had put the war and everything that came with it behind him and was moving on. But now I see that is far from the truth.
Okay. What did we learn? Oh. Confirmed. Zach has shell shock, as it says. Okay. Yeah, so I assume... I mean, then I feel like... If that's the case, and if Gideon believes that to be true, he probably shouldn't have asked his brother to help him move somebody's body. Emhers, welcome in. He probably shouldn't have asked his brother to help move not only someone's body, but somebody who was in opposition to him in the war. That seems like a problem. No notification. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see if Margot has anything to say.
I wonder if I could ask you some questions.
That is it, detective? No small talk? No inflating of one's ego?
I'm
Wow.
afraid not, Countess. With the murderer still loose in the house, my mind is rather preoccupied.
What have I missed? I'll catch you up in a second.
Well then, detective, perhaps I can be of some assistance.
Comment, madame?
I thought you might like to know what I found on the Major's body.
I demand to know who gave you permission to see the Major's body.
That certainly piqued your interest.
A man has been murdered, and you find it acceptable to fool around and joke.
Uh-oh.
Oh, please, detective. Do you really think so little of me? Archibald asked for my assistance. He knows of my medical training from my days as a nurse, and I thought I would be able to help. Even if it has been some years.
It was not his place to grant you access to the body.
I shall remember to keep my assistance to myself next time.
Uh-oh. What did you discover?
A single stab wound, which you no doubt already knew. The knife was held in their right hand. I would say their predominant hand.
I pride myself on order and method, and this is far from either. A suspect in a murder investigation has examined the very victim that they are suspected of killing. It is like something out of a crime novel. Amazing.
Judging by the depth of the wound, I would say there was no great force put into the strike. More a sign of defense than attack. If I had to say what weapon was used, a small sharp knife or dagger.
This may confirm my suspicions of the Major's knife being used to kill him.
I understand it may be difficult for one to keep such information to yourself, but I ask you to try. Your involvement has already tainted my investigation.
You are welcome, detective.
Oof. When my superior officer hears of the goings-on in this house, I will surely be seeing the green fields of the countryside once more. I must do all I can to redeem the reputation I have worked to build, starting with finding the killer.
S'il vous plaît, Comtesse. Keep this information to yourself.
Runner, thank you for the lurk. And Retrowave, welcome in. How's it going? Emers, so what did you miss? Okay, so basically we started the day. I caught everyone up, but we started the day, and we're met by Archibald. He basically says that the body has been brought down to the cellar. He asked the brothers Gideon and Zach to take it down to the cellar, and we said so nobody should have like access to it, basically, right? Like no one has reason to go down there. And he says correct that Archibald, the butler, should be the only one who needs to go down there. We investigated the garden because last night, where we ended the game last time, we saw somebody in the gardens. We went to investigate. We didn't really look under the window. We only went to the courtyard. I wish we could go double check that there's nothing that they threw out there, or anyway. Basically, we found nothing of super use out there. We found, at least thus far, we found the Major's lighter, which he had when he was out there smoking. The snow is piling up, and it looks like the gate can't even open, so nobody can leave. So at the very case, there's no chance that the killer has left. That they're more than likely still here. I will say when we told Archibald, "Hey, I saw somebody out there," he played it down and was like, the guests talk about seeing things all the time in the shadows, but I'm sure it was nothing to worry about. Like, he kind of played it off. I think it's suspicious. Where we stopped last time, where we stopped last time, we were discussing whether, me trying to listen and understand. We're in chapter 5 of 8 in the middle of a case, so it might be kind of hard to to understand. Basically, we're a detective. We got invited to a somebody that we knew. We got invited to their like engagement party, basically, because they are being blackmailed, and they wanted us to figure out who it was. They believe it was somebody who's being invited to the party, but there was a murder that happened the previous night. So we've been here for a day. There was a murder, and so now we're trying to solve that murder. And on top of that, also discover who was doing the blackmailing. And basically everybody has a motive. Everyone hated the guy who was killed. So we went out there. We basically just discovered that nobody could leave. We talked to Angeline earlier, and she basically says that the Major could not be the blackmailer, and she was fond of him because he took somewhat care of her mom. At least he was there. It's kind of confusing. She says that she was glad that her mom at least wasn't alone, but everyone else seemed to say that he treated her poorly. So I'm a little confused there. Maybe she just was unawares. We just talked to Gideon about he said that he moved the body with his brother due to Archibald asking him to. It was a woman who was hosting the party, and she's rusing people. Complete guess. She, maybe she would also then probably be the blackmailer then, which I don't know if that makes sense. But she was also the victim of a crime. No, she was also the fake victim of a crime at the beginning of the game. She actually falsified something, and she's learned from it since. Many years have passed in between then and now, so I don't think that's the case. If anybody, I think it's her mom. But anyway, that's a longer story to explain. But we were talking to Gideon, and his brother, who served in the war, who apparently, as this game calls it shell shock, he has PTSD. They were moving the body, and Gideon noticed that while they were moving it into the cellar, he described like all the color from Zach's face like was gone, and he was shocked by the corpse. He also mentioned that Zach went to therapy for that, but apparently he's not better. We know that he's been heavily drinking at this party. We also know that he was in the opposite side of the war of the Major, in the war. So we'll see. And then it was these points that we see here are Zach may have had shell shock, and then we talked to Gideon. And he's like, yeah, he had shell shock. So yeah, he confirmed that Zach is probably not doing too well. But again, he also confirms that what we had learned the previous night, that Gideon and Zach are not very close together. They don't really get along. And so Gideon has not checked up on Zach. Part of me, I don't know. I honestly, at this point, have no idea who it could be. Though part of me is like, what if it's a front? Maybe they do know each other very well. What if Archibald, Gideon, and Zach are all in on it together? Archibald has information on the family, so he's doing the blackmailing. Gideon had reason to maybe get rid of the Major. The Major disapproved of his marriage with Angeline and was against the Union, which is what Gideon is for. I don't know. There's so many things. There's so many things that can happen. But what one game is a must buy for the Switch? I'm wanting to buy a new game. That's a good question. What type of games do you like, Sassy? What kind of games also do you not like? Like Breath of the Wild would be one if you want like an adventure game. However, if you don't really want to play like an open world-ish adventure game, then you probably wouldn't like that. You'll get addicted to Animal Crossing. Yeah, she has Animal Crossing, and also get Mario Party Superstars. Also, Mario Odyssey is great. Oh, I love Eastward, Biscuits. We played it on stream. I loved it. But welcome in, Biscuits. I knew Archibald was up to something. It is confusing, and it is interesting. We need to talk to Archibald, I assume, but Archibald asked Margot to inspect the body. That's weird. Nothing bloody or shooting or killing everyone. Okay. Have you played Stardew? Have you played Stardew Valley? Kind of Animal Crossing-ish, but more of like farming and relationships, sort of. I've actually never played it. But I hear good things. Eastward was great. That's actually how I met Gizmo. We raided into the day that it came out. I was like, let's see if there's anybody else streaming Eastward, and I can't remember. We just chose Gizmo. We just chose him, and we've been friends since. Okay, so the wound is not common with an aggressive attack, more like a defensive strike. But can we trust Margot? Like, she could be the murderer. She, in fact, is one of our main suspects. So it's very... I'll have to look at different games. Anything new in the fire? No. Okay. Have you played Mario Odyssey? I would say Mario Odyssey is one of my favorite Mario games. What is... Okay, talk to Cassandra. It looks like that's her main thing. Okay. Have that one too. Okay. I'll think about it. There's got to be some good, cozy, kind of like chiller games to play. I probably have most of them. I go through the list, the eShop, quite frequently. While I must speak with Madame Vandenbosch, I should also take this opportunity to talk to Mademoiselle Rihan in the kitchen. We have not met her at all. The window's open? What was that noise? Gosh, she has a spread. This is all for you, Cassandra? What? She just wants her pick, I guess. Oh, it's a cigar box. I was like, is that a music box? Madame Vandenbosch's collection of art extends further than just paintings. Is this going to be the same thing? Yes. Window. The fallen snow has laid a beautiful white blanket over the countryside that surrounds the house. Is it just... Okay, none of the windows are open. It's just that there is... Okay. I guess it's just very windy. I wonder how many travel expeditions have been planned while enjoying the contents of this globe. Nom nom. Ooh. To the kitchen. Okay. We'll get there in a second. All right, Cassandra. Let's see what Phoenix Immortals Rising. We started that. We never finished it. It's on our. Well, we'll see. I don't know if people really enjoyed watching me play it, so I kind of just stopped.
Bonjour, madame. May I offer my condolences for your loss?
Thank you, Detective, but they are not necessary. What can I do for you?
Wait, what? Cassandra, what? Why are you the worst? So apparently, Cassandra, we were told that the previous night, the reason why we could not question Cassandra was because she was taking it so hard. So I don't know if she's putting up a front now. I want her to cry.
I was hoping you would be prepared to answer some questions.
If I must.
Why would someone want to kill the Major?
I'm sure you're aware he was not the easiest man to get along with. His hot temper made him a number of foes.
A hot temper is reason enough to kill a man.
His mouth often acted before his brain. Perhaps someone had grown tired of dealing with it.
You suggested why someone might kill him, but who do you believe would do it?
Seeing as I heard Mr. Becker's in what I would describe as an unnecessarily loud exchange of words yesterday, he would be my first suspect.
Hugo Beckers, who is the head of the union, which the Major opposed of.
You heard them yourself.
How could I not? The volume they were shouting at, I could hear them from the study in my room.
You did not think it fitting to tell me this yesterday?
I didn't think Felix was going to wind up dead and a murderer loose in my house. My apologies, Detective.
Okay. Although I must learn more of this argument, it is not Madame that I expect the answers to come from, rather Monsieur Beckers. He has a great deal of explaining to do. A letter was found in the Major's study.
I assume you are talking about the supposed blackmail letter.
Oui, madame. You know of it?
It arrived shortly after the first. Rather coincidental, if you ask me.
I'm not sure I understand what you're trying to say, madame.
He no doubt had secrets hidden away. But do you honestly think Felix had anything of value to his name worth threatening him for?
Perhaps you should enlighten me.
Well, he was here, living in my house, eating my food, prepared by my staff. Does that answer your question, Detective?
Interesting. How do you think the Major came to have the letter?
I wouldn't put it past him to have written it himself, in the hopes of
wow.
getting some sympathy from me.
Interesting.
And the other letters?
He probably wrote those too. If Angeline paid the first, that would have given him the money to pay the second letter. He is the White Knight, saves the day, and expects to live here happily ever after.
I did not expect Madame Van den Bosch to be so blunt with her thoughts towards the Major. I was under the impression there was more to their friendship, not less. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah. So one of the things we learned last time, for those who weren't here, one of the things that we learned was that the Major and De Silva, what's his name? Ernesto De Silva, both are in love with Cassandra somehow. And it's been interesting because they've made it out to sound like Cassandra was very receptive of the Major. It does not seem to be the case. No, not accounting for taste, right? But that does not seem to be the case. When we said our condolences, she's like, that's not necessary. That's so weird. Yeah, that's interesting. Why would she keep him around then? It is quite the nefarious plan that Madame has laid out for the Major. I'm not sure I can believe he would go to such levels of deceit. I'm sure Mademoiselle Angeline will have an opinion on the matter. I'd like to ask you about Monsieur de Silva.
What is it you wish to know?
You two have been friends for some time now. And while I do not mean to pry, has your relationship only...
If you are trying to insinuate that Mr. de Silva and I are running around like schoolchildren, you could not be further from the truth. He was friends with my husband, for goodness sake.
Oui, I understand they worked together. Investments, if I am correct.
Mr. de Silva was the voice of reason that my
Gizmo!
husband should have listened to more often, instead of throwing our money at businesses that were already on the verge of bankruptcy.
Gizmo and friends, thank you so much for the raid. How's it going? How was the rest of Earthbound? Oui. Oui, Poirot. Perfect. Gizmo and friends, welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope you're having a great day. If you guys would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. And welcome in. We are currently playing, what is this called? Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot, the first cases. Many subtitles. We made it 4-side. Nice. Fun. That's awesome. Fun. I liked watching the bit that I got to see earlier today. We were actually just talking about Eastward, by the way, and I said, that's how we met Gizmo. Just one fateful day. Welcome in, War. Welcome in, Dan's Nerd Corner. How are you guys doing? We are currently in the middle of a case. We're on chapter 5 of 8 of this murder mystery. If anybody's in here who does not know who I am, I'm Jet, and we play a bunch of random stuff. Sometimes it's murder mystery, sometimes it's indie chill games. Usually pretty cozy overall, though. I've got to play some more Eastward. I haven't played since that fateful day. No! It would be a great one to play after Earthbound at some point, because Eastward takes a lot of inspiration from Earthbound, so. Jet killed Eastward, confirmed. I raided into Gizmo's channel and he was like, cool, never want to play that game again. Don't want any more of this riffraff coming in. So anyway, we're trying to uncover who... We're at a dinner party that I was hired and asked to come to the party so that way I could discover who was blackmailing the host. But now a murder has happened, and so we have been questioning guests and trying to get more information about why someone wanted to kill the Major, and there's a lot going on. But we're currently talking to literally the worst person.
Merci, madame. I shall not bother you any further.
Okay. Did we learn anything? We did. Cassandra believes the Major was the blackmailer. The Major had a major temper, if you will. Cassandra suspects Hugo as the murderer, and Major did not have much to his name. Interesting. So again, why did she keep him around?
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Angeline and Cassandra have different impressions of the Major. There must be a reason for this. Talk to Angeline. Okay. Interessante. Alright, let's go talk to... We have not talked to Rihanna, ever. I don't think we've ever met her. We've only heard about her. Not my cabbages. The cook has obviously used them for quite some time, judging by their condition. Gonna walk around first before we talk to Rihanna. I want to call her Rihanna every time, but it's not that. There does not seem to be anything of interest in there. Great. Cool. Just have to double check, though. She could be hiding like a knife or something. Well, she probably would be. I mean, we're in the kitchen, and she's probably not hiding it.
Bonjour, madame. You must be the wonderful cook.
Wonderful and modest, sir. I am Rihanna.
Rihanna. There you go.
My taste buds thank you for the ravishing meal last night. It has been some time since I ate so well.
Glad to hear it, sir.
S'il te plaît, madame. A detective is fine.
In that case, mademoiselle is fine for me, and I will ignore your presumption of marriage.
Oh, boy. Awkward.
Très bon, mademoiselle.
Well acquainted. We get a lot of trophies in this game. I'm covering up most of them, but we get a lot of trophies in this game. I think some of them must be for, like, I don't know. I think if you reach certain points, like you ask somebody all the possible questions, or if you get all of the connections right, you get some kind of thing. But we got one for meeting people. Maybe she's the last person suspect or whatever. You've been with the Van den Bosch family for quite some time.
That's right. I've seen staff come and go, but a house always needs a trustworthy cook.
Indeed.
I agree. But if I was to eat what you prepare every day, I fear I may be the size of La Maison.
Not a bad thing, detective. You could do with some meat on your bones.
Well, with the snow still not clearing, we may be stuck here for the weekend. Perhaps I should look to adjust my pantalon buttons.
Lol. I understand you took some ice to the Major yesterday. Yes. I thought that was slang. I thought that meant, like, I don't know. I don't know what I thought that meant, like, almost like you took offense to something. But you took some ice to the Major yesterday. Like, maybe you put him on ice. You really spoke bluntly to him. But no, she literally took an ice bucket to him.
I did. Monsieur Archie told me what had happened. Bruises can swell fast, so I took him some ice to bring it down.
Strange. Monsieur Sterling told me it was the Major that requested the ice. Okay.
How was the Major when you saw him?
Grumpy, as always.
I suppose one would not take kindly to being punched as he was.
Punched or not, he was as ungrateful as ever.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
I've gathered all I need from Madame Van den Bosch and Mademoiselle Rihanna. I should return to the Great Hall. What is Archie's deal? What is his deal? He is sus. This was a Mogus. Rihanna took ice to the Major on her own accord. Rihanna has worked with the family for years. She said the Major didn't thank her. Yeah, at this point, there are too many loose threads. One thing that I'm also forgetting, is there still any connection between Fleurette and this case? Fleurette from the first case is listed in this case for some reason. And I don't know if it's just because we've mentioned Fleurette multiple times and they're just like, we don't know where she is. Or if she's coming back. But I feel like it's a Chekhov's gun kind of situation. The fact that we are even mentioning her means she's going to come back or is going to be revealed in some way. Like, she's married to somebody. Florette is actually Hugo in disguise. I don't know. They're both wearing green. And white. Are they the same person in disguise? Probably not. They don't have the same nose. But that would be a twist.
Something I can help you with, detective?
Your maman did not describe her friendship with the Major in such a positive light.
You have got the wrong end of the stick, detective. Maman has snapped at him recently, but it was nothing more than that. It was something to do with the letter. I heard them in the library before Maman shouted and he stormed out of the room past me.
Could it have been the blackmail letter that instigated their argument?
Why would Maman be upset with him over the letter?
Madame is of a very different opinion from yourself regarding his connection with the letters. She believes him to be the author.
That is what she told you? She has always been one to make a quick, if not rash decision, but she cannot truly believe that.
Was the Major aware you had paid the first blackmail letter?
I don't recall telling him directly. I did not want Maman to find out it had been paid. If he knew, surely she would.
Madame believes he may have been behind all the letters, and taking your payment of the first, then used it to pay the second and be the hero in you and your mother's eyes.
I never knew Maman had such an imagination. Where would she get a story like that from?
That is a question I was hoping you may be able to answer.
You have met him. Do you really think he's capable of such a devious plan?
It is a plan only the most crooked and underhanded could create. Is that the Major? I am not so sure.
The more I think of Madame's story, the more ridiculous and obscure it sounds. But that does not mean it can be ruled out.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
Cassandra wasn't happy with the Major. Their relationship has taken a noticeable turn. I wonder what has caused this. Angeline questions Cassandra's reasoning for the Major's blackmail. Is this?
Order and method.
No. What about?
This will not get me any closer. Is there something I am...
Oh, so close.
I should not be surprised, but...
I wonder if the blackmail had a greater effect on their relationship than expected. Talk to Angeline. I'm back.
Is there something I can help you with?
Was the arrival of the blackmail letter what caused the tension in Madame and the Major's relationship?
I'm afraid it had been that way for some time. Maman is not forthcoming with her emotions, as I'm sure you are aware. But I could tell she had not been happy with their arrangement for the last few months.
Well, I think she is. It's just the only emotion she's displaying is just disgust.
What gave you that impression?
And frustration.
There was not one particular thing that she expressed. It was just the way she spoke to him and of him when he wasn't present.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
I believe I've gathered everything that is required. Monsieur Sterling will be able to assist me in gaining access to the Major's study. We have a new... Okay, just talk to Archibald. Okay. Hey, Archie.
Whatever you need, Detective.
I wish to inspect the Major's study again.
Certainly, Detective.
You see, he was even with us when we were first inspecting the Major's room, and Maybe he was just watching to make sure we didn't find anything? Like, I don't know. This room is still a crime scene and should have remained untouched, but it looks as though it has been ransacked. I requested Monsieur Sterling to have the body wrapped and moved, which has been done, thankfully. What else has gone on in here? Someone was obviously looking for something in particular in the Major's documents, though these accounts have been thoroughly rifled through. The Major has recently taken out a large loan, and the interest rate is astronomical. Addressed to the Major with no return address. Hey, look at this photograph. I must admit, side by side, there is a striking resemblance between French. Perhaps such flattery is the way to win over Madame van den Bosch. How strange the Viscount was also present in this picture, but has been folded out. I did not think there was any hostility between the Major and the late Viscount. The safe is open. How strange. I could not access this yesterday, but now it has been left wide open. Scratches are obvious around the lock. Someone in this house was eager to see the safe's contents. The half-sealed letter addressed to Madame van den Bosch from the Major. I am not one to read others' private mail, but under these circumstances. My dearest Cassandra, it feels as though it has been an age since I have been able to set my eyes on you, a day I've waited for so patiently. I keep the photograph of us together at the lake close to my heart always. I cannot wait to see how young Angeline has grown. Her beauty will surely soon reach that of her mother's. I hope the gifts from the Orient reached you find they are really something to behold. The work that has kept me away for so long is drawing to a close, and I will be returning to the continent within the month. At your request, I have found accommodation in the city. It pains me to think of being so close and yet unable to be with you every moment, but if it eases your worry, I shall not continue to question it. I will arrange for a visit to the house. An old friend returning will surely raise minimal suspicions. I understand that the Viscount is also currently out of the country. I hope you have not felt the strain of loneliness take over, and it will not be long until we are reunited. Until that day, until the end of mine, my heart is yours. Major Felix Hagen. It seems there's a great deal of Madame van den Bosch and the Major's relationship that she has withheld. It is clear from this letter that their affection for one another has been more than that of friendship for some time. The mention of a young Angeline suggests it may go back as far as 20 years. Why is the pig head crooked? Why did they move that? Again, I don't understand it. She's literally the worst. But he was also kind of the worst too, so maybe that's why. Okay, hold on. Cassandra and the Major's relationship issues. Tells us as though the relationship has been declining for some time. Would the Major do something drastic to salvage it? Torn photograph. Angeline and Cassandra. Viscount's image has been torn out. The Major must have spent some time putting his feelings and plans down onto paper, but why would he not send it? Oh yeah, I guess this is... Yeah, he didn't send it. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, and he has a loan. 6,000 francs. How much was the... 5,000 francs was for the what's the word? Blackmail. There we go.
I must take a different approach if I am to uncover...
Angeline questions Cassandra's reasoning for the blackmail. Is it because of this? No.
Come, my little Grace.
Apparently not. Alright, let's see. How about this?
I cannot see the logic in this.
The hidden photos of them, along with Angeline's attachment to him, proves he cared deeply for them. The Major cared about Cassandra and Angeline.
I must act on another success.
The Major paid the letter that was addressed to him. He must have been worried enough that something would be released to the public. But what? So he's not the blackmailer then. The Major paid the blackmail ransom. We have one more connection.
This will not get me any closer to... What a revelation!
I believe the Major would do everything to remain in the comfortable life he's been accustomed to, but would he stoop so low as to fake a blackmail letter? It doesn't seem that way. Because he, took out a loan.
Another success.
The evidence shows the Major was not the author of the blackmail letter. There we go. The Major was a victim, just like Mademoiselle Angeline. Whoever it is that is penning these letters knows a great deal about many people. I wonder how many more have received similar letters. Are they all being blackmailed? That would be interesting. If it's... Well, that would be like the movie Clue. We would be playing Clue the game. Everyone's been blackmailed. Let's see. Wait, so the Major... Yes. So that was one thing we discovered a little bit ago, that in his I guess it was the last playthrough, or the last time we were playing it. He had a letter in his office, and at the time, it really is, it's Blackmail on the Orient Express. It really is. He had a letter, and at the time we were like, did he receive this letter or did he write it himself? And so we were kind of suspecting that he may have been the author, sort of. We then maybe thought maybe he sent himself a fake letter in order to kind of make it seem like he was, like he would pay the ransom for both of them and would be kind of seen as the hero, sort of. But that's not what happened. It seems like he just was also being blackmailed. So... And again, Archie would probably know a lot about people. Probably would know a lot. But okay, we need to talk to... What's next on our list? The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major was being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unresolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. Two cases of extortion under one roof. The question of their relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer and their weapon to find. If the correct process is followed, they shall all be found swiftly. I should take my leave. This room has already revealed enough new insights into the Madame's and the Major's lives. Though I feel like we're going to have the problem with more people just either disturbing the body or rustling up crime scenes, or I don't know. We'll see.
Detective Poirot, I have been asked to inform you that Lady Vandenbosch has returned to her room, and she wishes not to be disturbed.
Merci. Madame certainly has mastered the art of subtlety.
They may not be the exact words she used, but I'm sure you can imagine. Excuse me, I have some further duties to attend to in the pantry.
Perhaps I should take this opportunity To search the top floor now, there's no one to disturb me. There is one room that holds particular interest. I should inspect the storage room while I have this rare opportunity. Run, Poirot! Oh, am I on the top floor? I might be. Already. Gazing at the stars is truly one's life's simple pleasures. Collection of books.
Huh.
I could spend every waking moment reading about the adventures of these characters within these books. Okay.
Oh.
Painting a majestic mountain, the tip of which pierces the clouds above. The attention to detail is fantastic.
Huh.
Painting of an atmospheric forest scene, the artist captured the ambience of the forest perfectly. To Angeline and Gideon's bedroom. A painting of a boat sailing across a vast ocean. The artist is clearly very talented. There are a number of spectacular pieces in Madame Van den Bosch's eclectic art collection. Cassandra's bedroom. Wait, where's the storage room? To the Major's bedroom. Oh, that's where he just came from. To the storeroom.
Aha.
A collection of children's toys. Such a shame to see these stored away and not being enjoyed. Considering they have been kept in a storage room, they are all in almost perfect condition. My immediate assumption would be they belong to Angeline. Probably true. So there is a knife missing. The Major was stabbed. His, like, ceremonial knife is gone.
Huh.
The time and skill it takes to build such a wonderful piece, it is an art form. A lone storybook rests here. It has obviously been read a great number of times, judging by the condition of the spine and pages. I am perhaps not the target demographic, but I understand it is to be quite popular amongst the younger audience. To the real lady of the house, happy birthday. Watching you grow into a proper young lady has been more than words can describe. All my love, Felix. I would have not expected to find such a heartfelt message written by Monsieur Hagen. And to Mademoiselle Angeline, is this the usual inscription you would find from a family friend? I cannot seem to get a straight answer from anyone regarding the Major. I know he has been friends with Madame Van den Bosch for some years, but I must find out if anything... Is the Major Angeline's father?
Is there
Ooh, I think that's what it is. Adrian, welcome in. How are you?
order and method?
We are solving some crimes. This is probably what it is.
I
Nope.
cannot see the logic in this.
Okay, would not have connected these two.
Magnifique.
It seems the Major has lived rather comfortably in the Van den Bosch house for many years. The Major depends on Cassandra's accommodation. So, I assume that... I mean, it makes sense. It makes more sense why he's been around. But yeah, I think Major... Angeline is the daughter of Cassandra and... the Major, not Cassandra and the Viscount, if that makes sense. That's why he has the photo. That's why it's folded. That's why he's treated Angeline so well. and why she's the only one who has a different view of him. Perhaps it is time to speak with Mademoiselle Angeline again. She should be able to give us the valuable pieces of this puzzle.
Detective Poirot, are you any closer to uncovering the truth of Felix's involvement with the letters?
I am, mademoiselle. I can confirm that he was not the author of the blackmail letters.
So the author is still out there.
Oui, but it will not be long before they are apprehended, and the only letters they shall be penning will be from behind iron bars.
Your confidence is rather assuring. Thank you, Detective.
Your comment about the current guest stayed with me last night.
I'm sorry, Detective. I did not intend to leave your mind so full of thoughts.
No apology is required. It actually made me question my whole chain of thinking. What if there had been a collusion between them, and the Major's murder was planned, organized, and orchestrated to make the investigation seem almost impossible?
Oh my, Detective, that is quite a theory.
Every guest has a motive. You confirmed that with the mention of Mademoiselle Conrad and the Major's fight. Supplying one another with a rock-solid alibi would surely throw off any detective.
But not you.
Correct, mademoiselle. It would take much more to stamp Detective Poirot.
While searching the storage room, I found a book that I assume was a gift from the Major to you.
I haven't seen that book in so long. Yes, it was a gift for my 10th birthday. I have read it from cover to cover countless times. He left such a lovely inscription too.
It sounds as though there is a side to the Major I did not get to see. Was it common for him to bring you gifts?
Not common, but if he had been away for some time, he would bring me a small memento from his travels. He hasn't done that in some time, though.
The toys that were with the book, were they also gifts from the Major?
They were. I'm afraid they may have gathered some dust being in the storage room for so long. I kept them in hope of giving them to my child when the time comes.
It sounds as though he had always cared about you.
His presence at the house was comforting for us both after Father died, even if sometimes he was a little too overprotective.
It's because he's your real papa. You spoke last night... Excuse me, I just spit everywhere. You spoke last night of the Major's support for your maman. Let's see what she says about that.
That's right. Ever since I can remember, Felix has been around.
It seems as though she has a number of support networks. The Major, her friendship with the Countess, not forgetting Monsieur da Silva.
Maman has many friends. I know how she may seem to most, but once you break the hard shell...
Uh-huh.
There is a further shell waiting to be broken.
Exactly.
Oh, very good, Detective.
Forgive me, mademoiselle. I only jest.
It's quite all right. You are not the only one that feels a razor tongue. She's grateful you are here, especially now, whether she shows it or not.
She's not showing it, that is for sure. That is absolutely for sure. His jokes. I am still yet to see this version of Madame that Mademoiselle Angeline speaks of. I'm not sure I will get my hopes up for a budding friendship. Speaking with the Comtesse yesterday, she did not have the greatest opinion of the Major.
They have often come to blows when it concerns Maman. They are both trying to protect her, but they themselves cannot seem to get along.
She spoke of his desire to join the, how do you describe it? Social elite.
This isn't the first time she has vocalized that concern. She thinks the Major was just using our family name to make his way to the top.
And you do not agree?
I will not deny he has shown interest in Maman's social circles, but they have been friends since even before I was born. Surely all those years of friendship was not just to raise his social standing.
Mademoiselle Angeline obviously does not believe what the Comtesse has to say about the Major. Perhaps it is jealousy that drives her scandalous theory. If I may be so bold, did the Major contribute to the house?
How do you mean, Detective?
I imagine a house of this size is rather costly, keeping it in the immaculate condition it is in.
Maman looks after the financial side of the house, but I think she has had to ask him more than once for a contribution of sorts. It is not for me to get involved.
I shall not keep you any longer. Merci, mademoiselle.
I have everything that's needed to push Madame Van den Bosch on her secret. Ooh. Okay, the secret is going to be that... Wait, but... Oh, wait. Will the secret end up being... Maybe this is what they're being blackmailed for, is that... Because if Angeline is not the daughter of the Viscount, she's not... they're not... inheritors. They shouldn't be inheriting anything from the Viscount, which I'm not sure how much money is really coming in since they were having financial troubles. But still, like, their name is tainted in that way. And the secret was, or the blackmailer said that they knew a secret that would destroy their family. That could be what it is that Cassandra was having an affair with Felix, had Angeline, and that's kind of what is like maybe that's what this whole thing is centered on. All right. Previous birthday gift. Madame kept the Major around. The Major hasn't helped the house financially. Okay. It could be. It really could be. I was not expecting this to go this way. Oh, wait. What? Oh, she's upstairs. Right. She's not in the dining room. That's my guess right now. Is that... Ooh, got chills. I'm just so smart. I got chills. Just that... Something like that. It's going to be surrounding maybe a possible affair or something. Oh, hello. Let's look around.
Uh-huh.
Yep, same thing. We look at the fireplace, as we always look at every fireplace. I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. Just looking through all of your drawers. Don't mind me. These perfume bottles look rather expensive. It would be wise to be very careful with them. This is the, like, elegant bed from Animal Crossing. Or I don't know if it's... Oh, no. I'm thinking of the Imperial. That's kind of more what I'm thinking of. Never mind. I don't think the... Anyway, let's just move on.
Detective Poirot, what do you think you are doing in here?
Don't Detective Poirot
I
me.
have something I wish to discuss with you.
Well, I hope it is important enough to justify barging into one's bedroom.
I assure you it is.
Good, because this has gone on far too long. We are snowed in this house while a murderer runs amok.
I can understand your frustrations, but it is not as simple as...
You were once an incompetent officer, and now it seems you are just as incompetent as a detective.
Just the worst.
If I was not being lied to and misled at every turn, perhaps the murderer would already be in custody.
Ooh!
I hope you are not suggesting I had something to do with Felix's murder.
No, but you're at least hiding stuff.
I am suggesting that if I had the support that everyone claims they are offering, we would be in a very different situation.
If you have something you want to ask, I suggest you ask me now.
I was not aware the Major had been so close to your daughter. I would like to ask you about a letter I found in the Major's study. Let's start with the first one.
We met before Angeline was born, so he was often at the house when she was growing up.
Uh-huh.
And where was it you two met?
I was attending an event. Felix was also in attendance as a serving officer. A conversation was struck.
So, it was not through the Viscount that you two met?
I did not require my husband to start conversations on my behalf.
It was you that instigated it then?
My, detective. That active imagination of yours has taken you on quite some journey.
Madame is attempting to deflect from a subject she obviously does not feel comfortable discussing. The late Viscount and the Major were surely friends then.
Edwin spent much of his time away on business before Angeline was born. Felix was a welcome distraction from the loneliness of the house.
You were alone in the house?
The staff continued their duties, of course, but trying to get any sort of sophisticated or cultured conversation from them was like drawing blood from a stone.
And when Angeline was born?
Edwin remained at home. It was his duty as a father.
And the Major?
He had his own business and life to tend to, but we remained in touch via letter. Around the time of Edwin's passing, Felix had relocated to the area.
Madame is incredibly coy and brief with the information she offers. With the Viscount's death coinciding with the Major's return, surely a mere coincidence is too far-fetched. I would like to ask you about a letter I found in the Major's study.
I'm sure he has hundreds of letters in there. Most of them could and should have been thrown away a long time ago. You are going to have to be more specific.
I refer to the letter addressed to you, the one of a romantic nature.
Romantic nature? Oh, please, detective. Felix did not have a romantic bone in his body.
It's time for you to cry, Cassandra.
He made his intentions quite clear in the letter. I must admit I myself was surprised.
You really do have quite the active imagination, detective. If that is how you wish to interpret it, so be it. But I can assure you, the Major did not think of me that way, and certainly did not include it in a letter.
Did we, like, one thing that's kind of different about this game in terms, in comparison to other detective games is we don't seem to pick up items a lot to, like, show off later. It's not like, Ace Attorney, where, you collect the items and then you have to, like, ask people about them. But I wish we could have brought the letter with us to be like, and Exhibit A!
I think that is all for now.
Alright, we'll be talking again once the secret emerges. The Major returned after the Viscount's death. Cassandra claims the Major didn't love her. Cassandra met the Major before Angeline's birth.
I must act on thought.
How's that not connected? Cassandra met the Major before Angeline's birth. The Major returned after the Viscount's death.
Come, my little grey cells. I must take a different approach. The pieces of the puzzle off.
It is obviously that the Major... It is obvious that the Major cared for Cassandra. That is no surprise to anyone. The Major returned after the Viscount's death. Is this?
Come, my little grey cells.
Oh, wait.
I must act on thought. This will not get me any closer. Some would say a lucky guess.
With the Viscount gone, the Major stepped up and acted as a fatherly figure to her. Just as a figure? I'm convinced that Angeline is their daughter. Okay, we have no more connections. We need to talk to Cassandra, though. I'm back.
Is this really necessary?
Yes. If you are correct and the Major had no romantic feelings towards you, why would he keep a photograph of you and Mademoiselle Angeline hidden?
He may have stayed in my home, but Felix was a grown man, Detective. What he kept, hidden or otherwise, has nothing to do with me.
But it does not surprise you that he had such a photograph?
We have been friends, and he has been there for Angeline for many years, but you find it strange that he keeps a reminder of us? Perhaps that says more about you, Detective.
Uh-huh.
What I do find strange is that if he did hold a flame for you, why he would never express it.
If he did, it was not reciprocated. I have not even considered another since my husband's passing. Not that it is any of your business.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
I don't know. I mean, she's... I don't know. Cassandra has no romantic feelings towards the Major. Is that true?
I cannot see the logic in this. Order and method. Is there something I am not seeing?
Dang it.
I should not be surprised by my...
As much as she tries to deny it, Cassandra shared the Major's feeling in some capacity. Okay. Okay. See, I wasn't just making that up. Right? We gotta talk to her again. Hello, I'm back.
Is this real?
It is. Push on why Cassandra has housed the Major for so long. There we go. We're getting, and this will be a big one.
Who I allow in my house is none of your business. I do not have to explain anything to you.
I did not think you were one for charity.
I would not expect you to think much of anything. There is no need to talk on it any further, but I'm sure you will remember that, financially speaking, we have had our issues.
I have all the evidence I need to confront Madame van den Bosch. It is my approach to the questions that I must consider. She will no doubt be defensive when pushed, but that may be the only way, as she will not give up any information she does not want to easily. I guess we need to be forceful with her. Why is it that you protect the name of Monsieur Hagen so resolutely?
He was a man that required no protection, Detective, especially from me.
That is the impression I had of him, which is why your defensive stance warrants questioning.
How many bandanas do I have? I think I have like 7. I think I have around 7. There's this one. Maybe 8. Maybe closer to 8. And we'll have, for those that don't know, I ordered a custom pattern to be made into headbands that I was going to sell, but I got the pattern, but it was printed incorrectly, so I have to order more of that fabric again. So we'll have more, actually. We'll have another one, but one of these days.
Your insistent questioning on such trivial matters are getting on my last nerve. There is a murderer and a blackmailer to be found. That is your job here.
His declarations of love meant nothing to you then? Judging by the Major's words in the letter, it was not only one that he sent declaring his love. N'est-ce pas? We're gonna be antagonizing. You breathing is getting on my last nerve.
Your continued
that was not
probing into something that does not exist is becoming quite tiresome.
That's the first time I've
There
done
is
bad.
nothing I can tell you that will magically present what you are looking. I have grown weary of this conversation, Poirot. There is nothing more to...
Hold on. Okay. There's something about your relationship that you are obviously refusing to elaborate on. The love letters, the housing. Your continued reluctance to answer my questions and defensive nature suggests that there was a shared love between you. We'll be direct, not forceful.
I have explained this to you already. You really are trying my patience.
Madame, you continue to withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
Believe what you wish.
Oh.
You really have no idea what you're talking about.
No!
My personal life has nothing to do with your investigation. I don't know how else it can be said.
What? Wait, what does that mean? Oh, okay, so... Oh, okay, so we failed that. Okay, and we restart.
Who I allow in my house...
I did not think...
Okay.
I would...
I thought we were... I thought we were going to...
He was a man... You...
like... just not get some information. Which... I probably deserve for being a bad detective. However... Judging by the Major's words in the letter, it was not only one that he had sent.
How many times do I have to tell you? There was no romantic feelings between us. I have grown weary of this conversation, Poirot. There is nothing more to say.
Which did I do? There is something about your relationship that you are obviously refusing to elaborate on. I think that's what I did. So we'll be forceful? Your continued reluctance to answer my questions and defensive nature suggests that there was a shared love between you. Oh, there we go.
Madame, you continue to withhold the truth.
And you continue to get on my last nerve. I am not obliged to tell you every detail of my private life.
But when it impedes my investigation...
If only you were this focused on finding the blackmailer and...
Madame.
Very well. I did not lie about how we met. I was attending an event, raising money for... Oh, I cannot recall now. It had been some time since I had returned home, and was rather missing English soil. I was aware of Felix's invitation, or at least that there was to be several British officers attending the party, and that is where our friendship began. He was a warm reminder of home, and I enjoyed conversing with him. We shared walks in the park and read together.
Mm-hmm.
As I said, he was a welcome distraction from the days spent alone.
Mm-hmm.
I shall go no further with the details, but I will say, I had no intention on being unfaithful to my husband. It was never our plan to go that far. Once I found out I was pregnant, I knew it had to stop.
I told you.
The Viscount never questioned Mademoiselle's birth?
In his mind, he had no reason to, and he shouldn't have had to. It was my mistake to bear. If he knew the truth, our lives would have been ruined. I told Felix that he was to stay away, but he had no intention to. He became an uncle figure to Angeline, and they grew closer after Edwin's death. I could not tell her the truth. Too much time had passed. The secret remained only between him and I. Until now.
Yes, cry, Cassandra. Cry!
And what were the Major's thoughts on revealing the truth?
He wanted to tell her everything. He wanted her to know exactly who he was. But I told him no. it would not have been the poignant reconciliation that he expected. She would not understand.
Tell me about the letters.
I tried to retrieve them from the safe after everyone had retired last night. But when I opened the safe, they were nowhere to be found. I assumed he must have hidden them somewhere else.
When I entered the study this morning, they were as visible as a red notice on a police station wall.
I would appreciate if you did not compare them to the face of a wanted felon.
Pardon, madame.
But that does mean someone else in the house has seen them. I don't understand. Why would they return them?
A mystery that is still yet to be solved.
Madame was beaten to the safe by another. It seems we also have a thief within these walls to add to the list of criminals, but a thief that returns their spoils. Can I assume this is the secret that has been used for ransom?
It must be. But I have told no one.
And the Major?
Felix promised me he wouldn't tell a soul, and I believed him. But even if he wanted to.
If the Major had let slip even once throughout the years, perhaps in an intoxicated state, it is a secret that many would seek an opportunity to gain
You
from.
did not think anyone knew, and that is why you disregarded the letter.
If you bow to these criminals, they will only try to claw more from you.
I think that is all for now. Merci, madame.
The uncertain connection between the Major and the ransom has been resolved. The Major is being blackmailed. The letters were not written by his hand. What remains unresolved is why the Major was being blackmailed. 2 cases of extortion under one roof. The question of the relationship must be asked. The Major's secret is anything but obvious from his letter. I now have a blackmailer and a murderer. Wait, we've read this. If the correct process is followed, they should be all found swiftly. Yeah, you said that. I should take my leave. This room has already been revealed enough new insights to the Madame's and the Major's lives. Is that wrong? Didn't we read all that before? I had my suspicions that Madame Van den Bosch and the Major shared a romantic relationship, but I did not expect the revelation of his connection to Mademoiselle Angeline. I am now one of the very few that hold Madame's secret. We can quit the game. I had a thought, and now I have forgotten it because I was so thrown off by the fact we were reading the same dialogue. What was it? Oh! The safe. Okay, so we know that there are 3 main people who had access to the safe. Cassandra, the Major himself, and Archibald, the butler. It seems that they were the only 3 that had access to the safe. Gideon has mentioned that he had seen Major ask Archie to put something in his safe for him. Is it possible that Archibald, while returning something to the safe, saw the letters and just took a peek and then was like, and then decided to make money off of it? Though I will say one thing that is, but it was broken into and they wouldn't have had to break in if they had access. Well, it was, I guess that's fair. There were marks on the safe, right? But it's weird. You would think they would have just anybody would have closed the safe, but maybe there just wasn't time. I will say one thing that popped into my head is that perhaps Elizabeth is actually the one behind it. I think Archibald is maybe too obvious. Elizabeth was feeling sick today and is gone. But no, doesn't make sense. I was thinking maybe the reason why she felt sick, well, no, it could be that maybe she killed him. And it was the guilt or whatever, and she's doing that. But My thought is Elizabeth is connected to Florette, and the Major was responsible for getting Florette arrested at the very beginning of the game. It's possible that Elizabeth, who has been around for such a long time, eventually learned of that and tried to blackmail him. But would she also blackmail Angeline? That seems weird. Maybe her plan wasn't even really to blackmail her. Like, maybe the blackmail is just kind of, like, essentially nothing. Maybe if... So, for example, let me just work through this in my head. If it's Elizabeth, and maybe she's trying to do this out of some form of justice for Florette, what if she's blackmailing them so that she could send Florette money for all of the trouble that was caused to her at the very beginning of the game? But the way that this is all coming about is, like, maybe she doesn't really even care about the blackmail so much as she cares about revealing to Angeline the truth that Cassandra and the Major are hiding from her. And so it's not really as, like, bad as, like, Elizabeth is trying to be evil and, like, she just wants the money. Maybe it's not that at all. Maybe it's that she wants Angeline to know the truth, but also, if she gets money from this family, it should go to Florette, who was, like, fired much, 20 years ago. Not even 20 years ago. 10 years ago, or however long it's been. And I don't know, because it's weird, because one thing we have not discussed really at all is that Florette is still listed in being a part of this case. Blackmailer with a heart of gold. Yeah, kind of. I mean, I would still say Elizabeth is in the wrong for doing this. But, yeah, that, like, maybe that would be her. That would make sense to me in how this is, like, coming about. Because maybe all of this is a red herring. Like, all of this stuff with the Union and... like, maybe we don't understand why the blackmail is happening, because so Cassandra just said that she believes that the secret that they are being blackmailed for is that Angeline is the daughter of the Major and not the Viscount. Who the Viscount is dead. So it doesn't matter to him. It would affect their status in some ways. Probably a bit of shame, maybe. But I really don't know how much it would affect at this point. So I feel like it's more for, like, a personal reason than it is, like... But I could be wrong. There's still some people we've yet to really talk to. I should probably know this, but what are they blackmailing her over? We don't know. That we just had to discover this. The initial letters just said, I've uncovered a secret that would destroy your family. And Angeline is about to get married, and so she wanted to pay the blackmailer just so that it doesn't, like, disturb the wedding and all that sort of stuff. Cassandra said to ignore the blackmailer, and just tried to write it off as this is probably not even a real thing. Obviously it was, and I think she probably knew that because the Major also received a blackmail letter. And so we just uncovered that most likely, at this point, the secret that was going to be revealed was that Angeline is the illegitimate child of Cassandra and the Major, and not a Vandenbosch, which would then technically, in a way, destroy their family, because yeah, her father would not be the Viscount van den Bosch. It would be the Major. So anyway, I don't know how that would play with like inheritance, and I think, I mean, it seems like probably all of the Viscount's inheritance has already been given out because they've been having financial troubles for many, many, many years. So I don't know like how much that would affect. That's one of the things that I'm kind of like, how would the blackmail actually affect their family? And I don't really know how. I mean, probably some scandal. I mean, they are friends with somebody who is a newspaper writer. So the information would probably get out, but I don't know. I'm kind of thinking Elizabeth is a little suspicious in my head because I think she's kind of like, and I also forget about this, but I don't know how this would affect them so much. But at the beginning of the game, Elizabeth, who has been a servant for the Van den Bosch family for a really long time, at the beginning of the game, it was mentioned that she fell in love with another staff member who they eloped. And she still worked for the family. He did not after they got married. But after some time, her husband passed away, and maybe has since then kind of been a little sad. I mean, understandable. But we don't really know much about how he died or anything. I don't know. But you see, Florette is listed as a part of as notes. So I feel like maybe there's something connected with this. Elizabeth is one of the only few people who's connected to Florette. The only other people who know her are, as far as I know, are Rihanna the cook, Major Felix Hagen, who's dead, Elizabeth, Cassandra, and Angeline. So, and I don't know how long Archibald has been around. For several years. Okay, but he's newer than Elizabeth. So, I don't know. There's so much. There's so much to do. All right. What's new here? The Major is Angeline's father. Okay. Confirmed. So much. So yeah, the reason for her being blackmailed has never been explicitly said yet, but I think we just uncovered why. But we'll see. One of the last things we learned in the last time we played was that Jackie, the American newspaper lady, she may have had reason to want the Major dead. So maybe there's something there. Hello.
Detective Poirot, how is your investigation coming?
Monsieur Sterling, I must admit, I have learned much more than I was expecting to.
You'll be wrapping the case up soon, then?
One has never finished learning, monsieur, and in this case, I shall need to continue if I am to find the Major's killer.
It might help to vocalize your thinking. I'm all ears.
See, he wants to know. He wants to know updates. Archibald, what's your game? Monsieur Sterling offers an interesting concept. If I was to state the current position of my investigation while holding back certain truths, the guilty parties may realize I am hot in their heels and reveal their hand.
Monsieur, would you gather the guests and staff in the salon?
Right away, Detective. Can I ask for what reason?
I shall reveal all once everyone is together.
Chapter 6. Ooh, I can't wait. I hope he sits them all down and he starts the conversation with, so, the Major was your dad. The search. Hugo's playing the piano. Looks like everyone's there. Looks like Elizabeth's there.
Detective, what is the meaning of all this?
This is exciting.
Madame, I ask that you all lend me your ears for only a few moments. What I have to say is of great significance to everyone. You are all invited here to celebrate the engagement of Mademoiselle Angeline van den Bosch and Monsieur Gédéon Demire, the coming together of two prevalent families.
The tension
But
in the room.
celebrations were short-lived, as Major Felix Egan was found dead in his study by a young servant of the house. It then became my responsibility and obligation as a detective to uncover the truth behind his demise. My initial examination of his study exposed a number of things I did not expect to find. Things I have no desire to divulge at this time, but what I can say is this. It was no simple murder. A letter demanding ransom for a continued silence confirmed this. I am sure some, if not all of you, have heard whispers of a series of blackmails that have plagued the social elite in recent weeks. After hearing of the letters in the Major's study, you may ask if it was him behind the letters. You may further ask if he was preparing his next threat to another unsuspecting victim. It is a question that crossed even my mind. That was until I sought the truth. That in fact it was the Major that had fallen victim to our blackmailer Mystérieux. Last night I spoke with you all, confirmed your whereabouts in the house over the course of the evening, and while I would have expected such questioning to reveal a potential suspect, what I learned was that it could not have been one of you.
What do you mean, not one of us? The man was stabbed. He hardly did that to himself. There is still a killer in the house.
Pardon, monsieur, if you would allow me to finish. It could not have been only one of you. Rather a partneria, a partnership, in cahoots, if you will. Conversations today have revealed facts that I was not expecting to discover. And although they may have muddied and complicated my investigation, what I must do to bring the guilty parties to justice has become clearer. Those of you that spun stories in an attempt to confuse and derail my investigation have made a grave mistake in underestimating my intelligence. Other detectives may fall for such deception, but I can assure you, Detective Poirot is no such fool. My investigation is far from over, and swift justice shall be dealt to those that have committed such appalling acts and have continued to mislead and lie to protect themselves. Now, I must continue mon enquête, and I shall leave you to consider that you may be beside a cold-hearted killer. Bonsoir. Monsieur Sterling, un moment.
Bonsoir. Good luck, everyone. Enjoy lunch. It's on the menu. We're having tacos. Enjoy.
Quite the speech, detective.
I liked what? Well, okay, two things. One, I like that in that moment, all of the characters are shown like looking over at different people. Two, I don't know what's causing this. If it's like a weird bug or if it was just their like animation. Sometimes their mouths move when they talk. Sometimes they don't. Like Poirot. For a long bit, his mouth was not moving, but his arms were kind of waving. But then, like, randomly in the middle of a sentence, his mouth would just start moving. I don't know my thoughts on that. Anyway, quite the speech, detective.
Merci, but it was not made to entertain. More to warn the guilty parties that I am hot on their heels, no matter how clever they believe themselves to be.
Sometimes my mouth moves when I talk. Am I going to be okay? It's not that part that I'm worried about. It's if you're talking without your mouth moving, then I'm more concerned.
Well, if there is anything I can do.
I'd like to search the guests' bedrooms.
Is that really necessary?
The murderer remains at large, and there is still no sign of the weapon. I would say that makes them essential.
Archie, are you trying to obstruct my investigation?
Of course. I still just cannot imagine any of them being guilty of his murder.
It may be hard to imagine, but it is the truth.
We need to investigate Archie's room. Where do you stay? When you returned to the study last night, did you notice anything different from our previous visit?
Nothing. But I was so preoccupied with the Major. Sorry, Detective. Should I have?
Perhaps it was just my mind playing games again.
Maybe one of the guests got lost and wandered in.
You see, he's providing so many excuses for things. If a guest had taken a wrong turn finding themselves in the Major's bedroom first, I'm sure they would not have proceeded through the next door unless they were not lost at all. True. Who has access to the safe in the Major's study?
Master Hagen had a key, obviously, and Lady Vandenbosch.
Monsieur Demire was quite sure Archibald also had a copy of the key. It is not something one would easily forget. Regarding access to the safe, you have seen its contents before.
When requested, aye. If something is required from there when Master Hagen is not around.
Forgive me. If he is not around, how is it you access the safe?
It's not what you think, Detective.
What I think is that you have been trusted with a copy of the key, and you have lied to me about it.
I only lied because of the trouble I can get into with Lady Vandenbosch.
At this moment, monsieur, you should be more worried about the trouble you shall find yourself in with the law.
I know how it will sound, but I lost
course.
my key. I must have set it down somewhere, and it has been tidied away. Master Hagen asked so rarely for me to go in the safe, I didn't think it would be missed.
Monsieur Sterling's story of his lost key strikes me as rather coincidental. The Major's safe is broken into with documents ransacked and letters involving Madame Vandenbosch's secret left out. It is a crime with no apparent purpose. There is a matter regarding the Comtesse that we must discuss.
I should have said this morning. I'm sorry.
Monsieur, I am not quite sure you understand the severity of what has happened.
I am well aware, Detective. I just thought she would be able to help.
Would you allow a man with a smoking gun to remove his bullet from a victim's chest?
I suppose not.
I understand that Monsieur Sterling was only trying to help, but surely he must have seen what it could do for the integrity of my investigation.
I would like to begin my searches now. Since it is closest, I will start with the West Wing.
I may not be back when you return. Here is the key to the other rooms. Please return it when you're done.
Merci. I shall guard it with my life.
Archibald, I'm on to you. First, let us pay the Comtesse a visit. Where is she? Before I can accuse anyone of any crime, I must be sure if they were working alone or with another. This is a perfect opportunity to find evidence of any collusion and look for the murder weapon. We have the key to the East Wing rooms. Okay. I do not look at these connection maps at all, but maybe I should. Okay. Where is the Comtesse? She's usually downstairs. Okay. Maybe she's around here somewhere. I should make myself known before entering.
Entrez.
Okay. And we talked about his shoes. No, I stare at them, though, a lot while I'm walking around. TBH. For whatever reason, somehow I did not notice the first couple of hours that his shoes and socks are bright red. But now that I have noticed that, I can't stop staring at them while I'm walking around. But I haven't made any mention of them. No. What is going on there? I don't know. It matches tie, I guess. But I forget that he has them often, and then when I'm walking around, I'll look down and be like, "Oh yeah, this is so they're so bright." And then it's the only thing I can look at. The Comtesse's room. It would be rude to not address her before searching her room. So I shouldn't search her room first. Now I'm staring at them. The wonders of modern technology. What a joy it must be to have music in one's home. Perhaps a happy couple's engagement has someone in a particularly romantic mood. A romance novel. Okay. Yeah, it's just the general thing. But just in case, I want to double check. A package. Perhaps a present for the family as a thank you for their hospitality. Nothing. Another grandfather clock.
Aha.
Roaring fire. I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. Okay. The fashion, I think that's true. That's his next case is his next game is just like a like an old Barbie like dress up type game.
Detective, what a pleasure.
Detective.
I did not expect to see you in my chambers.
In a purely professional capacity, I can assure you.
Doesn't it look like the Aurora Borealis is in the mirror behind her? Let's see.
There is no need to act so stiff, Detective.
Madame, after the revelation of your actions last night, I'm afraid my sense of humor is all but gone.
I will not apologize again for merely trying to help. Shall we get straight to it then? Let us not waste your time any further, Detective.
I saw you conversing with one of the young servants yesterday.
That would be Inga. She has been one of the most promising young women that has come from the shelter.
Interesting.
Madame Vandenbosch took in a young lady from your shelter.
There is no need to sound so surprised, Detective. She does have a heart.
I did not mean to sound so cruel. I just did not expect Madame to hire someone of that background after the incident with her previous maid, Florette.
People change, Detective. You should not judge someone on their past actions.
Believe me, Countess, I know that only too well.
I commend you on your dedication with the women you help. It is most honorable.
Be careful, Detective. That almost sounded like a compliment.
It is your actions in this house that have been questionable, Madame. Your work outside is something that many more could take note of.
We do what we can.
Have you been able to find many of the girls from the shelter work?
We wouldn't be doing a very good job if I could only help one girl. I in fact found work for one of them as a maid in Monsieur da Silva's house recently.
She has fitted into Monsieur's home well.
What is better, Detective? That she remained in an abusive house, or she is able to rebuild her life with an honest wage in a prosperous house?
When put like that, is she happy in her position?
The happiest she has been in years. I check in with them all as often as possible. And if there was a problem, I would know.
I'm glad to hear that more girls are building a better future for themselves, and it is with help from the Comtesse that it has been able to happen.
Merci, Madame.
What if she is using... Here are all my theories. What if she is using the girls from the shelter as like a spy network? And she was able to get Inga here so that way she could kind of keep tabs on the Vandenbosch home. Margot helped Ernesto find a maid. And then she planted another spy maid at Ernesto's. Just a thought. Makes sense to me. They all did it. All of them. Okay, we already looked around. Nope, can't leave. Don't let me.
Huh.
Oh, wait. First aid kit. A first aid kit full of medical equipment, bandages, plasters, antiseptics, and a pair of scissors. In which to stab?
Go ahead, detective.
Perhaps I was a little rash with my response to examining the Major's body.
A compliment and now an apology. Well, detective, you certainly have changed your tune.
There was something I was still unsure of. You mentioned that your training was some years ago.
From my days as a nurse, oui.
If that is so, why would you have brought several pieces of equipment usually found in a physician's bag?
One must always be prepared, detective.
Prepared? At an engagement celebration?
If I had not brought them, I would not have been able to assist you last night. Perhaps you should be thankful for my precaution and not so suspicious.
And had she not brought them at all, I would not have to ask such a question.
Merci, madame.
I get that. To be fair, I, for the longest time, carry, like, random medical supplies in my backpacks. Like, I just have, in one of my backpacks, I just have a roll of gauze. Just in case. You never know. So I'm okay with that. I get Margot in that sense. But there is a pair of scissors in there, so maybe there's some connection. And from what we learned, the stab may have been defensive, so I don't know, we'll see. The ever-guarded Jacqueline Conrad. It is time I should question her on her conversation with the Major before searching her room. There was quite a bit of stuff, too.
Detective, what can I do for you?
Mademoiselle, I am sure you understand my reasoning for such intrusion.
If it's going to clear my name, be my guest.
If you wouldn't mind answering some questions, it can hopefully be cleared faster.
I'd like to start with your relationship with the Major.
Like I said, he's not the man he wants everyone to think he is.
Oui. But how is it you came to that conclusion?
You don't really want me to recount every conversation I've had with him, do you?
There is one particular I had in mind.
Tell me about your argument.
An argument would imply it was a two-way conversation.
And that is not how it was?
Here it is. I've been helping Angeline get exposure, her marriage to Gideon is big news, and his work is really paving the way for others. I saw the chance to get their names out there, and he didn't like it.
What was there not to like?
Your guess is as good as mine, Detective. But if I had to, I'd say he was jealous it wasn't his name at the top of the article.
And his reason to storm off?
Oh, you know about that. Let's just say I didn't accept his pathetic attempt to get me to stop the story. If you're gonna try and pay someone off, at least make it worth their while.
I thought the Major would only be supportive of Mademoiselle Angeline. There must be more to why he would not want her success to be known. Also, he tried to pay you? With what money? I guess he asked for 6,000 francs for a loan. Maybe the rest of it was that 1,000? Maybe he tried to offer 1,000 francs. I'm sure you have grown weary of this subject, but Monsieur Beckers.
You've really got a fascination with that guy, huh?
I would not say fascination. An interest, perhaps.
Well, I'll save you the bother of trying to find out more about him. He's not that interesting. In fact, he's a bit of a wimp if you ask me.
That is not the impression I got of him.
That's because you've only seen the side of him he wants you to. He knows what to say in front of the right people. But behind closed doors, he's clueless.
Clueless in what way?
Let me guess. The first thing he told you was that he was a union leader. No, the voice of the people.
A man that is proud of his work is not something to be sneered at.
Don't get me wrong, he has a way with words, and he can certainly rally a crowd. But that's about it. At the end of the day, he's a representative and nothing more. He's got to play the part, not just learn the lines.
Mademoiselle does not think particularly high of Monsieur Beckers. She is a strong, independente woman. Independent woman. Why would they put that in French? But to use the term wimp is an unnecessary attack on his character.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
So likely wouldn't be them two working together then.
Sure thing, detective. And if you change your mind on that exclusive about that shooting...
If I do change it, you shall be the first to know.
Okay, let's look around the room. The wonders of modern technology. Yep. Maybe there's a beetle in the gramophone.
Oh.
Among them, a recent article by Jackie Conrad about the riots linked to Ernesto's factory. Peaceful strike turns to loss of lives as violence breaks out on the front line. Following the tragic events in the city that has darkened the spirits of the people and brought to a screeching halt the rising defiance of the working class, the area has been cordoned off, and police presence at the scene has increased. Factory security forces have been asked to step down and the powers handed over to law enforcement services. Workers laid down their tools, switched off all machinery, and stood together shoulder to shoulder as the fight for fair pay and conditions raged on. What started as peaceful protests by those employed at the factories has turned into a battle of class, with support for the workers coming in from all over the city. Although reports have not been confirmed, sources state that violence broke out following a second wave surge of supporters. Official numbers have not been published, but it is believed that as many as 8 workers have lost their lives in the fighting. The workers' front line has been considered as a representation of the people and working class of Belgium that now refuse to work in such demanding conditions for such a demeaning and insufficient wage. Chief Commissioner LaRue has confirmed that the outbreak of violence and resulting civilian deaths are being investigated, and an official statement is to be made in the coming days. Jacqueline Conrad. Okay. Secret! Welcome in. How are you? How was your Sunday? Nothing in the cupboard. A pocket knife. I presume this belongs to Jackie. Chasing a good story may lead her into some precarious scenarios.
Huh.
We look in every fireplace just because. Jackie has set up a makeshift office in her room. She must bring her work with her everywhere. Mr. Artigue spotted leaving the Velvet Tickle Friday at 23:15. Cumber House has been poaching off neighboring land, boar, deer, and duck. Maggie to follow up. Mrs. Bonte found her husband in their marital bed with a young maidservant. Testament from maid needed. Mr. Denault overheard in the Cackling Crow speaking poorly of King Leopold. He said questionable ideas. We say doubtful, skeptical, shady. Notes from Francis by Monday. Interesting. Laundry Sunday. What a name. Artigue? The Fallen Snow. Okay, yeah. So she does a lot of her work still. Okay, hold on.
Go right ahead, detective.
I was surprised to learn Monsieur de Silva and the Major worked together.
All Felix cared about was money and filling his pockets with it. That's why he got into bed with de Silva.
The Major was not in need of money, though.
Need and want are two very different things. Did he need to move here and leech off the Madame? No, but he wanted to.
Tell me your opinion of their work together.
As far as I know, De Silva hired him to work security. He was worried what could happen to his precious factories if things got ugly.
And your reporters were there to cover the story when it did turn that way.
My reporters go where there is news.
Oh. Yeah.
And you predicted the violence that occurred?
Anyone could see that was gonna happen. If you ask me, Hugo should have acted sooner.
Merci, mademoiselle. I shall leave you to relax.
Here we are in Mademoiselle Angeline and Gideon's room. I wonder what we shall find. They're not in here, right? Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick, and then we will continue searching all of these homes. So, if you need to stand up, stretch, go get a drink, take a break or something, now is the perfect time to do so. But I will see you guys here in a couple of minutes. See you in a second. Hello, Irish. Oh no, Irish. What happened? Oh no. Oh no. All right, hold on. Switch in. Let's switch over here real quick. Irish, thank you so much for the raid and welcome in. Because it muted, or because he got timed out, I can't see anything you said beforehand. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Sorry that I missed it. I was in the bathroom. But I will still give you a fist bump. So, Irish and friends, if you're still here, thank you so much for the raid. If you like a fist bump, please go ahead and put your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Wha-bam! How was Kina? I hope it was great. Raiders, welcome in. Thank you, Secret, for being here and giving the shout out and for welcoming people in. Kina's definitely on the list of games I want to play for sure. But I'm so sorry. All I see are message deleted. But yeah, links. That's what it was. I'm scared of Nightbot. Oh no. Yeah. Somebody in the chat is not here today. They did pop in yesterday though after you came in, and I was like, we were just talking about the game. But the trailer looks so cute. I'm gonna add it to my wish list. It's the dev's first game. There's definitely some things they could work on for the next time, specifically lock-on and camera movement during battle. But I loved it. Man, I really hope to play it. I'm kind of waiting for a PS5 for it, though, so we'll see. It might be whoever. Who knows? Guess we're waiting for the PS6. But I don't know what I said beforehand. It's okay. I almost cried. Kina so good. Oh man, that's so good to hear. That makes me excited. With chocolate milk. You got chocolate milk? I already had a mocha, so I'm good. I did just grab a peppermint though. Oh, I'm gonna die now. Just piecing that together. Amazing. Maybe when I beat Guardians, you're gonna play Kina? Oh, man. Oh, I see. Oh, they picked chocolate milk. Perfect. I hope you brought enough to share. How far into the Guardians are you, Gizmo? Gizmos of the Galaxy. Good Guardian Gizmo of the Galaxy. About a third through. That's another one that I want to play, and I know it's on like PS4, but I'm like, I'll just wait till I get a PS5. That Ghost of Tsushima. I'll wait for Kina. I have Cyberpunk. We won't stream Cyberpunk. Just heads up. But I have that. I bought it for my PS4. I have a base PS4. That's definitely not happening. So about third through, so like 4 hours. Okay. I've heard great things. I think it'd be super fun to play. I don't know if we'd be able to stream it since all the music and stuff, but we'll see. Anyway, we are in the middle of a case. We're in the middle of a case. we must continue to uncover the mystery that is unraveling. Right. We're currently in Angeline and Gideon's room. What are things that we've learned? Think about Jackie. Jackie doesn't seem to think very highly of Hugo. Major only cared about money. The Major tried to pay Jackie off for... Oh, was it so that... Something about the newspaper? Like, so that she would either write an article or something? She seems to have made a good name for herself. Among them, a recent article by Jackie Conrad about the riots linked to Ernesto's factory. That's right. And there was a pocket knife in her room. And thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Okay. Pocket knife. Okay. There's not seem to be anything of interest in here. Look at this photograph. It seems they used to be closer. Perhaps the recent behavior was merely a facade. Could be possible that Gideon collaborated with Zack. That's what I thought of. Roaring fire. I could stand and gaze into the flames for hours. Like, Archibald, Gideon, and Zack would be like a pretty, like, lethal combo. I could have mistaken it for my own. Because Archibald could have all the info. Gideon is kind of more of like the man in charge, sort of. And then Zack is, like, I don't know. Could be a lot. He was a field medic. He would be good at stabbing people, probably. He would know how to, you know, light incision. Okay. Is that it? Wasn't really anything in here besides the photograph. And that his room is pristine. He's almost too perfect. Which is a shame. If he ends up being the killer, Angeline has had, like, a rough life. I guess that's it. I feel bad for Angeline. With all the West guest rooms searched, I should make my way to the guest rooms on the east of the first floor. There must be evidence of collusion somewhere. I went the long way around. Oh. I thought you said east first floor. Oh, hello. Inga.
Mademoiselle, we meet again.
Bonjour, Monsieur Poirot. Pardon, Détective Poirot.
Just a detective is quite all right.
Bon, can I help you with something?
It was you that alerted the house to the Major's body, was it not?
I was
was taking him a plate of food, but he didn't answer to my knocking.
You then entered the study.
I did. He wasn't moving. He just lay there.
I did not mean to upset you again. Seeing him there would be troubling for anyone, and I'm sure it is not a memory you wish to relive.
Tell me about your relationship with the other staff.
I suppose we're like a family. We argue, but most of the time we get along.
You must all be quite close, then.
Some more than others.
You refer to whom, mademoiselle?
Well, Maman Rihanna, she's been here the longest, and she's very close with Lizzie on account of Luke.
She's very close to Lizzie on account of Luke. Is Luke her son? Or... I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay. How is it Mademoiselle Elizabeth's late fiancé connects them?
Maman is Luke's sister. You didn't know that?
Oh, okay.
I thought she would have said. She talks about him all the time. It must have been awful, losing him in those riots.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Apparently, he was right at the front when they were charged. They didn't stand a chance. If I had been the one responsible for his death, I wouldn't want Maman looking for me.
So, Elizabeth's husband died in the riots that we just read about. That wasn't the major responsible for, sort of?
Mademoiselle Rihanna, Maman Ray, she has expressed her desire for revenge.
Every time she talks about what happened.
How's it that the knowledge of Luke's death has eluded me for so long? The death of a brother is certainly motive enough. I did not see an aggressive side to Mademoiselle Rihanna when we spoke, but I wonder if she would act on such impulses for revenge if the opportunity arose. If you do not mind me inquiring, what brought you to the women's shelter?
I guess you wouldn't know anything about life on the streets.
It is not an experience I have had to face personally, but I understand that many are forced into it, and the lifestyle that comes with it.
The lifestyle of a thief, you mean?
Joe Gate, welcome back. How are you doing?
Put rather bluntly, oui.
You are the first officer that has not taken one look at me and pulled out their handcuffs.
Mademoiselle, I can see you have turned your life around, and I commend you on your efforts.
Without the Countess, I would probably be rotting in a cell somewhere.
There's an obvious alliance to the Comtesse, and an understandable one at that.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay. Inga may seem nothing more than a young innocent maid, but there is something that she is withholding. If I am to solve the cases before me, I must learn what it is. Okay, so she is, she has a history in being a thief. I may not be too far off with my... Does Margot, put people in places where they could then gather information for her? Also, why did Poirot not think... Wait, this totally gives Elizabeth some, motive for murder. Hold on. Do we still have... This is the strike. So 8 died? It says 5 died and the image behind, but I think the article says 8. The peaceful protests turned into a battle of class. Sources state that violence broke out following a second wave of surge supporters. How's the detective work going? It's going well. We've learned quite a lot. Thinking of seeing the Marvel What If series. I only watched the first episode of that. I feel like I need to watch it now, though. So I might do that soon. I watched the first episode and I was like, oh, this is pretty good. The animation's cool. But I didn't spend too much time with it, but, detectiving is going good. We've uncovered quite a bit. Yeah. It's getting interesting. I still don't really know who is the killer, or killers. There's so many people have different motives. I think the Elizabeth is the killer theory is my favorite at this point, though. It'd be kind of interesting, and it would make sense. Sort of. Also, I will say, calling back to the first chapter, Elizabeth was very heavily inspired by Romeo and Juliet, which is a tragedy. And she was basically like, we're just like them. Like, did you finish reading that story? Her husband died. Maybe she felt like, maybe she turned to murder. I don't know. I wonder if Zach is as seemingly innocent as his brother. I should speak with him before searching his room. Hello.
Monsieur Demir, I hope you are feeling better today.
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't fix.
Très bien. I wonder if you would be up to discussing certain matters with me.
Whatever you need.
Sorry if dealing with the Major's body brought up any familiar emotions.
I lost my taste for death a long time ago, but it had to be done. I'm certainly in no rush to be carrying a dead body again, though.
You're getting message not sent error? What's going on?
Most understandable. I shall extend the same gratitude to you as I did to your brother.
You've spoken to him already. How is he?
Perhaps that should be a question you ask him yourself.
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, maybe.
I spoke with your brother about your past.
I bet he had a lot to say. He always did have an opinion on the war.
When I say your past, I refer to your past as brothers.
Oh. Okay, well, what did he say?
It seems you both had the same sentiment for this party. Perhaps the bridges that you thought were once burnt are in fact primed to be reconstructed.
We'll see how probable that reconstruction is going to be. Until he sees my point of view, I don't know how we can move forward.
What is there for him to understand before the bond can be repaired?
He lost his friends in the war, the same as everyone. But somehow he has forgiven. I'm sorry, Detective, I can't. And Gideon just doesn't understand that.
After speaking with Monsieur Gideon about his brother's state of mind, I think the best thing for them both would be reconciliation. There's something about Zach's story that he's leaving out, though. The death of his friends and comrades weigh heavy on him. Oh, that has happened before, and I don't know why. If you do it separately, like feed and back, it allows it for some reason as a single word. It doesn't like it. I don't know why. Your brother was talking with the Comtesse while in the salon. I was not aware they were so close.
Those two, close.
They must share something in common to be able to hold the conversation for the time they did.
If there is one thing I know about my brother, it's that he will not. No. He cannot be rude. He just doesn't have it in him.
Was it not your brother that punched Monsieur Hagen?
Ah, that's different. He was asking for it. If you put my brother in a room with 5 socialites like her, he would work his way around every single one of them, offering his full attention and finest manners.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
A link. What's new? Zach says Gideon was polite to Margot. Zach is hesitant to talk to Gideon. Oh, and Zach is hesitant to reconcile with Gideon.
I must take a different approach.
Somehow not connected. Where's the connecting statement? Yeah, I'll have to check. I don't know. I mean, I have some, like, just general, like, auto mod protection things, but I don't know, like, why that's one of them. I don't think it's been manually put in, but I'm sure I can try to figure out how to, I don't know. I can maybe figure it out. Yeah.
I cannot see the logic in this.
I mean...
Order and method.
I don't know.
That...
Actually. Maybe it's... Is it not... Oh, it's these?
Things are beginning to become...
The Demir brothers' estranged relationship is enough to suggest they would not have worked together. Okay. Demir brothers unlikely to collaborate. I hope they didn't do it. Inga got the job from Margot. Alright, let's look around the room. 100% playthrough. I'm trying to do as much as I can. I think I've actually unlocked, or like, I think I've done most things, and like talked to everyone. I don't think I've missed much.
Huh.
A dagger. An ornamental dagger from Zach's time in the war.
Huh.
There's a lighter on the mantle, cigarette butts.
Ah.
The room is littered with mess. Cigarette butts discarded right next to the ashtray. Okay. So, you got this knife, eh?
Always got time for my favorite detective.
There's a particular item I found while conducting my search.
The dagger. I wondered how long it would take for that to become an issue.
I shall give you the opportunity to explain the reason for it being here before I jump to any conclusions.
It was going to be a wedding gift for Gideon. I've maybe not been the best brother in recent years. I thought this could make up for some of it. After what happened to the Major, I thought it was a bit tasteless.
Yeah, that would be... yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense to me, anyways.
You did not see it fitting to tell me you were harboring a rather sizable knife in your room?
I wouldn't say harboring. And I wasn't expecting to be a suspect in a murder.
Merci for your assistance, monsieur.
Yeah, I totally buy people daggers for wedding gifts, yeah. And Yeah, it might be a little distasteful when someone got stabbed at the reception dinner. Or engagement dinner or whatever. Might be... Yeah, I can understand why it'd be distasteful. Okay. There's a new weapon probably added to the list. Ceremonial dagger. Okay. Right now, my guess, if I say who's the killer, I would say it's Elizabeth. Oh, also, I'm still playing music. I just realized. That's your Becker's room. Without him here, I am free to search it. We have not talked to him, like, at all. It does make him suspicious. Inside Hugo's notebook, a hasty scribble regarding a meeting with, who I assume, Ernesto. Curious. Seems he's been attempting to write a speech of some kind, unsuccessfully though. I wonder, does this fit a pattern of behavior with Hugo? You underestimate the power of man's defiance. Your men, you are in a position to bring all of this to an end. All we ask is what we deserve. If you do not retract your men, they will be met with equal force, too forceful. Your weapons may beat our bodies, but they will not bruise our hearts, spirits. These are the men that have built our great nation, country, and will continue to. Money will not save your soul. One thing that we haven't figured out yet is the Major was brought a bucket of ice. The bucket got spilled over. And then that person placed the bucket to the side. I wonder why.
Oh. Oh.
Like, room with the view. Does that? I hope that means like I looked out the window so many times or whatever. Photograph. With so many siblings, it must have been difficult for Hugo to get attention. Okay, there's Hugo on the top right. Always look at these like, are these people gonna come back? Is one of them like... Does one of them look like another guest? Not really. There are two... Well, I guess the woman on the right is older. But, I don't know, it's like... What if the girl on the left is Inga or something? How would we know? Because they could have left the bucket of ice on the ground, but they didn't. I mean, maybe it was Elizabeth, and she was like, well, I'm going to have to clean this up later anyways. So, might as well just pick up this bucket now, so it saves me work later. I mean, what else would... What's another reason why they would place the bucket away from, like, where it was and upright? I don't know. That honestly seems like a decent guess. I don't know. The business-minded Monsieur de Silva's room. He is present, but I must begin my search.
Monsieur de Silva, I am sure you understand the necessity for this type of search.
Not really, Detective. Your speech was rather spirited, but it did not give me much faith in your investigation.
Wow.
I have not had my abilities questioned to my face by one of those I suspect of a crime before.
Well, if you wish to prove me wrong, you should hurry up and find Felix's killer.
And I hope, with your help, monsieur, I shall.
Madame Vandenbosch spoke of your work with her late husband.
Yes, I helped him invest some money. Unfortunately, he was not the businessman he thought he was.
Madame Vandenbosch had a very similar view. At least he could have taken solace that you are both in the same position.
I think you're confused, Detective. It was Edwin that lost his fortune, not I.
Forgive my naivete. If you were helping him make viable investments, would you not have seen the same opportunity for yourself?
I told him about the opportunities. I did not tell him to put his whole family's wealth into it. The prospect of doing good meant more to him than his profit margins. He was bound to fail.
The business declared bankruptcy.
It did, until it was purchased for a fraction of its worth and made the new owner a small fortune.
Okay, we all know what to put, all know what to send for a secret as a wedding gift. I'm beginning to see Monsieur de Silva's more ruthless side. It sounds as though the Viscount was trying to at least make a positive change, but perhaps he was missing Monsieur de Silva's cutthroat edge. What we spoke of last night regarding Madame Vandenbosch.
Everything that I want to say on that matter has already been said.
I understand, monsieur. But what I would like to know is, was the late Viscount aware of your feelings towards his wife?
Excuse me, Detective, but you have crossed the line.
No, you have crossed the line.
Crossed the line like an attempt to bankrupt a business partner and friend so that you'll be able to swoop in and impress a certain target of your affections.
That's what I thought.
You make such ridiculous accusations without a shred of proof.
Today is Sunday, so no package today. I don't think it's moved either. I think it's still wherever it was. I kind of think it's the Seattle deal. Unless I missed it, but... Yeah, I think the last thing we heard was that it was in... the Midwest. I think it... My guess is it's trying to fly to Seattle to then get to me, but... Seattle's, like, closed. We'll see, though. Maybe there'll be some movement today.
Your reaction at the mere suggestion is proof enough, monsieur. While I cannot arrest you for betrayal of a friend, I can hope your conscience does not forget, and that will be punishment enough.
Let me see here. Un momento. I'll be right back. I need to answer a text real quick. It'll just take me a minute. So, BRB. I'll leave you with some music, though. Okay, I'm back. I may have to keep an eye out. I'm waiting to hear back some work stuff, so I might have to answer a couple of things. But, all right, let's continue. Monsieur de Silva's actions are not a criminal offense, but if there was a penalty for deception and deceit, he would surely receive a life sentence. If he has gone to such great lengths before, what would stop him from committing a similar act again, this time to the Major? I know you have worked with the Major, but what do you know of his finances?
He didn't have much to speak of. I was always surprised at the life he lived.
Surprised in what way?
Well, considering it wasn't that long ago he came to me asking about work, I didn't think he was in such good financial shape.
You offered him a position.
Nothing that he was willing to lower himself to. That's when he began talking about what else he could do for me.
The Major worked security for your factories?
If you can call what him and his team did security. For the money I paid, I did not expect them to be so reckless.
It was a considerable amount you paid him?
There's no need to divulge amounts, but it was certainly more than was expected.
One would expect a business of Monsieur de Silva's caliber to have agreed a price for the Major's services. Why would he allow the Major to barter more?
He said they were all professionals, but I saw nothing of the sort. He said he had worked with them all in the army as their superior officer. They were men that could be trusted.
But that was not the case?
I had not even met them before they arrived on site. They brought their own equipment. They looked like they knew what they were doing.
And this equipment, it included the weapons that injured and killed the workers?
It was not much of a choice, Detective. I said they didn't need them, but Felix said it was essential. He said he knew better.
The more Monsieur talks, the shadier his dealings with the Major become. It's beginning to sound as though the riots were no accident.
That is all for now.
Which, so, I think one of the things we're going to find is that a lot of these people may not be innocent of things. Like, De Silva could be technically, like, De Silva could be responsible for the riots, and maybe, like, him and the Major even conspired together in some way. However, that's not what actually killed him. Like, that's not the case at hand. Which it would, like, even still, it'd be like, well, Elizabeth, if it was Elizabeth, then perhaps, like, maybe Elizabeth still murdered him because of the riots and her husband dying in the riots. Like, it could still be that. Anyway. Well, let's see. Maybe for your crummy mail slackers, we got a package today. But, so, Seattle is, like, frozen over. Like, their airports are completely frozen over. And it might be, because most of our mail travels through there, that the packages are, like, stuck because planes aren't even landing in Seattle. At least it wasn't yesterday. So it could be, I don't know. Could be that. How many games are there in this series? I think at least 2. There may have been some older ones, but I'm not sure. Like, there may have been some pre-PS4 maybe, but I'm not positive. Work stuff over Twitch is acceptable. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's good. I think we're good now. I just had to communicate some stuff. How much did you get from AdSense? No idea. No idea. Let's see. Oh, no, you're fine. Jet's chat is used for both talking to Jet, talking about food, and talking about wanting to hang up swords on the wall. Completely accurate. I agree. That is 100% accuracy. Okay, there's a link somewhere. It's about Hugo?
Is there...
Oh, maybe is it these two?
What a revelation.
What a revelation. In Jackie's opinion, she doesn't value Hugo particularly highly. Would he collaborate with anyone else, I wonder? I mean, maybe... Well...
What a revelation.
Hugo and Ernesto confirmed each other's alibis. It's possible that they may have colluded to murder the Major. Can I find anything that supports this? Okay. I don't think that is accurate, but we'll see. I'm convinced it's Elizabeth at this point. A letter stating the blackmailer would reveal information of his questionable business dealings. Monsieur de Silva, at first you may question the nature of this letter, but by its conclusion you will know what you have fought so hard to keep hidden could be far from it. You have spent years feeding off the hard-working backs of others and offering nothing in return. Your workers continue to take their lives into their own hands, day after day, with your shoddy, damaged, and dangerous machines for a fraction of what they deserve. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, it is your workers that must pay the price. The mistreatment and pain you have caused does not only reside in the factories that you own, but the house that you live in. You do not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do, and I will not allow that to continue. I can no longer sit back and watch as you disregard any sense of integrity or morality and continue to remain on your self-made pedestal, lording over those that deserve so much more. It is time you paid the price for your crimes, and the cost is 5,000 francs. It is a small price to pay for my silence, for if I do not receive it before Friday, it will not be cash you are paying, but rather years behind bars. Bring the money in a small... brown paper parcel addressed to Monsieur Cordier. Okay, give it to the cashier and leave. If you do as requested, you will not hear from me again, and you may continue your life of luxury. It is obvious you do not value others' lives, but I urge you to consider what yours is worth. Interesting. You look into the fire. A contract for partnership between Ernesto and Hugo. It's missing Hugo's signature. This agreement is governed by the laws of the Kingdom of Belgium. Both parties agree to the following. Current worker strike shall cease in all manners and forms. Factory floor machine operators and supervisors shall return to their positions immediately. Terms of the above contract shall be implemented and relevant action taken directly. Signed, Ernesto... but no Hugo signature. Letter opener. A razor-sharp letter opener, almost brand new, lies discarded on the floor. The wonders of modern technology. What a joy it must be to have music.
Some would say a lucky guess.
I am doubtful this duo would collaborate. Would Ernesto deal with another member of the house? Perhaps someone who never confirmed his alibi? So they were unlikely to collude.
What is it now, detective?
I guess let's do this. Push on why Ernesto hid the letter.
I have spoken of a potential blackmail ring, and yet you still kept your letter to yourself.
It is none of your business. And it is nothing more than a cheap trick to have me admit something that is not true.
If that were the case, it would be strange for you to have kept the letter and brought it with you, would it not?
Your persistence is a trait I do not enjoy.
Monsieur de Silva has remained blunt, if not curt, with his responses to my questions. Perhaps it would be best to act in a courteous and empathetic manner, so that he may be more forthcoming with the truth of his blackmail letter and its contents. There must be a reason why you justified hiding it. You do not have to enjoy it, Monsieur, but you must answer to it. Let's go for straightforward.
No reason, detective. Merely saving you from wasting your time.
I will be the judge of that. I would like to know about any and all evidence that may help my investigation. I trust there is nothing else you deem a waste of my time.
Of course not, officer. It's not as though you think I'm harboring some illicit secret. The letter was a pathetic attempt to intimidate me. Nothing more.
Condemning. Deal after deal is made, and while your pockets become fatter, lining them with more of your blood money, you not value the lives of those that allow you to live the opulent life that you do. Concerned. Let's go for concerned.
I have never heard so much rubbish in all my life. I value those that work hard and deserve it.
That suggests there are some that you do not respect.
Yes, well, why should I praise someone for doing a poor job? You make me sound like some monster.
Monsieur, the letter does not only discuss your questionable business dealings, but also cases of abuse against your staff. Both accusations that must be taken very seriously.
Detective, there is a difference between telling a member of my staff what to do and abuse.
And it is you that decides where that line is drawn?
In my house? Yes, it is.
Monsieur does not like being pressed on the subject of how he treats his staff. If he had nothing to hide, there should be no need for such a reaction. Were you expecting some correspondence this week?
Excuse me? Detective, I think you are beginning to lose your mind.
I do not think it is unreasonable to question why you would feel the need to bring a letter opener with you.
Really, Detective? If I had stabbed a man with it, do you really think I would have left it lying out in my room?
Monsieur de Silva is correct. It was a stretch to believe someone would be so careless. The murder weapon remains somewhere in the house, though. Monsieur Demir invited Monsieur Beckers so that you two might sit down and find some common ground. I wonder if the murder weapon's going to be the quill pen that's in the hallway or whatever. It'd be kind of interesting because of all the letter writing and stuff, and then it's supposed to be like a small thing. It's supposed to be like a small blade of some sort. Also, the save file is the saving icon is the quill pen. It just makes me think maybe it's the quill pen. I could be wrong though. It would be there'd be some irony there maybe. All right, hold on. Okay, Monsieur Demir invited Monsieur Beckers so that you two might sit down and find some common ground.
Yes, and no one asked them to.
But surely it is beneficial to both parties. Your profits must have been affected.
There are barely any profits to speak of.
Why have those talks not taken place and a deal arranged?
Monsieur Beckers has made no attempt to speak with me and offered no counter-offer. The ball is in his court, Detective.
Although it is Monsieur de Silva's wages and treatment of his staff that is in question, it sounds as though he is at least trying to resolve the issue, surprising unlike Monsieur Becker's. Do you have any ideas as to which staff member may have expressed their abuse?
Please stop calling it that. I treat all my servants exactly how I always have, and no one has complained before.
That does not mean your behavior is appropriate.
They have one chance. If they are not doing the job they are hired to do, they are gone. You would be surprised how many staff expect an easy ride.
I did not expect Monsieur to treat his staff the same as his friends, but I also did not expect him to treat them like stray dogs.
Is there a specific member of staff that may have expected such a ride?
There is one girl, a new maid. I didn't expect great things from her, but Comtesse de Vos promised me she could do what was required.
This must be the young girl that the Comtesse spoke of. Perhaps the positions she is finding for these girls are not the best fit.
That is all for now.
New link. I also employed a servant from the women's shelter. Ernesto unwilling to pay blackmail.
This will not get me any closer.
Okay.
Come, my little...
Maybe something about... There's something new about Hugo. This isn't... It is? How is this connected? Ernesto doesn't strike me as the sort of man that would ask for help no matter how important. I suppose it's fair. Ernesto employed a servant from the women's shelter.
Another success.
Margot is making her shelter girls do her dirty work, finding dirt on members of the social elite. Everyone, I tell you. I tell you. Margot has a network of helpers. Okay, guys. I'm telling you. I'm quitting. I'm not going to be a streamer anymore. I'm a detective now. Jet Avocado is on the case, everybody. We're doing it. We're doing it.
What is it now, detective?
Did you speak with the Comtesse directly about hiring a servant from the shelter?
She approached me. I thought it was rather brash.
In what way?
Assuming that I would want to take on another servant, and one from such a troubled background. She is running the charity, not I.
Monsieur, there's something you're keeping from me. Your business relationship with the Major was obviously towing the line of legality.
When he came to me, I told him that with the factories on strike and my profits pouring down the drain, I had nothing for him. But he said he could help me get them all back to work and the factories earning. His rates were steep, but he said he knew what needed to be done, and he was prepared to do it. A week passed and they were all still on strike. In fact, even more had joined them.
Scrollock, I'm going to Tangle Tower right now. I'm moving to Tangle Tower.
He made excuse after excuse, demanding more and more money for the job to be done. But he never actually told me what he was going to do.
The riots.
I had no idea they were going to charge them like that. How was I meant to know?
And even following such a tragedy, he continued to demand money from you.
He said if he wanted my silence, it would cost. Do you have any idea what it could do to my livelihood, my name? If it got out that I had paid the so-called security that did that.
I have every idea, monsieur. You hired a militia to take action against your own workers. You deserve whatever name is chosen for being so morally bereft in your decision-making.
Dang.
I didn't know that was what he was going to do. You must believe me.
I have to believe nothing but the truth. And the truth, monsieur, is that it is not only the Major that has the blood of those men on his hands.
One of the things that I like about Poirot is he will call people out in the middle of an investigation. Like in the first game in the ABC murders, he's a bit more just kind of rude, I think, overall. And this one, though, so far, sometimes he'll just be like, you deserve everything that's coming to you. He's rowdy indeed. Finishing the game, I don't know if we'll finish it today. We could. I just don't know how long people will be around. But I thought about maybe wrapping it up soon and then finishing it tomorrow. Do you play as a different detective in each of the Agatha Christie games? So we've only played 2 of them. Both of them are Poirot, though this one is a prequel. The first game, he's much older. So this is kind of like his beginnings. Didn't you just start it 2 or 3 days ago? We've played it twice before. Right? Or was it 3 times? We did the prologue. I think we've played it 3 times. So this is our fourth day. This is the 3rd time? It might be. You might be right. Maybe I'm getting confused because we were about to start and then I had all those tech problems. So maybe I'm getting confused. Agatha only has 3, really, Poirot, Miss Marple, and Tommy and Tuppence. I know, did Miss Marple have wasn't there a Miss Marple show? Didn't she have her own TV show? Or am I making that up? Maybe it was just the book series. Yeah, this is, I mean, it's very well done. Story-wise, I think this is very well done. The gameplay sometimes is a little, like, wonky, but, yeah, I didn't know if we should finish it. I mean, we could we're at chapter 5. No. Are we in chapter 6 now?
That is all for now.
I think we're in chapter 6, right? Yeah, we're in chapter 6 of 8. So we could maybe get to the end of this chapter and then finish the rest of it tomorrow is my guess. That's probably what we're going to do. I may or may not be a nerd for this stuff. I love mystery things. Yeah, I kind of thought it was the 4th one too. I think because we did... Prologue was just 1 stream. I think I did... like, the first couple of chapters after that was the 1. Then we got to 5 last time, and then now we're at 5 and 6. I think there's 8 chapters. Maybe there's 9, but it's maybe there's like 8 in a epilogue or something. Okay, let's see. We have 1 link. Margot may know more than she is letting on if she has an inside link with the staff of the house. Margot, I have found no evidence, clear evidence of the guests working together in any capacity. What has become clear is the Comtesse's connection to the staff. Could there be something more to their relationship? Or an extra long New Year stream? Do you guys want me to continue? So Poirot's in the middle of a confrontation and suddenly goes, you're a sham, X, you just like in place of the person's name, Ernesto. He just is very like, he'll just say what he wants, and I like that. Because like Sherlock, I feel like he might be rude occasionally, but it's sort of like, he doesn't care about the other person, and he usually doesn't say it out of, I don't think he usually says it out of like some kind of moral whatever. He just thinks he's better than most people, and so he just will say condescending stuff no matter what. But Poirot, I feel like, feels some conviction, if that makes sense. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I get it now, Scroll Lock. Poirot has a bit more of a conviction, and he's not always rude. He's just sort of like, he'll just kind of call it as is, and is like, you know what? You deserve all of this. Like, even him talking to Cassandra, he was just like, you are keep being deceitful and lying to me, so I don't know what you want me to do. Let's be honest, Sherlock is a borderline narcissist. He's good, but yeah, that's true. If he knows there's something there, he says it. That's also true. Yeah, he will... At least how they've depicted him in this game, he seems to be very intuitive, and then will, if it doesn't jeopardize his case, and if there's somebody who's jeopardizing his case, he'll be like, look. But yeah, Sherlock definitely has sociopathic and narcissistic tendencies. And can be kind of like, he's just kind of rude for the sake of being rude almost. Poirot, I kind of like him a bit more. From like a friendliness standpoint. That's why I think, like, I mean, clearly with Sherlock, I feel like your relation to Sherlock is usually through Watson, like, because Watson's a normal person. And Watson maybe reacts more like a real person would. So I don't know. But Poirot, I'm liking him. Yeah, he doesn't need to, like, yeah, he's just kind of like, I'm just gonna say whatever. Always, duh. Well, we can keep going. I don't mind. I mean, it's only 3 here, so it's pretty early. Okay, so we can talk to Inga. I think we're pretty close to the end of this chapter. Maybe. There's more? Oh. Where is... Ah. Okay, so it looks like these are the main weapons that we're thinking, but I don't know. I honestly think it's going to be the quill pen. That's going to be my guess. However, will you play 12 minutes? I've seen some people play it. I have actually not seen, like, the main ending. I've seen people die many a time. I might. I've thought about it. Poirot's a sweetie pie. I like Poirot. In the first game, in the ABC Murders, he's kind of shown to be a little rude at times. But I really like how they've depicted him here. But he was, I will say, in the first game, he was also similar in that there were a few different times where he would just call somebody out, and I liked that. All right, Inga, how are you doing? Are you spying?
Is there something you need, detective?
Are you a spy? Tell me about your true relationship with the Comtesse.
She helped me at the shelter, and with this job.
That I am already aware of. What I am not is what else she tasked you with.
Pardon, detective?
I know that your position as a servant in this house is not your only job. What did Countess de Vos ask you to do while in this house?
She said I had to do what she asked, or I would be back on the street. I didn't want to do it. If anyone found out, I would be the prime suspect.
Dang! 1. Inga cracked like an egg under pressure. Under any kind of pressure. But, alright. I love John Malkovich as Poirot in the ABC Murders. I've actually not... Wait. In, where is that? Because is that like a movie version of it or something? Because I have not watched it then. I was about to say he wasn't the voice actor for in the last game, right? Yeah. Okay, the thriller series. Yeah, I have not watched it. Oh, I bet it's so good. I may need to give that a watch. Do you know if it's on anything, like on Amazon Prime or Netflix or anything? Poirot's rudeness is rooted in the fact that his constitution doesn't put niceties above a case. Yeah. Pretty sure it's on Prime. I'll have to check it out. I'd love that. I love like mystery shows and all sorts of stuff and well done mystery shows. Any of that kind of stuff. I'm here for it. Definitely here for it. Okay, so clearly the Comtesse is problematic. Madame Van den Bosch would have been aware of young Inga's past, and she is worried that they would accuse her. What was asked of her must be related to her past life as a thief.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Well. I'm coming back for my lurk to say I've watched 3 episodes of Odd Taxi. It's very interesting. I can definitely understand your comparison to Pulp Fiction. And it gets even more Pulp Fiction-y as it goes on, I think. As things kind of intertwine a bit. But I hope you like it. It gets very good, Scrolllock. It gets very good. I think I've officially added it to my top 10 favorite shows. I think now. Inga is following Margot's orders. Is this...
I should not be surprised.
Inga has admitted that her work in the house is not wholly honest. She's assisting with thefts. I wonder if she broke into the safe. Along with Cowboy Bebop starring John Cho. So on Twitter, people were just posting their top 10 favorite shows of all time. And so I jumped in. And on that list, Cowboy Bebop was on there. But I specifically was like, in parentheses, not you, Netflix. Not you.
I must act on thought and fact.
Oh, she stole the key.
Things are beginning to become clearer.
Inga stole the key from Archibald. I thought it was irresponsible of Archibald to lose his key, but now its disappearance makes sense. Oh, okay. All right, we need to talk to Inga again. All right, you thief. Stop right there.
Is there something you need, detective?
What was it that the Comtesse asked you to steal from the house?
Nothing. She said I was to take nothing.
If it was not something she wished you to take, what was it?
She wanted me to find out information about the family and Monsieur Hagen.
Why did she request that?
At first I didn't know, but when I heard about Mademoiselle Angeline being blackmailed, and then the Major, I knew she had used what I found.
So she's the blackmailer. Perhaps my suspicions of Monsieur Sterling's involvement with the Major safe was incorrect, and his key was not lost but stolen. Tell me how you accessed the safe.
I knew Monsieur Archie had a key, and it would be easy to get it from him.
You knew that the Major asked Monsieur Sterling to access the safe from time to time, and if anything was ever discovered missing, he would surely take the blame.
I never took anything. I only told the Comtesse what I had found.
And that was?
About Monsieur Hagen and the Madame's relationship, and Angeline.
So you know.
I'm sure the Comtesse was pleased to hear such valuable information.
She said I had done a good job, but I needed proof. That's why I went back and got the letters last night.
So it was young Inga that beat Madame Van den Bosch to the safe last night, but why would they be left in such a precarious fashion? When I returned to the study this morning, the letters remained out and the safe open.
I fetched the letters again and took them to the Comtesse last night. But she shouted at me and said what a stupid girl I was.
You were only doing as she requested.
She said it was too dangerous for her to have them with you around. That's when I returned them to the study. I thought I heard someone on the stairs, so I just threw them back. It was dark as I dared not turn the light on, Someone would have seen it.
Trying to slot a key into a lock in the dark is no easy feat. That would explain the scratches on the safe. You could go old school and play the old games: Agatha Christie, Murder on the Orient Express, Evil Under the Sun, and then there were none. Or what system are they on? If Madame Van den Bosch had only tried to retrieve the letter minutes earlier, she would have surely crossed paths with Inga.
Merci, mademoiselle.
Okay. All right. Inga knows of the hidden room. The room I keep hearing about is certainly well hidden and at the same time well revered.
I must take a different approach if I...
Inga was tasked with gathering information.
Is there something I am not seeing? I cannot see the logic in this.
Had access to the safe, stole the key. Okay.
The pieces of the puzzle.
I wonder how many secrets the house holds for Inga to find. This hidden room?
What a...
If there's something somewhere in this house where a secret lies, it will surely be found in the hidden room. My suspicions of the Comtesse's connection with Inga was correct. She was using the young girl to find out anything and everything she could about the family, while the Comtesse need not even get her hands dirty. Van den Bosch secrets may be in the hidden room. All right. Nothing here. Hello again, we're not done.
Something we need, detective.
What else have you relayed to the Comtesse?
That's all. I swear. I heard Monsieur Archie and Monsieur Felix talking about a storeroom, but I haven't found it.
Is the Countess aware of this room?
I told her it was somewhere in the house, but I didn't know where. She wasn't happy with me that I hadn't found it yet.
I believe if young Inga knew the location of the secret store, she would have been forthcoming with it. It may be naive on my part, but she has already incriminated herself and has nothing else to
Merci,
lose.
mademoiselle. Your honesty today has helped me greatly.
I suppose that I will lose my position at the house now.
That is not my decision to make. But when the whole truth is revealed, it will not be the pawns the law looks to convict. We shall be coming for the Queen.
Ooh! Very well said. Okay. What's new? Where is... Oh, I guess there's nothing new. Just that we have a link. Okay. Windows and Wii. Seems you can't play them then. No! I do have an old Wii, but I have a feeling it's going to be difficult to get a hold of the games. Maybe once I get a Steam Deck, if and when I get one, we can play them. Anything about the Comtesse on here?
I must act on thought and fact.
Who?
Order and method. That is the... Magnifique.
Finally, I've unmasked the blackmailer. Mademoiselle Angeline and the other recipients of such letters may no longer live in fear. Comtesse de Vos shall pay for her crimes. So it is official. The blackmailer is Margot. Interesting. Steam Deck Jet! Then we can play more games together. It'd be a lot of fun. I really want to get one. I just don't have the funds for one, but it's on the list. It's on the list. Oh man, I can't wait for the reveal that the Comtesse is the blackmailer. Like, I want him to do another parlor room talk and be like,
Mademoiselle,
I don't know.
merci for coming.
Have you had a breakthrough, detective?
I have. Finally, I have the news you have awaited.
Please, detective, don't hold me in suspense.
I finally uncovered the identity of the one holding the Vanden Bosch name to ransom.
Oh my, I feel faint at the thought of knowing who could have done this to us.
It is said to keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. It is Comtesse de Vos that is behind the letters.
I don't believe it. What about the Major's letter?
I wanted like a gasp. Like bit funds for Steam Deck? Maybe. I'll think about it.
Not only his, but a letter to Monsieur da Silva.
She was blackmailing him as well? Detective, I just don't know what to say.
Take a moment, mademoiselle. It is a lot of information to take in.
I just don't understand why she would do such a cruel thing.
What do you know of young Inga's past?
She has never been particularly forthcoming with it. Only that she was homeless for some time and that she was at the women's shelter before here.
And it is there that the Comtesse abused her power and manipulated her to uncover secrets of the family.
All this time she has been working for Margot, doing her dirty work?
I am afraid so, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle is in a state of shock to learn that such a close friend of the family has betrayed them in such a cruel way. It must be
Is
devastating.
Maman aware?
You are the first I have told, mademoiselle. Next will be the authorities.
I'm afraid that we'll have to wait.
Mademoiselle, we must go through the correct channels.
And we will. I want to see her punished to the fullest extent of the law. But we cannot telephone anyone, as the lines are still down.
Monsieur Archibald informed me earlier I had hoped they would be working again. Last night's snow must have caused more damage than expected.
We need to just lock her up in the cellar.
Last night? They have been done all weekend, Detective. Detective? Are you okay?
Oh, wait. How could I have been such a fool? I saw Monsieur Sterling talking on the telephone, but I heard no ring.
Detective Poirot?
It was all a lie, a scene acted out for my benefit to throw me off the scent. If I believed that the Major was still alive at the time, I had no reason to investigate anyone's whereabouts beforehand, anyone being Monsieur Sterling and his staff.
Would you like me to fetch you a glass of water, Detective?
My apologies, mademoiselle.
I was taken by surprise for a moment, but I have regained my composure. A glass of water is not required. Would you excuse me?
Sterling!
Merci, mademoiselle.
Archibald! Chapter 7. Okay, if you guys want me to keep going, we'll keep going. The family. Oh boy. My patient has grown thin. And again, he's suspicious. For sure, Archibald is suspicious. My patient has grown thin. The guests and the staff of this house think it is acceptable to lie to my face and question and obstruct my investigation. But no more! We shall see how Monsieur Sterling and his staff fare under some pressure. He pulls out a knife. I've been lied to for the last time. My suspicions initially led me to the guests, but now they are firmly placed on the staff. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna cannot hide behind their lies any longer. Ooh, we are solving this, Moid. I don't work tomorrow. Great, well, let's do it then. Okay. Okay, and Elizabeth is, I feel like, is going to be involved. She has a lot of motive for all of this. Okay. It's, I mean, kind of interesting. I mean, Margot's very clever, for sure. Okay. I would have probably waited to tell Angeline till the morning, just because that's a lot of news to, like, sleep on, you know? Like, you know Angeline is just gonna be, like, laying in bed just staring at the ceiling like, it was Comtesse this entire time. Inga's a thief who's been living in our home, or I assume they live in the home. And, you know, I'd be pacing around if I was her. It is weird. It's weird we're not going to sleep right now. Wonder if something's gonna happen. Somebody's dead. It looks like Elizabeth is on her way to see me, but at such a late hour.
Mademoiselle, what a pleasure to see you.
Elizabeth, you have the look of death in your eyes. Is there something bothering you, madame?
Detective,
It is a rather late hour to be wandering the halls.
Oh, yes, of course. I do not feel myself, Detective.
If that is the case, you should be resting. Allow me to help.
No, that's quite all right. I will see to my duties and return to bed.
Lizzie, excuse me, Elizabeth. Lady Van den Bosch has been waiting for some time now.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Detective Poirot was just...
I'll see to the detective. You just head on up. Off you go.
Good night, Detective.
Bonne nuit, mademoiselle.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth is certainly not herself. I thought the death of the Major had brought up uncomfortable memories of her beloved Luke, but it may be something else.
I'm sorry about her, Detective. As you can see, she is still not back to her usual bubbly self.
This weekend seems to have taken quite a toll on her.
She'll be right as rain in a couple of days. Now, what can I help you with?
As if by magic, you appeared when needed. I would like to speak with you and the remaining staff. If you could gather them in the staff pantry.
At this hour, Detective? Is that really necessary?
I shall be the one that determines what is and what is not necessary, and this is very much the former.
As you wish, Detective. I'll see if Inge is finished preparing for breakfast.
And Mademoiselle Rihanna?
Yes, of course. I'll fetch her from the kitchen. Elizabeth may be some time with the lady of the house. Perhaps you'd like to start with us?
Very well. I shall speak with Mademoiselle Elizabeth when her duties are complete.
While I am gathering the staff, Mr. Beckers is in the library. If you wish to join him, I could bring you both a nightcap.
I wish to keep a clear head, but there is something I wish to discuss with Monsieur Beckers.
This is my opportunity to confront Monsieur Beckers about his dealings or lack thereof with Da Silva without being disturbed. I would go check on Cassandra, as much as I don't like her. As much as I don't like her, it's weird, Elizabeth. I don't know. Is Elizabeth going to kill her too? What are you doing, Elizabeth? Right now, Sterling is downstairs, like, he's on to us! Frantically pacing. Okay, I think we looked at all this stuff. Oops.
Oh. Monsieur Beckers, it is rather late. The other guests have already retired to their rooms.
I didn't even see the time. It's easy to lose oneself in a library this impressive.
That is something we can agree on, monsieur.
I suppose I should be heading?
A moment, monsieur. There are some matters that we must discuss.
Oh, What is it, detective?
I did not realize your relationship with Mademoiselle Conrad was so business-oriented.
I am not sure what you mean.
Her proposal to make you somewhat of a star, a figurehead for the working man. What would you call that?
There was certainly no talk of making me a star. That is not the type of man I am. She wanted to write a piece on my work with the union, and I was happy to oblige.
Monsieur Beckers has always appeared to have the worker intentions at the forefront of his decisions, but perhaps the thought of being remembered for something great was too much for him to pass up. I was wondering, did your speech go the way you expected?
My speech? I'm not sure what speech.
You may save your false ramblings for your next audience. I am aware you spoke with the Major yesterday.
Whoever told you that has it wrong, detective.
Please, monsieur. The truth.
Okay, fine. Yes, the Major and I spoke, but it was not for long.
What was the manner of your conversation? For what I understand, it was not a lighthearted chat.
I was trying to convince him to speak with Ernesto. It's time we brought the strikes to an end.
And that was best approached by a shouting match?
He wouldn't listen to what I said. I spent so long preparing how I was going to convince him, but men like him are only swayed by one thing: money.
Beckers is not wrong. Had he tried to grease the Major's palm, perhaps he would have been more successful.
It is said that money is the root of all evil, but it can also be a rather powerful bargaining chip.
Well, he was bargaining with people's lives. If he had acted sooner, none of those men, my men, would have to die.
The Major oversaw security at the factories. Could he have done more to stop the strikes turning violent? I understand De Silva had prepared a deal.
A deal? It was an insult.
And that is why you did not sign it?
I didn't sign it because the workers deserve so much more, not his pathetic attempts to get them back to work.
Did you think there was a chance for a better deal to be made?
I know there was. He's a pompous swine that cares for only himself and filling his pockets.
I'm sure I've heard that description of De Silva before, or at least something similar. Push on Jacqueline's influence over Hugo.
Mademoiselle Conrad can be quite convincing, can she not?
She has certainly taken several wealthy business partners by surprise with her knowledge and prowess. She knows how to use her womanly powers to get what she wants.
But she did not surprise or use you?
Me? Used me? Don't be ridiculous, detective. There were no games played at my expense.
Beckers has quite a way with words and is a fan of his own voice. Perhaps I should allow him the opportunity to speak and open up without too much interruption and forcefulness. We'll probably choose curious, even though she was able to convince you not to sign a deal?
No, she just reminded me of what I was fighting for.
Let's go for anything that's a question. You claim that you refused De Silva's deal as it was not adequate for your men?
And I stand by that. It was an insult.
A rather bold move to make such a decision on your own.
There we go. This one has a question. Are you prepared to take responsibility for your actions or lack thereof? Or honest, your job is to support the workers, but nothing you have done has gotten them any closer to the results you promised? I'm gonna stick with even though it's accusing, it is a question, which will make him, talk.
Everything
Nope.
that has happened is my doing.
You yourself spoke of Mademoiselle Conrad's cunning in business.
And I told you, I was not one of her targets.
Tell me then, what was it she reminded you of? The acclaimed man of the people you would be known as if you put...
It wasn't like that at all.
From where I am standing, it was she that was manipulating the terms of the deal, and you in the process. You were merely her pawn.
Okay, yes, I know. I shouldn't have listened to her. But what else could I do? Remain an unknown my whole life? I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
It may not have been your intention, but we both know the result. You rolled the dice with those men's lives for fame, and you lost.
Part of my intrusion, but are you from a large family?
What does that have to do with anything?
I have often wondered about the competition siblings face in a large family.
When you're young, it is the best feeling to know you have family that will stand by you, without even being asked. It is not until everyone starts carving their own path that you realize you're walking yours solo, and those that were beside you are now miles away. My other brothers were the athletes of the family. They both played soccer, and were the infatuation of every teenage girl. I'm sure you have seen the type.
Oui, monsieur. But I can assure you that was not I.
Then there was me. Quiet, timid, a shadow of the Baker brothers. My voice and very presence was forgotten and ignored. Nothing I could say or do would ever reach the bar they had set. But I always knew I was destined for great things. Years passed, and now that I no longer stood in the colossal ombre of my brothers, I could become my own man. When the position of union leader was posted, it was my chance to finally be heard. You hear politicians speak of the little or the common man? Well, that was me. And I knew what we wanted and what we needed. When I spoke, others listened. I held their gaze with a sense of pride, a sense that what I was doing was for the greater good.
The greater good.
It was supposed to be my crowning achievement. Lead the men to victory over the money-grabbing oppressors. But instead, all I did was lead them to their deaths.
Monsieur, it was not at your hands that these men died. The blame cannot lie solely on your shoulders. Those responsible will be punished for their crimes. That you must trust.
Becker's story is one of fighting to have one's voice heard, be it a single or one for the masses. I'm afraid he may be remembered for what he did, but not in the way he so helped. I'm going to go to the bathroom again real quick, and then we will continue from here, because I think we're going to go into I'm really curious to see how the talk with the staff is going to go. So we'll pick it up here in just a couple minutes, but great time to go to the bathroom, get something to drink, etc., stand up, do a little stretchy stretch, and I will be RB, and then we will solve the murder! Okay, I'm back. Come back. Alright, I'm back. But you guys have to help me decide what snack I should have. I've got 2 different snacks in front of me. One of which is... hey! The Neo Frag, welcome in. How are you doing? I know you from Gizmo's chat. Welcome in. And Endiness, all of them into the blender. No! The 2 that I have, this one is, they're Japanese snacks. Caramel corn white milk. Not everyone will get a snowy holiday period, but you'll get a winter escape with tasty and fluffy caramel corn infused with plenty of creamy milk syrup. Interesting. Wait, I said Gizmo? Right. So that's one of them. So caramel corn, or I have... Where is this one? Pokemon Christmas Party Snacks. It's a Pokemon Christmas party, and you're invited. Snack out with your favorite Pokemon with Pikachu-shaped Choco Corn Puffs and Pokemon exclusive packaging is what they mean. So Pika snacks or caramel corn. What do I eat? Like you can kind of see the chocolate thing right here. Pika snacks Avi. Okay, I guess. Oh, actually there's enough contention in the chat. All the contention, we will put it to a poll. Sigrid, are you making the poll or should I? You guys will then get to decide. What are we snacking? Where are we snacking, boys? Just did it. Okay, cool. Yeah, we'll have a snack while we solve the last part of this case. I like both of them. I think both are going to be great, but I feel like I'm on my TV. I don't think I can vote. It should be in your chat. If you're able to chat, you should be able to see it. Or there's a way to vote. There's a way to vote manually too, right? I think you can do vote 1 or 2. Pika snacks is 1. Caramel corn is 2. I use my phone to chat when Jet is on the TV, so I vote on my phone. Yeah, and mine went in successfully. By the way, this is the most votes we've had on a thing before, and I love it. Wow, it is even. It's even at 10 and 10. How are people voting? Are people getting on on different devices? How are you guys? It says there's not even 20 people here. How is it that there are 20 votes? Oh, jet fuel? But wouldn't that still count as 1 vote?
6 months.
Ah, okay, so that's why. I see. Sassy, 6 months. Thank you so much for resubscribing for that half a year. That is crazy. It's crazy it's been that long. It feels like literally just the other day. Secret stopped paying for extra votes. Oh, you see, I didn't see that you could add more per vote, so that's why. Okay. Still can't find. If you do / I wonder if it'll take. If you do like this. That's for we're rigging the voting box. I see. Vote 1 is for Pika snacks. Vote 2 is for caramel corn. I was like, how is this possible? Because it doesn't show me. I guess it makes sense since I don't think I can use my own points in my channel, obviously. It doesn't show me that I even have that option. But we'll see. We've got maybe a couple minutes more. We'll wait until oh, without the parentheses. Do / just / vote 1 for Pika, / vote 2 for caramel corn. Right now, caramel corn is winning with 100 votes. Pika is at 90 right now. Yeah, you should get like a voted in poll successfully or something. This is a war of attrition. It really is. There are a couple people here with too many points. Enhance. This is accurate. More polls, so that way you guys can use some of your points. I've been trying to think of ways and more channel point stuff, so that way you guys can like use your points and things. Even out the playing field, I suppose. Tomorrow we're using more chat polls. Perfect. We need more battles. Sadly, I can't use points to up the vote. Yeah, I don't know how you would do that manually. Otherwise, like, I know when you, like, are on a computer or on phone, you can do more, but you do chat decides what happens in game. Depends on the game. It's fair, though. It's fair. I don't know. Sometimes chat makes bad decisions. Just depends on the game. I actually don't know what we'll be playing tomorrow. So we'll find out. 19,000. Wait, no, just Runner used 19,000 channel points. Oh my gosh, Runner. I thought it was like, oh, chat in total used like that as wow, but just Runner contributed 19,800 channel points. Why did I waste so much on Pika Snacks? So the winner is Caramel Corn, by 45 votes. Unbelievable. Runner. I had to. Caramel Corn was going to win if it were based off just one vote each, but people wanted to cheat, so I had to do it for justice. Someone must really enjoy Caramel Corn. Fist bumps all around, but mostly for Runner. Everybody, whether you voted for Caramel Corn or Pika Snacks, here's a fist bump for you. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, wha-bam! I stole the Declaration of Independence to protect it. I like it. So just as I'll read it out again. It is caramel corn white milk. It is caramel corn infused with plenty of creamy milk syrup. I am sitting here laughing too hard. I'm gonna get cozy at a spite. Now wait, I was gonna say we don't know how long the stream will be. I don't know if do it tomorrow. It might be a good call. Interesting. We've had this caramel corn before, and it was lemon flavored, and it was delicious. But this is white milk flavored. So does it just taste like milk? It doesn't smell like anything. I mean, I will say, it's good. It's pretty good. Wait, I'm frozen? Am I frozen to you guys? Oh, it brought the stream on your TV. I see. My goal is to have Always have enough for at least one to get cozy. I still have 170,000 points, and I also have Emma's 300,000 on my side. Caramelly, kind of. It really tastes more... I honestly taste like vanilla and corn. Because it is a corn puff. White milk flavored? Double check. Double check. With a creamy milk syrup. I mean, it's like there's no syrup. It's infused. So it's just supposed to taste like it. I don't... Maybe it's kind of creamy, I guess, now that I think about it. Okay. Maybe like a whipped cream? Maybe like a whipped cream, sort of, taste to it. I do have popcorn in my beer, thank you. BRB, well, guys, time for me to go. See you later. Have a great stream. Toegate, we'll see you later. Thanks so much for hanging out. Emmer says 380,000. I saw, oh. I believe milk syrup is a thing typically added to tea and coffee in Asia, maybe? Then that would make way more sense. Let's see what we can find out about that. I actually do really like this. This brand, Tohato caramel corn. They have a bunch of different flavors of this. I've only had this one and then a lemon flavored one. The lemon flavored one was so delicious. I would order, if I could find out where to order some, I would. I mean, it was so good. I ate like the entire bag. And it was like, I kind of regret this, but it was honestly so good. Milk syrup. No, you might be right. There's a lot of stuff. We had like we actually had some popcorn that was flavored with some kind of, I think it was called 7 Spices or something. And I was like, which 7 Spices? And we came to learn that there is a brand called 7 Spices that's very popular in Asia. That is like a very particular like seasoning. I guess it would be like, what is the Cajun seasoning? That's Tony something. It'd be like that if we're like, oh, it's like it's a sponsorship between this popcorn and Tony whatever. That's like the Cajun seasoning in the States. It'd be like if they had that. So it was a very Asian fact. I wouldn't know any better, and I'd run with that as the truth. Oh, so we just say, yeah, that's what it is. No, actually, I think you're right. I think there is like a milk syrup. Interesting. It tastes kind of like like Old Bay. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is very good. Yeah, man. Thank you so much for subscribing. You've been subscribed for 4 months. I appreciate it. This is very good. Wow. Okay. See, now the problem is I'm just gonna keep eating this. There's something else I was gonna look up, I think, and I forgot. Cheese Man is here. Oh, I was gonna say about points. I saw somebody had a channel point redemption that was 1 million channel points. And the redemption was that they would delete their channel. Like, it wouldn't end the stream, it would end their entire channel. They would never stream again. And I was like, dang. I mean, I suppose, like, if you were there long enough to acquire 1 million points. You probably like this person, so you probably wouldn't redeem it. But if you had that power, would you? They're interested since I've been yelling, solving MOIDAHs for the past 4 hours. Perfect. Yes. They see, people love the crime solving. The company who makes them might be the thing you were going to look up. I think it was, I probably should look up, see if I can find that lemon brand again, or lemon flavor. You have to pay me this much to make me quit streaming. Imagine doing that out of spite, right? Like, what if, like, if you had the power to do it, you'd probably be a little tempted, right? You'd be like a little tempted to try it out. Like, you might do it as a joke, but someone gave them the idea of like that they should also have like a save the stream option, where, or like save the channel, where maybe it's a little bit, I guess maybe it'd be less, right? You'd probably want to put that one, or more, I don't know. So that way, like, someone is seen as like the savior of the channel in a way or something, I don't know. You slayed the Frog King? Nice, that's awesome. Are you still enjoying it? Death Store. One of the channels I mod for has an end stream for 200,000 points. When it redeemed, a program ends the stream immediately. I've seen stuff like that before. I would never, well, I don't know if I would do that. I feel like I would be sad if there was a day where I'm like, yes, I finally get to, like, I'm excited to stream today. Really looking forward to it. And someone was like, end stream. I think it'd be really sad. I don't want to feel that way. My ego would never recover. I would just feel kind of sad. Like, I was really looking forward to this today, but I guess I'll just not stream. It's a play to get the people in. No one has redeemed it. That's fair. You see, that's the thing, is like, people who get those points are dedicated viewers, but wouldn't you be tempted? Yeah, plus then the others who want to watch don't get to. Yeah, it'd be kind of sad. It'd be like, I don't know. It'd be if I put this bag of opened caramel corn milk syrup in your hands and said, hey, you've earned the right to hold this. But don't taste it. But do not taste of this. You'd be tempted. I've been tempted, but I enjoy the stream too much. I see Runner, like, hovering over it. He clicks it, but it, like, hovers over the redeem button. But just doesn't quite pull the trigger. And that's the end point of getting people to stick around long enough. Imagine having to end your channel and just having to restart over from scratch. They stream twice a week only, so it's bigger. Oh, that's fair. Okay. Yeah, you see, you guys see me too much. You guys would be like, yeah, he deserves a day off. Just, just give him, just end the stream. We've had enough of him. He's becoming our 3rd favorite streamer. He really needs to stay down at 4th favorite. So let's just, you know, let's humble him a little bit. Okay, let's go ahead and solve this MOIDAH that's been going on. Okay, so we just talked to Hugo Beckers. we have kind of learned a lot of stuff, but about Hugo, well, I don't know if we learned a ton, TBH. Just that he may see himself as kind of like the face of the union and wants to kind of maybe be celebrated in that regard, but he denies that, but we'll see. I need to go to bed, but I want to see the MOIDAH solved. Let's end stream and continue tomorrow. That'd be hilarious. I have to go, so I'm ending your stream. If I had that option. While speaking to Monsieur Beckers was not the reason for me being up at this hour, he was able to fill in some of the blanks regarding the Major, but not in getting any closer to discovering his killer. Perhaps the staff living quarters will. Yes, we need to go through their room. Absolutely. Where is that? Not this way, no. I actually do not know where they live. I guess bottom floor? Makes sense. I suppose staff would live like closer to the kitchen and stuff. Makes sense. By the way, again, this caramel corn, very good. If I could share it with all of you, I would. I'll save a piece and send you each one. To the staff quarters. All right, yeah. Yeah. I remember this door now. It's good. We each get one nibble. Perfect. All right. This is how they live? They don't even get separate rooms. A decent supply of logs. I just hope the staff also get to make use of them this winter. This is how they live? That's sad. They are a few days old and do not hold a candle as to what has transpired here this weekend. Those are newspapers. A hammock. I'm glad I'm a guest of the house. I'm not sure how well I would sleep in such a contraption. A contraption? A hammock? I wonder who takes the hammock. Six beds. Archie, Elizabeth, Inga, Rihanna. Is that it? That's it. All right. There does not seem to be anything of interest in here. Playing cards. They have a scale in here. Luggage.
Aha.
A war medal that I assume must belong to the Major. So they steal some of that. There you go. A rather luxurious jacket. The initials read FH, Felix Hagen. Are these scruffy boots his as well? Why would they be left here, though? The items I have found are most intriguing and require an explanation that I believe only the staff can give. I shall meet them in the pantry.
Detective, what can we do for you?
You can help me by telling the truth, and in the process, help yourselves.
Sorry, Detective. It's a bit late in the night for riddles.
It is no riddle, monsieur. If I do not receive the truth, you shall all be charged as accessories to murder.
Detective, I think maybe you have been locked in this house for too long. We have already...
You have told me a version, and now I require honesty.
Who should I talk to first? Does it matter? No. Okay.
Monsieur Sterling, is there anything you would like to add to your story?
I'm not sure what you think I have done, Detective.
Let us not string out this charade any longer.
The telephone call the Major received.
From his associate. I've already told you, Detective. I don't know who it was.
Do not worry yourself on such details now. I suppose they were lucky to have called when they did. Otherwise, they may not have gotten through at all, with the telephone lines being down as of yesterday.
Take that!
Aye, Detective. Lucky, I guess.
Monsieur Sterling is no fool. I believe he is aware I suspect him of something. Perhaps some carefully worded questions are all that are needed for him to slip up. You were the last to see the Major alive when you brought him the bottle of whiskey in his study, correct?
Whiskey?
You took a bottle of whiskey to the Major. You spoke with Monsieur Demire en route.
Aye, of course. It was a bottle he picked up from his last visit to Scotland. Rather smoky number from the Highlands. He was saving it for a worthy occasion. Drowning his sorrows must have been fitting enough.
At first he does not remember a bottle at all, and as by magic he recalls the exact details.
Or was it the one from the West Coast? You'll have to excuse my memory, Detective. It's not what it used to be.
Can you explain why a medal belonging to the Major was amongst your belongings?
Oh, you found it. Thank you, Detective. I've been looking everywhere for it.
Look at that smug smile on the right. Oh, you found it. Yay. I've been looking everywhere for it.
If I had lost a war medal, I would not stop until I found it.
It's not what you think. I was
exploiting a dead man's military achievements for your own personal gain?
Nothing of the sort. He asked me to clean them up. I must have dropped it into my pocket when I was putting them back. An honest mistake.
Never have I heard such a pathetic excuse to explain a stolen item in one's possession. I would expect a better life from an infant. Or from a baby, right? I cannot claim to be an expert, but I would presume a medal like that would be of quite some value.
I wouldn't know. Probably.
Your father was in the military for many years. That is what you told me.
He was.
And your family still keep his medals?
They were sold.
And why was that, monsieur?
Is my family on trial now, Detective?
Only you, monsieur. And I repeat my question.
Because we needed money.
Voila.
Sterling was well aware of the medal's value when it found its way into his belongings. You claim the Major asked you to clean his medals for display purposes?
No. He keeps them safe with some of his old military documentation.
Is that a typical job for the head butler?
He trusts me to do a good job. I told him I used to clean my father's, so he asked me to do the same.
And where does he keep these items?
In the storage room. I know where everything is, so it's just easier if I fetch them for him as and when he needs them.
I do not recall seeing any military memorabilia or keepsakes when I was in the storage room. Could there be another storage room he speaks of?
It's certainly better than my last.
We asked him if he was happy here.
You are paid a fitting wage for the work that is asked of you?
I'm sure the lady of the house would not want me discussing it, but I should not complain.
That is not the most convincing answer, monsieur.
Between you and I, we all work very hard here, and it would be nice if we were rewarded for it.
It seems Monsieur Sterling is trying to convince me, as he has himself, that his light-fingered actions are justifiable due to the petite wage he receives for his honest work.
Please don't go anywhere. If I require more information, I shall call on you again.
3 links. Abandoned clothes.
This will not get me any...
Okay. Nothing there.
Come, my little grey cells.
How is that not connected?
I must take a different
Really?
approach if I am to uncover the
I'm a
truth.
bad detective now?
Some would say a lucky guess.
Oh.
I would say a moment of genius.
I should have known at first glance these belonged to a member of the staff, but who? Hugo saw the Major outside. Someone was wearing his coat.
Another success.
The Major would not have left such a fine coat in the staff area. Someone must have worn it. More importantly, however, who wore the Major's clothes?
Things are beginning to...
A staff member dressed in the Major's clothes and took his position out in the snow for the guests to see. Why would they do this?
I should not be surprised by my...
The theory that the Major had been killed during dinner was nothing but a ruse. Why are the staff covering for the real time of death? Oh, we don't have any links. Okay. Ooh, so they are behind it. Okay. Also, where's Elizabeth? Oh, she's upstairs.
Mademoiselle, I shall keep my questions brief.
I don't know what else I can tell you.
You have been honest with me so far. All I request is that you continue to do so.
Oui, detective.
I'm already aware of Mademoiselle's involvement with the blackmail, but I am not sure if she is also connected to the Major's murder. Tell me what happened before you found the Major in his study.
It was frantic in the pantry. We were working hard to make sure everything was up to scratch.
Go on.
Then Liz burst in, asking for Mamore's help.
Her help with what, exactly?
I don't know. She took Liz to one side, and I was needed in the salon. We spoke just after that in the pantry.
You did not question what she needed help with?
I was too busy. I love Liz, but she sheds a tear at almost everything these days. Although, I have never seen her look so pale.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth still looked pale when I saw her earlier. I understand the amount of work that goes into keeping a house of this size running, but Madame cannot expect the staff to work if they are ill. Perhaps Mademoiselle Rihanna can clear up the reason for Elizabeth's panic.
Merci. I shall return if I have any further questions. Mademoiselle, I shall be as quick and precise with my questioning as possible.
Okay. What do you need?
My condolences on your brother's passing.
Merci. He was a good man. Taken too early.
Forgive me, mademoiselle, for not extending them earlier, but I was not aware of your relationship.
He was my only brother. And he died doing what he believed was right. If I ever get my hands on who took him from me...
Yes? I understand why she is so angry. For her brother to be taken from this world at such a young age, and in such a violent manner. Violence cannot be met with violence, but I am not sure Mademoiselle feels the same. Tell me about your brother's involvement in the riots at the factory.
You say the riots, but it was the strike he was part of. They started the riots, not the workers.
By they, you are referring to the security forces. They were brought in to keep the peace.
Security, huh? They were brought in to make an example of them. It was all peaceful until they arrived.
Why would they need to make an example?
So that the workers would stop rallying. No one is going to go on strike if they think they'll get killed. The security you talk of were armed and ready. The workers were pigs to the slaughter. What chance did they have?
It is obvious Mademoiselle is still upset about her brother's death, and rightly so. If the events were as Mademoiselle describes, I cannot comprehend how the security forces were able to get away with such despicable acts of violence. I know we have spoken on this, but you took Ice to the Major, correct?
Yes.
This was before or after Archibald took him a bottle of whiskey.
Before.
You are sure?
It may have been after.
The whiskey is kept in the cellar with all the alcohol.
It is.
Then you must have noticed him going into the cellar and returning with a bottle through the pantry, no?
Yes, I suppose I did. It must have been before then.
It took only one question for Mademoiselle to doubt her own story. What I still cannot see is why the need for the lies. Tell me about Elizabeth yesterday.
What is there to say? Being locked away in the pantry, I don't see her for most of the day.
That may be, but she came looking for your help before dinner was served, did she not?
She wasn't feeling well, that's all.
And she came to you.
I told you, we are a family here. The girls come to Mama Reh if they have a problem, and I fix it.
When I saw her earlier, I must admit she was not looking herself. Perhaps I should check on her.
No, just leave the poor girl. She'll be fine after another bowl of my homemade soup. She just needs her rest.
By the way, this voice actress's ability to roll her R's is amazing. So many, like every R is rolled just a little bit, and it's great. I'm sure Mademoiselle Rihanna is a loving mother figure to the staff while away from their families, but her eagerness to keep me from seeing Mademoiselle Elizabeth again does not sit comfortably.
Merci, mademoiselle. That is all for now.
Okay, let's look at these. We only have one link. Rihanna believes workers didn't stand a chance. Unsure about the timings of things.
Things are beginning to...
How can either of them forget something so important from only the day before? Archibald and Rihanna unsure of their stories. Both Archibald and Rihanna played the parts very well. That is, until they became complacent. Why do the staff feel they need to fabricate stories?
Another success.
I almost had to relay their stories back to them both. I obviously cannot truth a word they have said. Why are the staff hiding the truth from me? That is, that's supposed to be, I cannot believe a word they said, right? Is that what that is? The staff are hiding the truth, so they are involved with the murder.
Some would say a lucky guess.
It is a revelation I had not expected the staff were involved in the murder. While young Inga is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Rihanna that have been an integral part in covering up and obscuring the truth of how the Major was killed. No one can truth. We cannot truth their words. Their words cannot be truthed. The staff were already suspicious to begin with, but this confirms their involvement. Are all the staff members involved? I would currently be running up to the Madame's room to see where Elizabeth is. And if Cassandra is currently being murdered right now. I am close to revealing the truth about the Major's murder, but I must understand the roles that each and every person involved played before the final puzzle is solved. Okay. Archibald staged the phone call. A staff member impersonated the Major. Rihanna helped Elizabeth after coming down the stairs. Oh, okay, this is connected, probably.
The pieces of the puzzle.
I cannot imagine the pain they have felt losing Luke. His memory will live on in their hearts. They're both grieving for her husband, her brother. Inga feels disconnected from her peers.
I cannot see the logic in this.
Archibald staged a phone call. Helped Elizabeth after coming down the stairs. Maybe it's...
Order and method.
No.
That... This will not get me any...
Okay. Ah.
I should not be surprised.
Elizabeth looked pale, and the other members of staff were busy with their duties. She must have found the body. But did she play a part in the murder?
Is there something?
No, okay, it's not that.
I must take a different...
It just means he can't tell if they're being truthful. Is that actually like a valid phrase, that their words cannot be truthed?
Come, my little gray cells.
I have never heard someone say that before. Okay. Yep. Oh, I have never heard someone say that. Interesting. I will say that now.
What a revel...
Although her duties are primarily focused in the kitchen and pantry, I don't recall seeing her. Rihanna wasn't seen after Elizabeth found the corpse.
I should not be surprised by my...
I'm confident Inga isn't part of the cover-up that has clearly been a focus for the other staff. Inga is not involved in the murder. Is this?
I must act on thought and fact.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Magnifique.
No. Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why it was necessary, I'm not sure of yet. Why did she feel the need to cover for Elizabeth? Rihanna was covering for Elizabeth.
Is there something I am not seeing? I cannot see the logic in this.
Okay.
Order and method.
I get so close sometimes.
What a revelation.
Archibald's acting skills came into play to cover for a member of the staff, but who? So... probably Elizabeth, I would assume, right?
Another success.
The stage phone call was Archibald's assignment. He went to great lengths to protect Elizabeth, but why did he feel the need to cover for her? While young Inga is guilty of her own crimes associated with the blackmail, it is Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that have been an integral part of... Yeah, we got that. I bet you secretly are the murderer. Honestly, we actually... What was interesting is we do have technically, I mean, like, maybe light motive, not as, like, big of a motive as these people do, but we actually have a past with the person who was murdered. He was, we were trying to solve a case, and he, like, interfered with it, and was like, he kind of forced us to arrest the wrong person, even though we had solved the case. And I was like, if I knew that as any one of those guests, I'd be like, how do we know that you're not the murderer? How do we know that you're not behind this? You have a reason to not like this guy. So endiness, I would say, yeah, it honestly, I wouldn't be totally surprised, but honestly, when writers are looking to be fancy or just run out of synonyms, any word is a verb. That's so true. That's called anying. They need some words. Writers be anying all the time. I was just remembering the days when I gambled all my jet fuel on you winning the FF7 gym workout competition and lost everything. I felt so bad about that. I still remember feeling bad about, because, like, I won't let them down this time. Lets them down this time. I can't seem to lamp what this game wants from you. Well, you'll you'll be caramel corning soon enough. Don't worry. I now have all the pieces of the puzzle. I must return to my room and place them together until the result reveals itself. No, we need to go visit. I'm just basketing with you. We need to run. We need to go see what's up with Elizabeth and Cassandra. She might be dead. It's time for my little gray cells to work. I'm so close to uncovering the truth. Okay. Staff were involved in the murder. That is the Who.
This will
Nope.
not get me any closer.
That is not the Who. Maybe we need to connect this first. There we
Things are
go.
beginning to become clear.
How could have I allowed this to slip through my grasp? Elizabeth is the murderer. I was at least close to there. I don't know if my reasoning... Well, no, actually my reasoning is mostly correct, too. Which was that it was because of Luke. I did not guess that the rest of the staff helped her, though. Impersonating the Major was Rihanna's role in the plan. Why was it necessary? Yeah. Got her. You called it again. I see. I'm not that bad at this. I'm not so bad.
Elizabeth Ubish.
Thank you for those bits, biscuits. That's hard to say. Biscuits. Thank you for those bits. Let me see. Oh, we don't have any more links. Okay, I was like, okay, how am I supposed to do the rest of this? We don't have any. Great. So that is... We know the Who. Elizabeth, I'm so sad. Elizabeth has had a rough life. I cannot believe I did not see it. Blinded by my own trust. When I look back now, the clues were there, staring me in the face. So I should be saying... We need to go check on Cassandra, even though she's the worst. I spend my time chasing connections between the guests. Their motives and agendas were more than enough to raise suspicion, but while distracted by them, I failed to notice the one absent member of the household. What I still cannot grasp is why. I promised myself that after that fateful day in the capital, I would not let my judgment steer me adrift, but once again, it is I left looking like the fool. There is nothing more than can be done tonight. I must at least try to rest my head in preparation for confronting Elizabeth in the morning. Chapter 8, my friends. I think this is the last chapter. What in the world? Has an elephant escaped and made its way to the second floor? It sounds as though it's coming directly from above me, but that is the storage room? Run, Poirot! There is no run mechanic. Oh, by the way, I have thought about buying and picking up those older Sherlock games. I saw they were on sale on the PS Store. Yeah, the Frogware ones. I had watched them. I've watched someone play them a long time ago, but I don't remember them. The old ones are unplayable. Is that the same ones? I can't remember their titles. Most recent 3. There's one that's like the Devil's Daughter or something, and there's one before that. And then there's the new one, the My Chemical Romance Sherlock. Wait. Yeah, storage is this way. Crimes and Punishment. Okay, yeah, I was thinking of picking up Crimes and Punishments. Oh, and he is Skylit. Very evilly. Why would Monsieur Sterling be in here clattering around in the dead of night? Hold on, let me mind map this. Archibald is up in the middle of the night, making some amount of noise. I must find out the extent of his behavior. Okay, cool. So we just have that.
Monsieur Sterling.
Oh, Detective. I was just...
Uh-huh.
Please, I eagerly await to hear what reason you give for being in the storage room at this hour.
A butler's job is never...
I am no fool, monsieur. You have spun enough stories this weekend.
Honestly, Detective, you don't trust anyone.
And with good reason.
I was about to say, give me a reason to, buddy. You're not being very helpful. My patience has all but run out. What are you doing in here?
I've been thinking about my time with the family.
Mm-hmm.
I often think on fond memories, but it does not take me to a storage room in the middle of the night.
There are many memories held within these walls. I just wanted to see them again.
Monsieur Sterling sounds as though he plans on leaving the house. It sounded like you were moving furniture in here.
I didn't realize the noise I was making.
Obviously. Were you preoccupied looking for another of the Major's medals?
Of course not. I already explained.
Mm-hmm.
No, monsieur. You attempted to dupe me again into believing one of your stories.
Please, Detective. I know you know how it ended up in my possession. I was just trying to get some extra money together to send home. I can't lose this job. If Lady Van den Bosch found out...
Theft of a medal would be the very least of your problems.
You've done nothing but deceive and abuse your position in the house.
Deceive? I'm sorry that I lied to you about the medal.
Even when confronted, Monsieur Sterling still remains steadfast and refuses to acknowledge what he has done.
Would you care to explain the fake telephone call? It was purely for my benefit, no?
Why would I fake a telephone call?
The same reason that Mademoiselle Rihanna dressed in the Major's jacket in the snow, to allow not only the guests but me to believe the Major was still alive.
I didn't kill him, Detective.
I know, monsieur. But I also know that you helped the one that did to cover their tracks.
It wasn't like that. We were just trying to help. She had no part in it.
Both you and Mademoiselle Rihanna risked your freedom to help Elizabeth.
You never let on. How long have you known it was her?
Monsieur, I am Detective Hercule Poirot. I only show my hand when I deem it necessary.
You will be taking her away then.
Hercule Poirot is the first, like, anime detective. I feel like. He might as well have said that while pushing up his glasses and, like, a light sheen flies across it.
She will stand trial for what she has done.
But you don't know the full story. Servant in this house.
I am Hercule Poirot.
Arrested, that will be the end for her.
If Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed, she will surely be found innocent.
Mademoiselle was only protecting herself, as you both have claimed. She will surely be found innocent. That's true. That's right. They did say, well, the Comtesse said that it was a defensive wound, but we've now learned that the Comtesse is a blackmailer. So maybe she's not the most trustworthy. That was all of my jet fuel, but 100% worth it. Amazing. I'm glad I made it worth it. Thank you for doing that. You have still not explained what you were doing in here.
The Major's military storage box.
The one that stored his medals.
Amongst other things, yes.
And those other things are?
I had to protect her. If you found it when searching the study, you would have carted her off then and there.
Whatever it is you have hidden, it will not remain that way for much longer.
Sterling is obviously hiding something. I should perhaps conduct my own search for it instead of relying on his cryptic messages.
I need a moment.
Oh. Wait a minute. Oh.
Oh.
One of the many saint carvings from around the house, abandoned in a box. Why is this saint carving in here? Archibald hid items related to the murder.
I must act on thought and...
Is this connected?
Some would say a lucky guess.
The detached carving may relate to a door in this room. This would explain Archibald's presence.
The pieces of the puzzle.
Archibald must have hidden items in the secret room. I presume this exists within here somewhere. Okay. So I assume it's here. Yeah, okay. Markings on the wall. The writing's on the wall, they say. Aha! A hidden room. It seems there are more secrets in this house to discover. Military service box. It contains letters and keepsakes. A military knife. A prestigious-looking knife, likely belonging to the Major. There's a skull in here. The last will and testament of the late Viscount. It seems he truly loved Angeline. I declare that I, Viscount Edwin van den Bosch, am of sound mind. This last will expresses my wishes without undue influence or duress. In the event of my death... in the event of my death, I hereby appoint my wife, Cassandra van den Bosch, as the executor of the Van den Bosch estate, and I leave the remaining wealth held in the Van den Bosch name to my only daughter, Angeline van den Bosch, which was like nothing, right? Wasn't he like in severe substantial or financial problems? Any outstanding debts, expenses of my last illness, funeral expenses, and administration costs are to be paid from the Van den Bosch account at the National Bank of Belgium. To my daughter Angeline, you are the apple of my eye and the brightest star in the sky. Never allow your light to fade for even a moment. To my wife Cassandra, thank you for the many joyous years we have laughed, we have loved, and we have lived. We've lived, laughed, loved. And we have brought the most precious of gifts into this world together. I trust that you will protect her and prepare her for a future full of opportunity and hope. Viscount Edwin van den Bosch, Monsieur Victor Rougeau, and Petite Solicitors. So would she have lost her will then? I guess because there was some financial gain. An expensive lighter. It looks to have unfortunately been through a war. Come, my little gray cells. I believe we know something about this mystery. We're getting all the trophies. Well, not purposefully. I think it's just happening. Okay, the military knife does have bloodstains. All right, neat. Okay, they didn't actually say that, but it does have bloodstains and a rose engraving. The rose symbol of the Major's regiment. This knife must belong to him. Right, that was also in the original house. What is this? Is this a newer... This is a newer thing, right? It must be. Hold on, let me read this. Dear Felix, how hoofing it is to hear from you after so long. Is that a word? Surprised to hear you have... They're just making up stuff now. They really are just like, look, we can just make up things. They used weird words back then. Surprising to hear you have settled on the continent, although I recall you talking about a different caliber of woman over there. You are sorely missed at the George and Dragon. Would you believe Duncan still tends the bar and still refers to him as king of the castle? One day he will finally get committed. There are rumors that you had returned to South Africa, but after what we had seen and what we had to do, I knew you couldn't have. At your request, I've forwarded with this letter correspondence information for the remaining members of the battalion, and I have no fear that they would be proud to follow you once more. I wait patiently for my orders, Lieutenant. So this is him building the militia. I see. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh. Like, let's hoof it, I guess. We're hoofing it. Yeah, it just seems I guess so. It just felt weird. Discharge under other than honorable conditions. This is to certify that Major Felix Hagen has been discharged from the British Army in consequence of crimes against humanity during a period of war. Additional detail. While serving overseas, a number of prisoners of war were being held under the authority and supervision of Major Felix Hagen. While in his care, the prisoners were executed in an insubordinate act that disobeyed direct orders. His actions have been deemed in direct violation of the British Army values and ethics, and consequently, Major Felix Hagen has been withdrawn from his position and will return to England. Major Felix Hagen is to renounce all responsibility of his rank, return any all uniform, and will return to civilian life. Pension due to be received from the British Army will hereby be revoked, and any benefits are to be stopped with immediate effect. So he was dishonorably discharged, unhonorably discharged. There was no honor in his discharging. The Viscount's will. Okay, so we read that. Under the guardianship of Madame, the Viscount left belongings to Angeline. There was no honor in this. None aren't honor. Okay, hold on.
Nope. Come, my little Grace.
Okay. And then the military box, there was a war map, an indecipherable map from the war. It is useless to my investigation. Box appears to be of military standard and an empty canteen. I can imagine it held anything from water to whiskey. Okay. All right. So we have two connections that we need to make. Oh, there's actually still more? Maybe? Hold on. It looks like it still had I needed to investigate this further. Maybe not. Okay, yeah, I don't see anything else I'm supposed to click on. Oh, it's now checkmarked. Okay. Okay.
I must take a different approach. What a revelation.
The lighter must belong to the Major. The army symbol all but confirms this, but don't I already have this in my possession? Right, there's the lighter outside, right?
The pieces of the puzzle.
The lighter I found in the military box is certainly the Major's, meaning the other one is not. Lighter from garden wasn't the Major's. Talk to Archibald. Okay.
Is there something? Order and method. That is the way to... Come, my little grey cells.
Okay, I was completely wrong. Oh, I guess that makes sense.
Another success.
The murder weapon has been found. Elizabeth must have used this in the study. Okay. And so we need to talk to Archibald about those two things. No honor for you! Well, Archie.
There is no use lying anymore.
Yeah, that's just what I'm trying to tell you. When I inspected the garden yesterday, I found a lighter I assumed belonged to the Major.
He always had his regiment lighter that he received in the war on his person.
And yet, it was not his regiment emblem that was engraved on it.
My father's. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You still have it, Detective.
Monsieur, you have stashed evidence, manipulated a crime scene, obscured my investigation, and yet it is a lighter that you worry about most?
This Poirot face is one of my favorites, I think. The, like... Do you think I'm going to help you right now? This is... You are... Do you realize how annoying you're being? That's what that face looks like to me. You are just being so annoying right now.
If it is my path to end up behind bars for what I have done, so be it. It is Elizabeth that you cannot allow to be locked up without the truth being told. I have heard how you fought for that young maid before. Florette, is it? I only ask that you do the same for Elizabeth.
Although the cases differ greatly in severity, I can envision the similarities in how Elizabeth will be treated by those in positions of authority or social standing even before she is trialed. It is my oath as an officer of the law to uphold justice and fairness. Mademoiselle must be given the chance to prove her innocence before the courts as any other suspect. The absent murder weapon.
You found it.
Even the secret area that has been created here is not concealed enough to stop Detective Hercule Poirot.
Pushes up glasses.
I couldn't just leave it at the scene for you to find.
The Major was killed by his own knife. The knife that protected his life during the war would eventually be the one that ended it.
It was in his holster when he attacked her. He had hold of her arm. What else was she meant to use to get him off of her?
I cannot imagine the Major would have given his knife up easily. She must have been in close proximity to reach it. Perhaps he did attack her, as she claims.
She didn't plan any of it, Detective. She was only defending herself.
Then what was she doing?
That is what Mademoiselle told you?
She did, and I believe her. You think you knew the Major, but you had no idea. He was a monster and had more secrets than all of us combined.
That may be true, but that does not excuse what she has done.
Put yourself in her shoes for a minute. If a man like that had attacked me the way he did Lizzie, I would have done a lot worse to him.
Elizabeth has told Sterling a version of the events that suggests she was attacked by the Major. I struggle to believe that she would make such a story up, but then I also did not believe she could do such a thing as commit murder.
I need a moment.
The thing is if that's true, I don't know why... If she didn't go in there to kill him, why did she go in there? Like... Just to confront him, I guess? Just to be like, you need to back off from the unions, I guess? But, like, she was still obviously grieving. I don't know. Seems like a lot. Lighter from the garden belongs to Archibald. Archibald claims the Major attacked Elizabeth. There's one link here.
Magnifique.
If the only thing I found was Archibald's lighter, he must have collected something else. What else did Archibald collect from the garden? Okay, he was the one at night, right? Or no. Archibald collected something dropped from the window. Was it the knife? Because we didn't find it.
Some would say a lucky guess.
Archibald dropped the murder weapon from the window, collected it, then hid it in the secret room. I see. I also told you that he was out there. Because we were like, we saw somebody outside, and he's like, it was probably a shadow. Everyone talks about shadows. It's saying things in them. Archibald dropped the knife out of the window. Well, Archie.
There is no use lying anymore.
Yes, thank you. It was you that I saw in the garden that night.
When you asked me yesterday about seeing someone out there, I thought the game was up.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That does not explain what you were doing out there.
When Lizzie took me to the study, the knife was still in the Major's chest, and I knew I had to get rid of it. I dropped it out of the window, knowing no one would be going outside. It was fine for the time being, but I couldn't risk it being found when the snow melted.
So you collected it under the cover of darkness and stowed it away in here where you thought no one would find it.
After your questioning in the pantry, I knew you were onto something, and I couldn't leave it here.
And where did you plan on moving it to?
Honestly, I don't know.
Collecting the item and hiding it to save Elizabeth, he must truly want to protect her from the law. Is there... Okay, now. We now have the military knife as the weapon. We still need the why and the how. Is the why leading to anything? Defensive strike. The motive is, well, I would assume is... I mean, obviously she's still grieving, but the thing I'm struggling with is if she didn't go there intentionally to kill him, what was the purpose of her? Are they really all guilty? Sort of. Well, not the guests. It's the staff. The staff did a cover-up. But I am curious about if Elizabeth... I haven't concluded with my... Oh, sorry. I did not need to talk to you.
There is no use...
I have one last question. Why?
Why what? Why I would risk everything to help Lizzie?
Exactement.
Because she is family. If you were in that position, you would do the same.
I can assure you, monsieur, that I would not.
Then perhaps that says something about you, Detective. I would do anything for her. For any of my staff.
Even if it means crossing the boundaries of the law.
Without question.
The lengths that Sterling would go to protect someone he considers family is admirable, but when those lengths break the very laws that are in place to protect the innocent, they cannot be ignored. I ask that once your morning duties for the ladies of the house are complete, Rihanna and yourself wait in the staff quarters.
Aye, Detective. But please, you have to help Lizzie. It was all an accident. She doesn't deserve to spend the rest of her days behind bars because of that man.
If she is put behind bars, it is because that is what the courts have decided upon.
Detective, you can't be so cruel.
It is not cruelty, monsieur. It is the law.
Like, why? What would her purpose she could have just confronted him about it, and maybe he was already kind of drunk and like went to attack her because he was mad. After all these further revelations, my mind is as busy as Monsieur Goulet's chocolate shop. I have all of the pieces of the puzzle to deduce why Elizabeth killed the Major. Now I must allow my little gray cells to put them together. Lawful good makes me feel icky sometimes. It's one of those, it's rough, but it's like, I mean, I get it. Like, she's still potentially, well, and the thing is that he's like, she could be like technically, what's the word? Like, she did kill him, but like, she could be found that it's completely defensive and therefore justified in this. But it kind of depends on how it all pans out. So I understand what he's doing, because he's like, nobody should have been murdered. Nobody should have been murdered. And it depends on if she really intended him. We don't really know the full story, though. Like, and that's where I'm still confused, because that's why I don't know exactly how to feel yet. Because Elizabeth, I don't know why she wanted to talk. Like, why did she go to the room if not to try to kill him? Could it be, like, again, could it have just been she just tried to confront him and just be like, maybe this was part of her grieving, and she was like, I need to, like, approach the guy who is responsible, or, like, maybe she, I don't, like, she has motive enough to want to kill him. So I don't know. Like, so it just kind of depends. She could just be like, I just wanted to talk to him and be like, you're a bad guy, which is still, like, totally fair. And then, you know, and then maybe he attacked her and she grabbed the knife and stabby stab, or I don't know. We'll see. All right. After finding those documents in the hidden room, things are starting to fall into place as to why Elizabeth may have killed him. And it's true. Like, kind of what he said. The Archibald's fidelity is admirable, but it's also, like, to the point of being a criminal accomplice. So, and, like, lying to police and like, there's a lot. They went through a lot. Also, it's not like they dressed up like him, like the guy, they faked all this stuff. It's a lot. But I get it. All right, so let's see. That is a great little email. Okay. We have 2. Is this connected? No.
I must act up.
Determine why Elizabeth killed the Major. All right, so hold on.
I must take a different approach if I am to
Okay.
This will not get me any closer.
We're doing great. Yeah, I guess those make sense.
I should not be surprised.
The Major's financial struggles must have left him in need of a source of income. Who could the Major have turned to in his time of need? The Major was desperate for a well-paid job. His secret is that he killed prisoners of war and that he was dishonorably discharged. This information would have destroyed... I don't know why I didn't piece that together until now, but that makes sense. That was a secret. This information would have destroyed his reputation if unveiled, a strong motive for blackmail. Okay. Ernesto paid the Major well for his support. Is this a thing?
I cannot see the logic in this.
Nope.
I must take a different approach.
No. Aha!
Pieces of the puzzle are final.
Whew. The Major needed the job to go ahead. It was the only way to guarantee money in his pocket. What could he do to ensure the job would be complete? The Major needed to ensure the job was done. This won't connect, I don't think. Oh, now this is connected?
Things are beginning to be...
To secure his payment, the Major must have ordered the attack at the strikes. What were the consequences of the Major ordering the first attack? Luke dies at the factory.
What a revelation.
The Major's actions unfortunately led to the death of Luke, and all for greed. Who would have been most affected by this? Elizabeth.
Another success.
Elizabeth has probably lost more than anyone else involved. She may have sought her revenge. Elizabeth was possibly seeking revenge. Elizabeth doesn't seem like the vengeful type, but all signs are pointing to her seeking revenge for her beloved Luke. You see, that's what I'm most interested in, or confused at. If I am to confront Elizabeth, I must be at my best, and my little gray cells at their most alert. It is time to at least try and rest. Again, Poirot, please go check up on Cassandra. I have no time to wallow in my lack of sleep. I must confront Mademoiselle Elizabeth and hopefully finally know the truth of what took place. Angeline still doesn't know
Detective Poirot, I'm glad you're awake.
She still doesn't know that her father is actually dead now. Well, her father was dead already. You know, newly dead. Recently dead. I'm glad you're awake.
Bonjour, mademoiselle. It has certainly not been a night of peaceful sleep. There is something that we must discuss.
Please, Detective, I'm not sure I can take any more surprises like last night.
Well, you're not gonna like this, Angeline.
I'm afraid this may be the most upsetting of them all.
You have found Felix's killer, haven't you?
I have. And the guilty party will certainly come as a shock.
Just exit. Don't tell her. I take no great pleasure in telling you this, mademoiselle.
Detective, please.
It was Mademoiselle Elizabeth that was behind the Major's death.
You must be mistaken. Elizabeth could not do such a thing.
I assure you I am not. It is something I spent much of last night deliberating. When you spoke of the telephone lines being out of order, it made me question the conversation I thought I had heard Monsieur Sterling make with the Major before connecting the call to him.
You spoke of the telephone lines being out... Oh, right.
But it hasn't been working all weekend.
Exactement, mademoiselle. That is when I knew I had once again been lied to.
On my way to speaking with Sterling, Rihanna, I met Elizabeth.
She was meant to be resting in the staff quarters. She has not been well.
I am afraid that was yet another lie, orchestrated to keep her from incriminating herself.
Why would you think that, Detective?
I only managed a few words with her before we were quite abruptly interrupted by Monsieur Sterling.
I must admit, he has a habit of speaking over the other staff.
It was much more than merely disturbing our conversation. It was done with the intention to prevent Mademoiselle saying something that she should not.
So, Elizabeth killed Felix, and then Archibald helped her cover it up?
In its simplest form, oui. I have heard it directly from the horse's mouth.
You have spoken with Elizabeth already? Did she admit to it?
Not Elizabeth, but Monsieur Sterling.
Were you not awoken last night by the tremendous amount of noise coming from the storage room?
I wasn't. What were you doing in there, Detective?
It was Monsieur Sterling that I found in there. I was taken by some surprise to hear anyone awake at that hour.
What on earth was he doing?
He claimed he was merely reminiscing of his time with the family.
You don't believe him?
It did not take long for me to uncover the truth of why he was there, and the location of the Major's murder weapon.
Did you know of the hidden area within the storage room?
Hidden area?
A room that held all of the Major's secrets.
I had no idea. Did you discover the reason for his blackmail?
I did. Were you aware he was dishonorably discharged from the army?
Dishonorably? What does that mean?
You know what's even worse is that not only are we like, hey, by the way, the guy who you thought was your father for all this time is not your father. We're also like, your real father was dishonorably discharged for war crimes. Also, your father's dead. Your actual father this time. This is not great. This is this is just bad news for everybody involved. I'm sure you are aware of Monsieur Zach's troubles he faces from his time in the war.
Yes, Gideon told me about the conversation you had. It is really quite upsetting.
Yeah, she's not going to forget this engagement time, the season of engagement.
Zachariah was adamant of the Major's cruelty during the war, but the extent was not known until now. He killed a number of prisoners, men that were friends of Zachariah.
Surely not. He would not do such a thing. They must have been trying to escape.
I am afraid not. They were in fact unarmed.
Oh, detective.
It is the reason he was discharged, denied his military pension, and I believe the reason he fled England.
He had been such an important part of my life for so long, but I feel like I hardly knew him.
But wait, there's more. Sterling was adamant of Elizabeth's innocence.
Innocence? You said it was she that killed him.
It was her hand that held the knife, but he was quite insistent it happened in self-defense.
And to be fair, he's a violent guy.
In all of the years I have known her, she has barely even raised her voice. I cannot believe she would do something like that out of malice.
The whole truth cannot be known until Mademoiselle Elizabeth has told her story.
I allowed my perception of her character to conceal any thought of her involvement. It seems I am not the only one. The time has come to confront Elizabeth.
Will you allow me to be present?
I think that is an excellent idea. I hope your presence will calm her and will perhaps allow her to speak more freely.
Please, detective. I know she has done a terrible thing, but I beg of you to give her the time to explain herself.
Angeline is being very gracious.
I will offer Mademoiselle Elizabeth the fair trial that she deserves, as I would with any suspect.
Thank you, Detective Poirot.
Would you bring Mademoiselle Elizabeth to the study, where we will not be disturbed?
Of course. I'll find her immediately.
I want Poirot to do one more parlor scene, though. I want there to be shocking reveals. He still has not told Angeline about her father. I believe what Monsieur Sterling has already told me about the events that occurred between Elizabeth and the Major. I do not believe she would have had to do what she did if he had not attacked her and pushed her to the point where she feared for her life. I must listen to her story, the truth, and only then can her punishment be determined.
Mademoiselle Elizabeth, merci for joining us.
Miss Angeline said you requested to see me urgently.
It's about to go down.
We have some serious matters to discuss, and I would like to waste no further time.
Oh, yes, Detective.
How are you feeling?
Still not quite myself.
I was surprised when Monsieur Sterling hurried you to assist Madame Vandenbosch last night.
I should not have avoided my duties for so long. The house does not stop because I'm feeling a little under the weather.
That is true, but you cannot be expected to complete all your tasks if you are not in the right frame of mind.
Honestly, Detective, it was best for me to not sit and wallow anymore.
My investigation has taken me down many paths this weekend.
Have you been able to uncover who the blackmailer is?
The blackmailer's identity has been established, and they will pay the price for their crimes.
Wonderful news, Detective. You can put it all behind you now. You must be thrilled.
I would not say thrilled, knowing that such a close friend has betrayed us.
Oof.
Mademoiselle is correct. What I have learned over this weekend is that people are not always as they appear. While they may give an impression of being a friend or ally, they can in fact be something completely different.
And, what of the Major's killer?
Well, mademoiselle, that is why I have asked you here now.
I posed a question to all the guests what their thoughts on the Major were. Now I extend that question to you.
I'm not quite sure what you want me to say, Detective.
Your honest opinion is all I ask, and, s'il te plaît, do not hold back. No one else felt it necessary.
We only spoke when there was something in the house to be done. We did not speak of interests or pastimes.
You knew of his work with Monsieur de Silva?
I only know what is required of me to know, and that is very little.
But you were aware of his work as security at Monsieur de Silva's factory.
I was.
The factory your beloved Luke worked at, before he was cruelly taken from this world.
Yes, Detective.
I understand Luke was not only involved in the strikes, but was on the front line?
Yes, that is where he spent his last moments. Standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow workers.
The resulting riots were a terrible tragedy. One that I hope we will not have to see or experience again. Something that could have been avoided had the Major and his team done what was required of them.
Nobody deserved to die that day. Not my Luke.
Do you blame the Major for his death?
Detective, what kind of question is that?
It is a straightforward one. Mademoiselle, if there is something you wish to tell me, now is that time.
I'm sorry, Detective, I just don't know how to answer it.
Let us consider what we know of the Major. He fronted the militia that attacked the workers at the strike. You were aware of this? You finally had someone to blame for Luke's death. Someone conveniently located in the same house, alone in his study.
No, Detective. It wasn't like that.
Tell me what happened with the Major on the evening of his death.
I was only in here trying to prove what I heard Mr. Beckers say. I was going to report him, I swear. Miss Angeline, you believe me, don't you?
I want to. I am still trying to understand it all myself. Why don't you start from the beginning?
I was delivering Miss Angeline's dress to her room when I heard Mr. Beckers arguing with the Major in his study. They were ever so loud. I thought the whole house would have been listening to what they were saying. Mr. Beckers was talking about the factory strikes and how it was the Major's fault. He told him that if he didn't own up to his crimes, he would go to the newspapers.
Interesting.
I cannot imagine the Major would have taken kindly to Monsieur Becker's threat.
He didn't. He called him some rather uncouth names before Mr. Beckers left and went downstairs. I made sure to keep out of sight.
You see, that makes sense and, is corroborated by everything else, so that does make a lot of sense.
After the altercation between the Major and Master Gideon, you went to speak with him outside, and I thought I could look around his study without anyone knowing. I had to know for sure. If it was true, he deserved to be held accountable.
And did you find the proof you are looking for?
I found a payment from Mr. De Silva, but there was nothing incriminating about that. I was so nervous. I felt like my heart was beating out of my chest.
And then you saw the blackmail note.
I recognized the writing on the envelope. I couldn't believe it. How could he do such a thing to Angeline? To the family that had taken him in?
Common sense would determine the Major was another victim of the blackmailer.
If I'd have used common sense, I wouldn't have been snooping around alone in his study in the first place. I heard the footsteps in the hall, and before I could move, the Major was standing in front of me, demanding to know why I was going through his belongings without permission. I tried to come up with an excuse, but nothing came out, and when he saw the letter in my hand, it was like Dr. Jekyll turning into Mr. Hyde. I tried to move around him towards the door, but he hurled something towards me, and it crashed against the wall.
That would explain the damage to the wall.
I froze. I have never been so scared in all my life. I thought he was going to kill me there and then.
And you thought you would beat him to it?
Oh, Detective, you make it sound as though I had it all planned. He lunged forward and grabbed me by the arm. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong. His grip just got tighter and tighter. If only you had seen the look in his eyes, I dared not even scream. I saw the sheath on his belt. I didn't know what else to do. I didn't want to hurt him, but he wouldn't let go of me.
So you took your opportunity to put an end to it all.
I just wanted to get him off me. I didn't want to hurt him. I reached for it and I jabbed it at him. His grip instantly loosened and I ran straight out the door and didn't look back.
You did not even look to see what state you had left him in?
She had just been attacked, Detective.
Oui, please. Continuez.
Continues.
I ran down to the pantry looking for Rahana. She took one look at me and knew something was wrong. I explained to her what had happened and she went to find Archie. She said he would know what to do. We went back to the study and he was still lying there, motionless. Archie said that no one would believe me. That if someone like me killed someone like him, I would be sent straight to the gallows. He left the letter so you would find it. He said that if people knew what the Major was really like, then they wouldn't care what happened to him.
So I am to believe that it was Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna that cleaned the scene and orchestrated a plan that included a fake telephone call and dressing as the Major so that he may be seen. You had nothing to do with that.
I swear I had no idea that is what they had done. Archie just told me to stay out of sight. I am no master criminal.
French for continue, pronounced continue. Yeah, it just looked funny. Because it's spelled the exact same, just with a Z at the end. I like that. Okay, this makes more sense, and does make me feel real bad for Elizabeth, because clearly that's not, continues! Because it doesn't make sense that she would have planned all this. I don't think.
Then Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna will be charged for obstruction of justice and impeding my investigation.
Please, Detective, they were only trying to help me.
If they wished to help you, they should have brought all of this to my attention immediately instead of committing more illegal acts.
Surely you haven't forgotten what happened with Florette. She was only accused of stealing a bracelet. I killed a man.
It is a day I have not forgotten, mademoiselle. Even for a moment.
Without your help, I don't stand a chance. Please, Detective Poirot, you are the only one that can help me.
Oh, Elizabeth, why didn't you come to me?
I didn't think you would believe me. I felt so guilty. And when it was announced yesterday that he was a victim of the blackmailer, I wanted to tell you everything. I came to find you last night, Detective, but Archie stopped me. I'm sorry.
Come, my little gray cells, let us solve this mystery. Oh boy. Oh, but let's talk to her first.
Oh, yes, Detective.
The Major's missing knife.
I don't know where it is.
If you have been honest with me until now, I ask that you continue.
I'm sorry, I really don't know. Archie dropped it out of the study window and he said he would deal with it. I couldn't bear to touch the thing.
I have the knife in my possession, and I believe that from Mademoiselle's reaction, she does not know what became of it. She is unaware of the efforts that Monsieur Sterling and Rihanna went to mask what she has done. Sterling was not lying when he said he would do anything for her.
I need a moment.
He's going into his mind palace right now. TM.
I should not be surprised.
So it was a defensive strike. Elizabeth's story confirms Margot's claim the Major's death was the result of a defensive strike. Finally, I've solved the case of the Major's murder. I must admit, I take no joy in declaring Mademoiselle Elizabeth as the killer, and I wish she had never been put in such a position at all. Okay. She was looking for proof of the strikes. That's why she was in there. That's right, because he wasn't in there at all at the time. So it's interesting. Okay.
Oh, yes, Detective.
Wait in my room.
Please, I was only protecting myself. I didn't want to hurt him. He just wouldn't let me go.
Oui, mademoiselle. I know. Mademoiselle tells quite the harrowing story.
I cannot imagine the Major acting in such a way. But Elizabeth could not make up such a story.
After learning what I have about the Major's character this weekend, I would not question the lengths he would go to in order to keep his secret hidden. I know that you share a close bond with Mademoiselle Elizabeth, but you cannot allow your personal feelings to taint your belief of what took place.
She has committed a terrible crime, but she will live with that for the rest of her life. She is not a cold-blooded killer.
If what she says of the Major's attack is true, she acted in self-defense. And in the law's eyes, a crime has not been committed. I will do everything I can to make sure her story is heard and a fair trial is conducted.
I believe the version of events that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has confessed to are true. The Major, having fallen into a fit of rage at the prospect of his sordid secrets coming to light, he attacked the young Mademoiselle and drove her to do what she had to protect herself. She put herself in a dangerous position, but there is a small part of me that commends the duty she felt to find justice for her beloved and the other workers that lost their lives at the Major's order. If the telephone line is now working, I must call in my findings. With the remaining snow, it may still be some time before they arrive.
Mademoiselle, it is time I address the house.
Yay, parlor
Are
scene!
you sure? What will you say? What if they do not listen?
I can assure you, they will.
Elizabeth was right, though. She's just a servant. What if they...
Mademoiselle, when Detective Poirot speaks, they will listen. Would you ask the guests to convene in the library?
Of course. And what of the staff?
I have told Monsieur Sterling to remain in the staff quarters with the others. When the authorities arrive, they shall be dealt with. You have been of great help to me throughout my investigation, and now that it is over, I have one final request.
You only need to ask.
While I am speaking with the guests in the library, would you watch over Mademoiselle Elizabeth in my room?
You don't think she will try and escape, do you?
In her position, I do not know what she might try. But I trust with you there, any potential ideas of such a thing will be squashed.
Oh, there is a chapter 9. Okay. Interesting. I assume this is just like a epilogue and the reveal or something. The denouement.
Detective, you have spent more time making us sit and wait for you than
Parlor
anything else.
scene.
Madame Vandenbosch, if you think I have spent my time focused on anything besides uncovering the Major's killer, you are sorely mistaken.
I'm sure you will be eager to share your findings with us then.
All in good time, Madame. Firstly, to understand the truth of what has occurred this weekend, one must know the timeline of events that not only preceded the Major's death, but succeeded.
We are all well aware of what happened before, Detective. You can save your breath.
Oh my gosh.
You are only aware of what the guilty parties wanted you to believe. But now I shall apprise you to the true events. The reason for us all being here, you know. The altercation between Monsieur Demire and the Major, you know. The body of Monsieur Hagen was found while we were all sat enjoying a most delicious meal. That you also know. But what was kept from us all was that his body lay on the study floor for far longer than was thought.
It was that servant. She found him.
S'il te plaît, monsieur. It was indeed young Inga that found the Major's body lying lifeless in the study.
So it was her.
Monsieur, I will not allow for any further interruptions.
Hugo, stop. This is my moment.
I return to the Major's body. If we are to believe the scene that we were presented with, the Major must have been killed during the first course of our meal, a meal that none of you left, even for a moment. Speaking in the evening, You all confirmed one another's alibis, and although there was doubt in the validity of some, I confirmed that they were indeed all true. What I could not understand was how a man came to be found dead, and every guest accounted for at the time of death. That is until I questioned the latter. Monsieur Beckers, I shall now allow you to speak. You saw the Major smoking a cigar in the snow. Is that true?
It is.
False. You saw what you are meant to see. Someone in the Major's coat standing outside, giving the illusion that the Major was still very much alive. Monsieur da Silva, on the afternoon of the Major's death, do you recall hearing a telephone ring?
Now that you mention it, I have not heard a single ring all weekend.
Correct. The telephone lines have been down for the duration of our stay, meaning the telephone call that was received and promptly directed to the Major's study was yet another act of trickery and deceit. But it did not end there. When I entered the study for the first time, it was obvious someone had already been there and falsified the scene to stage a burglary and clear away important evidence, including the murder weapon. What followed was an investigation that had already been hindered. But even those lengths were not enough to derail me for long.
I think we have all had enough of your self-praise, Detective. Perhaps you would like to tell us who killed him now?
Madame, as I'm sure you would expect, it is not as simple as that. What many of you do not know is the discussion that was had between the Major and Monsieur Beckers earlier that day.
What has that got to do with anything? I told you I didn't kill him.
That I know to be true. What you do not know is that it was not only his ears that heard your spoken words.
I hope you are not implying I had something to do with it.
Cassandra, calm down.
There was another. Mademoiselle Elizabeth. You are all aware that the Major was hired by Monsieur da Silva to front the security during the workers' strikes. What very few of you know is that it was the Major's order that instigated the vicious attacks on those unarmed men and resulted in numerous deaths, including Mademoiselle Elizabeth's fiancé, Luc. Monsieur Beckers confronted the Major, declaring that he was to hand himself in. That is what Mademoiselle Elizabeth overheard. Now, knowing the truth, she waited until the Major was away from his study. After he stepped outside following the confrontation with Monsieur Demir's fist, it looked to be the perfect opportunity, or so she thought. The Major returned and found her looking for the proof she required to hand him over to the authorities.
If the maid bumped him off, why hasn't she been arrested?
The events that followed in the study are not those of a cold-blooded murder, but one of a young girl that had no other option but to protect her own life.
Sounds to me, Detective, like you have taken a shine to this young girl and would rather protest her innocence than arrest her for murder, the crime she has committed.
Jeez, this is gonna make for a juicy story.
Mademoiselle, I ask you this. You have seen the Major's anger before, oui?
What if I have?
How do you think he would have reacted if someone was to find proof that he had committed a terrible act, and that if made public, would surely result in his incarceration? Exactement.
It is quite the story you have told, Detective, but all I have heard is that Elizabeth overheard a conversation blaming the Major for her fiancé's death, and she murdered him in revenge. A servant killing a man that is as revered as he was. She will face the noose.
I am not denying that a man has lost his life, but it is not the crime of murder that you all believe.
MOIDAH.
While the Major did not deserve to die in such a way, it was his actions towards Mademoiselle Elizabeth that drove her to defend herself in any way she could. Mademoiselle Elizabeth will be punished, but we will let the law decide the severity of her punishment.
She has played you like a fiddle, Detective, acting the innocent victim. She will be arrested and hanged for her crime, like every other cold-blooded killer.
Here.
Give her what she deserves.
The girl has got to pay for what she's done.
I could not have been clearer with what occurred in the Major study. They all have forgotten their own perceptions of the Major, the terrible crimes he has committed, and what he has done to them, all in one way or another. Yeah, I was about to say, they've kind of all been focused on Elizabeth. I cannot allow for Elizabeth's sentence to be negatively influenced by those in the house. I must help them to see how their past actions have led to these unfortunate circumstances and losses of life. Perhaps I should remind them all of their participation in not only the workers' strike, but the resulting riots.
Those of you that are calling for the hanging of Mademoiselle Elizabeth, have you forgotten the roles you played? Your actions have been far from innocent.
Look, Detective, I see where you are going with this, but it's not going to work. So maybe the strikes were down to De Silva and Beckers. But don't try and drag me into their mistakes.
Mademoiselle Conrad, if you are so confident of your innocence, perhaps we should begin with you.
Ooh! Convincing Mademoiselle Conrad to admit to her involvement will be no easy feat. She is a strong, had deflected questions in the past. Perhaps a more aggressive approach is in order. There have been quite a few typos in the second half of this story. She is a strong, and look how they spelled aggressive. Aggressive. Perhaps a more aggressive approach is in order. All right. You would do almost anything for a headline.
You don't need to imply it's only me that does. Ask any of my journalists, they'll say the same.
Even if in the process people are hurt? You knew the situation surrounding the strikes, and only sought to swell the anger in people and create further chaos. Mademoiselle, you so often have something to say. Now is not the time for silence.
You really are delusional. Maybe you should just keep your theories and claims to yourself.
Rude. You used others for your own agenda, not considering the repercussions. Or, I do not know of any field that would sacrifice the lives of others for gain. Said aggressive, so let's go with forceful.
You obviously have no idea what goes on in my world. I would say stick to honest police work, but it seems that it's not in your field either.
Oh. Frustrated, you cannot honestly believe that what you have done is acceptable. You have allowed others to fall while you walk proudly across their backs. Yeesh. Which is the more aggressive one? I don't know if that's too... Wow, okay. I feel like disgust is more aggressive than frustrated. We'll try disgust.
Look,
yeah.
It's...
Mademoiselle, I do not have time for your excuses. Do you wish to state your direct involvement, or should I?
It's not... Okay, fine. Yes, the story was going nowhere. There was a deal on the table, and it was going to be done and dusted. Everything you said is true. I wanted the story. The scoop that would have blown the others out of the water. I never wanted anyone to get hurt. But I can see what I did wasn't right. I didn't think you had this side in you. I can see now why Angeline asked for you personally. You're not like other cops. It's clear it's the law and doing the right thing through and through with you. If you say it was self-defense, I believe you.
We can't just forget what that girl has done. It's not Jackie's fault, or any of ours, that she decided to do what she did.
Monsieur Beckers, you are the last person I expected to defend Mademoiselle Conrad. We talked only last night, and correct me if I am wrong, but you have already declared the role you played. To me, at least.
Yes, we talked. It's just not fair of you to attack Jackie like that, putting words in her mouth until she succumbs to your plan.
I know enough about of Monsieur Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need. Playing the role of an ally may be the best way to approach him. Hold on one second. I need to go blow my nose. I'm not going to even go to a BRB. Just hold on a second. Okay, now I can read things without feeling like I'm about to sneeze. Alright. I know enough about Beckers to know that pushing him will not yield the results I need playing the role of an ally. Cynical. You did not consider how a strike could turn violent, endangering your men. Even as a leader of the Union, you were swayed by one that had no part in any Union dealings. I'm gonna go with direct.
Detective, I'm afraid you're misunderstood. That is not how it was. It was not my intention for things to escalate as they did. I could not have predicted that would happen. Jackie was documenting everything to do with the strikes. She wanted our story to be heard and wanted to know how I was handling the negotiations.
And they were handled by yourself?
Naturally. If I cannot handle simple negotiations, I am not fit to be in the position I am in.
Mademoiselle Conrad swayed, influenced, and manipulated your every decision. You take great pride in your work. Are you proud of the decisions made during the strikes?
I was only pushing for what my men deserved, what they needed. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Detective. Surely you must know that. Nothing is ever simple, Detective. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone.
Sympathetic. I understand that you may not wish such details to be presented in front of your fellow guests, but for justice to prevail, the whole truth must be known. That's probably right. You have fought for those that do not have a voice. Surely you will not allow another one to be lost in the wind of social discrimination. Actually, that's pretty good too. This one is more, I don't know, actually. We'll go with sympathetic.
You're right, Detective. I have tried so hard to deny my part, but I know only too well that my decisions led to the death of those men. I know I cannot excuse what I've done. I just want you all to know that I am not a hateful or malicious man. I only wanted to prove that I was the right man. I have lived in other shadows for so long. I thought I would be able to finally step into the light and be the one that everyone remembered, not forgot.
I feel like they're all going to be friends after this. This is all good. This is good communication happening.
Monsieur da Silva offered me a deal and I turned it down. I thought I was doing right by the workers, but it was only myself I was thinking about.
What more proof do you need? He said it himself. I made a generous offer to reach a resolution, and he turned his nose up at it.
It was not that simple, though. Oui, an offer was made, but Monsieur Beckers and the workers would never have been forced into that position had their working conditions been satisfactory to begin with.
This is outrageous! Do you plan on blaming everyone for doing their jobs?
He does talk.
I suppose it makes you feel better about yourself, doesn't it?
I'll lower it a little bit. Yeah, he speaks a lot louder than his mic is like way clearer. Although Monsieur da Silva eventually opened up, he was defensive when we discussed the matters of his blackmail, and that was a private conversation behind closed doors. I cannot imagine he will be forthcoming in front of the other guests. He is going to need some convincing to admit his faults again. If you were simply doing your job and treating your men and fairly, there would not be a strike to talk about. I have never heard such a pathetic attempt to justify one's actions. The problem stemmed from you and your decisions. I'm gonna go with direct.
It may be a big deal to you,
Not
but
direct.
I am used to work as not being happy with something. And most of the time, that unhappiness is directed at me. When you're in charge of your own factory, you'll understand. I handle the situation the best I could. If you think otherwise, maybe you have proved us all right, that you aren't the great detective you claim to be.
Wow. Anything I claim to be is supported by truths and fact. The desire to hide one's secrets is a powerful force. I wonder how easily yours is broken. You were willing to pay an anonymous blackmailer that accused you of the same?
You said it.
I'm
anonymous.
Doing so
I don't
bad.
know them, and it doesn't sound like they know me. When you have something people want, money, they will do anything, including constructing lies to get their hands on it.
Monsieur da Silva, you seem to have forgotten our previous conversations.
I recall them just fine, thank you. A police officer trying to manipulate facts to fit his own agenda. Shocking.
I've done so bad with this one. Intentional or not, your arrangement with the Major kindled the fire that started the riots. Claims of abuse against your staff and the hiring of a militia, those are facts that have been twisted to my agenda.
Is that what you
Wow,
plan to
I've
do?
chosen poorly
Accuse us
every time.
all of something until we feel enough guilt that we agree to allow the girl to walk free.
The events that led to the Major's murder are not as simple as you have tried to convince yourself. I have uncovered what initiated both the murder of your workers and of the Major. It is you that refuses to accept the truth.
Apparently anyone can become a detective now. I really don't know how you gained your title.
Through order and...
Order? There's no order in beating down who you consider suspects until they have no other option but to admit something, guilty or not.
Monsieur da Silva, you have stood steadfast, and your opinion on your involvement has not wavered.
Detective, you would do well not to anger my friends.
It was not my intention. I only want those responsible to be held accountable for their actions. The Major's death does not fall on one person alone. Does your position on Mademoiselle Elizabeth's guilt remain the same?
Even after all your attempts, Detective, Felix was still murdered. So
I wonder if I'm gonna
not
get. I wonder if there are there like multiple
what
endings.
She had done was wrong.
Am I gonna
and
get
she will be punished for it.
like a bad ending because I didn't do his thing correctly?
It was not choice to hide anything, madame. If in her position, I ask, what would you have done? The Major has already furiously thrown an object at you, barely missing your head, and now has hold of your arm.
I wouldn't have driven a knife into him, that I can tell you for sure. She is no fool. She intended to kill, not to defend.
Madame Van den Bosch will be a much greater challenge, but my method of approach has worked with her before. If I am to sway her into seeing that Mademoiselle Elizabeth has no other option, I must persuade her that it was the Major's actions that drove her to do what she did. We'll go with suggestive. You were the closest to the Major. His violent temper cannot come as a surprise.
Quite presumptuous of you to assume violence is in his nature.
Putting my own feelings towards the Major aside, he was not an honorable man, at least at some time in his life. He must have been for you to allow him in your house for so many years. So, even you confirm he had a history of aggression.
The Major was dishonorably dismissed from the British military. Are you aware why? He played the role of a caring friend very well, but that is all it was. Performance? We'll go with direct.
I'm sure that is none of my business.
Was that not right?
Likewise, it is none of yours.
The Major shot and killed a number of unarmed prisoners as they were bound and terrified, posing no threat. His actions are unforgivable and should not be defended by anyone.
You judge him so harshly, but I return the question. What would you have done in his position? He had made mistakes. I will not deny that. In those moments when a decision had to be made, it fell to him, and he did what he saw fit.
Making a poor decision once is a mistake, making it twice is a choice. And what of the mistreatment that you received from the Major? You cannot justify that? The Major ordered the attack on unarmed workers. Surely you cannot condone that. We'll go with sympathetic.
S'il te plaît, madame. I ask that you consider everything you know of the Major carefully.
He was not always like that. The man that I called a friend would never have done what he has. I cannot allow another innocent person to be punished for his vicious and barbarous behavior.
You have seen the Major act in a similar manner as I described before, haven't you? What was the outcome then?
You have convinced me that I am wrong, in both my opinion on Elizabeth's punishment and in the friendships I keep. Is that not enough for you?
I want to see you cry.
Not when a potential crime has been committed, and I fear an innocent party may have been punished for it.
He was just a boy. I told him to stop, but he was like a wild animal.
The confrontation with Mademoiselle Elizabeth was not the first time he has come close to killing another.
It was following the officers' ball. A young man, no older than 16, stopped us on the street, begging for some change. Felix pushed him away, but he was persistent. He only wanted a few coins. Like a flash, Felix snapped and wouldn't let go of him. He would not stop punching him. I have never seen anything so brutal.
But he was never charged for the attack.
Felix called the captain at the station and said that the boy had tried to rob him, and he was merely defending himself. The boy was thrown behind bars without a second thought. It was a full week before the bruises on Felix's knuckles finally faded.
And even after witnessing such a brutal assault, you still support him. You still believe that he had not attacked Elizabeth.
The days following, he showed no signs of remorse, no apology to him or to me. I blamed it on the amount he had had to drink. But when you began talking about him finding Elizabeth in his study, I somehow knew it had happened again.
Had you been open about the Major's temper, this could all have been avoided. When you tell the court the truth, Mademoiselle Elizabeth's self-defense plea cannot be ignored.
Just when I thought I could not see a more spineless move.
Oh boy. J'accuse! Can you push her? To be fair, she has been the worst most of this game.
Excuse me?
You allowed a bully and thug to remain in your house and endanger your family.
Oh, who's the thug, though, Margot?
I'm sorry, Margot, but I am struggling to understand why you have involved yourself in this affair.
I'm surprised you can hear me way up there on that high horse of yours.
Ooh!
How dare you speak to me in that way? Who I decide to keep in my house is my decision and no one else's.
I can see that. Murderers, thieves, and extortionists are all acceptable, it seems.
Interesting that you mention thieves, Margot.
Countess, I have talked at length of the Major's death, but not the reason for my invitation in the first place. When I last gathered you all together, I spoke of a blackmail ring that was rife in the area, and then of the letter that the Major had received. Mademoiselle Angeline requested my help personally after she received such a letter threatening her family name. She felt I was the only one that could uncover the truth. And uncover the truth I have.
Get on with it, detective. Who dared try and extort my family and then have the gall to allow me to welcome them into my home?
If it was not for the honesty of a young servant, I would perhaps still be looking for the
For goodness sake, it was me.
Margot, how could you?
While it looked as though the Countess was helping the young women at the shelter, she was in fact only finding them positions of employment in wealthy homes to gather information on them and learn secrets that she would ultimately be able to use against them. Monsieur da Silva fell victim to her network of moles and was in turn blackmailed.
He was like, wait,
it was
what?
quite the prosperous setup you had, knowing that they would not be prepared to lose their social standing if a secret was to find its way from where it had been hidden for so long.
No one, we haven't told da Silva that yet, so...
That cannot be true, Margot. How could you do such a cruel thing?
That is rich, coming from you.
You are one of my oldest friends.
High and mighty, Madame van den Bosch. You think you can do what you wish when you wish it and there will be no repercussions. You are as bad as all of them.
If I do not get a straight answer out of you, I will march you to the police station myself.
I'm surprised it took the Major this long to start living with you. He must have been on the edge for some time.
How dare you speak to me like that? In my own home.
A home you share with the father of your daughter for so many years, and she still remains none the wiser.
She's bringing it out.
You have no right.
Maman.
Angeline? Have you heard what she has admitted to? She is merely trying to make herself...
Is what she says true? Felix, he was my father? That is the secret that the letter was talking about, isn't it? You told me that we had nothing to hide. Detective Poirot, were you aware of this?
Oui, mademoiselle. But it was not my place to repeat.
I don't understand. What about father?
Your maman betrayed the love of a good, honest man and played away behind his back and then kept it hidden for all these years like a lady of the night with her client list.
You will say no more. Angeline, I...
Did Felix know?
This is not an appropriate conversation.
He knew, dear girl. He knew the whole time. It is only dear Edwin that was blind to their deceit.
You will not talk of him like that. You will not talk of him at all.
If I don't, who will? You never deserved him. You don't even deserve the memory of him.
Countess, there is something that you still have not explained.
What more is there for her to say?
How long were you in love with the Viscount for?
Ooh.
Margot? Is that true?
We were destined to be together. And then you turned up. And I was all but forgotten about.
But you were nothing more than friends.
And you made sure of that, didn't you? From the day you arrived, it was all about what you wanted and what you had to do to get it. You didn't consider Edwin at all. He was just a purse to you.
I loved my husband, and I miss him every day.
Loved him enough to stray?
Both of you, no more.
Yeesh.
Please, Angela. Let me explain.
Maman, I do not wish to hear anything else from you.
Not even your own daughter wants to hear your lies anymore. Cassandra Van den Bosch, all alone.
How dare you!
Poirot.
While I feel a sense of satisfaction and pride in solving both cases, there is still a part of me that is reluctant to revel in triumph. I am content with the unmasking of Comtesse de Vos as the blackmailer, and knowing that she will pay for her crimes. But it is the justice for Mademoiselle Elizabeth that worries me. She will stand in a court of law, and I can only hope that they can see she acted in self-defense. I must trust that our legal system and justice will prevail, and a fair sentencing will be given. In protecting her own life, she took the life of another. Perhaps the guilt she must live with is a greater punishment than any sentence she can receive. Comtesse de Vos was taken from Nemozinet House in cuffs and placed under arrest. Although she initially tried to plead her innocence, Inga, along with a number of other girls that the Comtesse had found employment for, came forward and made full statements.
Good.
She was charged with 5 counts of blackmail and extortion and sent to a house of corrections, where she will have a new life to become accustomed to. Monsieur Sterling and Mademoiselle Rihanna were also reprimanded for their participation. While they may not be facing time in prison, tampering with a crime scene and obstruction of a police investigation are certainly not something that houses and new employers will look positively on. Mademoiselle Angeline finally became Madame Demire, and together they took up residence in England, where Monsieur Demire continues to support and fight for fairness and equality in London.
I'm glad she has a good
I am happy to
ending.
say that we have remained in contact, and Madame Demire has become a regular correspondent of mine. And the latest joyous news is that they are expecting a child of their own. Madame Van den Bosch showed compassion that I had not seen in her before. She stood in court and gave a truthful and genuine character reference of Elizabeth, as well as describing the Major and the atrocious crimes he had committed. After Madame Van den Bosch's secret was revealed to the world, her position in the social hierarchy was no more, disappearing in a moment. While she still resides in Belgium, I believe she has had to adapt to a far more modest way of life. A humbling experience for her, I am sure. Following her actions in the courtroom, Angeline believed that her maman still had a place in her life. Although they are on different sides of La Manche, they remain in contact. Mademoiselle Conrad left Nemozinet House the same way she entered, confident in herself and audacious in her opinions. Her report of the Major's murder at the house and the surrounding blackmails became one of the most talked about stories of the year. While there were certain details of her own involvement that did not make it to print, she was really quite complimentary about the detective at the heart of the case. Monsieur de Silva tried to continue in his position as factory owner and business entrepreneur, but after his accounts and business dealings were investigated following the details of his blackmail being made public in Mademoiselle Conrad's article, his illustrious business empire began to crumble and is now facing an international corporate investigation. Monsieur Beckers stepped down from his position as union leader, accepting that he was no longer fit to represent the workforce that, in his words, he had let down on a scale of unmeasurable proportion. Although he is no longer the voice of the workers, he continues to support them from behind the scenes. Monsieur Zachariah and his brother made amends, and returning to his family home, and after sobering up, he was able to find the help that he required. I understand that he is now helping fellow soldiers with similar conditions.
Nice.
And Mademoiselle Elizabeth, she stood before a court, and while the proceedings were deemed controversial, the charges against her were dropped, and the reasoning of self-defense was accepted by the presiding judge.
Good.
Madame Vandenbosch's testimony, along with Mademoiselle Angeline's declaration of her good character, was enough to show that it was not in Elizabeth's nature to act in such a violent way. The abundance of evidence against the Major, and his violent and cruel nature, including his appalling acts during the strikes and the war, was more than enough to prove that Mademoiselle Elizabeth had no other option in that situation but to defend herself in any way that she could. With the new arrival of Madame and Monsieur Demire's child next year, they have agreed to give Elizabeth the opportunity to return home to England and take up a position in their home as nanny.
Nice. And you know, she was very poor. She was a servant.
The death of Elizabeth's beloved Luc has been at the center of everything. Had those in positions to help not acted with only themselves in mind, perhaps he would still be alive today, and the Major would have paid the price for his own crimes in the eyes of the law, not at the blade of a knife. The blood of Major Felix Egan will remain on Elizabeth's hands. A stain that wherever she is and whatever she may do, she will never be able to wash clean. However, it will remain as a reminder to not only her, but all of us, of what we as human beings are capable of to protect ourselves. We all have something that may be considered shameful or sinful, and it is how we deal with it that shows our true character. Those involved in the riots, the workers' deaths, and the Major's killing believed themselves to be untouchable. Whether it was from their social standing or their confidence in themselves, they learned that everyone is accountable for their actions. There is no exemption because of the suit you wear or the money in your bank account. There is no price to a man's life. It cannot be bought or traded or discarded. No man is better than another, including Detective Hercule Poirot.
So nice. I told them. I should have watched more. Yeah, maybe before making a statement like that. One, Runner, thank you for the hydrate. Preach. Adrian, yes, I did like the caramel corn. I still have more. I will be having more probably tonight, in fact. It was very good. Biscuits! Yay. Thank you for those bits. We did it, everybody. We solved the MOIDAH. Excuse me. We solved the MOIDAH. Very different than what I expected, yet I was still right on so many points, though. So I was so right in so many points. Marco's voice sounds familiar. Sounds like a character from another game I played. Interesting, maybe. And yes, Adrian, it was the end. You came in right at the end. Sorry, I didn't respond to you right away. I was trying to. Since I knew this was the wrap up, I wanted to hear everything. Jet is handing in his resignation and becoming a detective. Yes, everyone, this is my last stream. I am a detective now. I guessed that the charity thing that Margot is a part of was like used to spy on people. I said spy. I guess they were. She is depending on. She used their talents for other reasons, but for whether it was theft or whatever. But still, I was right about that. I was suspicious of Elizabeth, even though I didn't have the full story. Kind of, and I was suspicious about Archie. I knew that maybe he was the person outside the garden, or like in the garden at night, because of how he like played it off. I had some, I don't know. Basically, I'm a detective now. But there was still obviously a lot that I didn't get, but that was good. That was very good. I love these games. I know sometimes they may not be the most engaging, but I love these types of games so much. Love solving crimes. Love mystery. Spies, yeah, spy is apt, spy is adjacent. you know, I would consider somebody who was a thief, broke into like safes and stuff, and reported information as being a spy. You know, I would say that is very spy-like. Those are all things spies would do. So maybe it's like a square rectangle situation, like every rectangle is a square, but not every square is a rectangle. That type of thing, but right? Yeah. That's right. Let me call back to geometry real quick, and yeah, that is correct. Wait, no. Right? Every rectangle, did I say that reverse? No. Every rectangle is a square. Isn't that what I said? Isn't that what I said? Or did I say that reverse? That's what I meant. All Wait. Wait a minute. Is that... Yeah, that's right. Right. Yeah, you guys know. Look, no math. Everyone, you're all fired for talking about squares and rectangles. No geometry in this channel. You're all fired. We have a friend called That Square Guy. That's true. Also, I should change my name in the Discord to That Rectangle Guy if that's not taken. I can't fire me. You brought it up first. You're fired. I don't care. You're fired. So bad with everything. So what comes next? Adrian, I don't know. I had some ideas. I have some ideas. So one, I'll mention again, this Friday's my birthday. We're going to play something on that day. I haven't decided what yet. Might be a retro game. Might be... there's another mystery game that I've been wanting to play, but I think I might save that for like just as a normal game. But honestly, I think my birthday my birthday stream is pretty much going to be the same as a normal stream, just maybe a little bit longer. I don't know. We will start off with AC because for birthday stuff. Also, my controller died at the perfect time. We'll start off with birthday stuff. With AC, and then we'll play something else. Do you normally spend your birthday screaming? Yes. Doesn't anybody? When is your birthday? This Friday. The 7th. So we'll do something. It won't be like it won't be like a crazy special stream. It'll just be maybe longer. There's a couple of games that are retro games that I kind of thought about playing. Might be kind of fun and nostalgic. Yeah. So I'll just try to think about that. But there are a couple other games that are on my list that I want to play, and I'm not sure when we'll hop into it. This week, I've been kind of thinking about starting a Final Fantasy game, not 14. I'll say that now. Been thinking about either playing Final Fantasy X, or there's a superhero game that I've been wanting to play, so more of an action game. But there is another mystery game that I want to play, but I'm just not sure when to jump in. Oh, okay. All right. I didn't see anything. Great. Let's see. What was that? Oh, Adrian, thanks for joining the Discord. I got a message. Yeah, so I don't know what the plan will be. For those here, just curious, if I were to choose, between these two games, I'm not going to do bits or no extra fuel votes. Would you rather see a superhero game next or Final Fantasy X? If I were to choose, and I actually don't even know if that's what's coming up like tomorrow, but I'm just curious which you would be more inclined to watch. There's a really good. Also, we can switch to here now. Actually, hold on. Whiplash. Put that here. Go over here. Turn on some music. I love Final Fantasy X. I've played 10 before, but I've been wanting to replay it. It's been a super long time. I wonder who automatically voted for Final Fantasy. Back to work for me tomorrow, so I'm going to head to bed. Sassy! We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Wait, I was typing, what are the options? Oh, so there's a superhero game that I've been wanting to play. That's kind of all I've said. And then that I've played before, but I would like to replay because it's been years. And then Final Fantasy X. Those are two that I have been thinking about. I'm not even saying it, like, I'm just kind of curious which one you guys would be more interested in watching. Just from like kind of a pure genre standpoint. Like Final Fantasy is a turn-based RPG, obviously. And the superhero game is more of like an action-centered game. Just curious which you guys would be more inclined to watch. But there are some more mystery games that are going to be coming. You vote hero. There's a poll currently. I don't know if that, but I'll take that into account. I've been a fanatic of the Final Fantasy games 1 through 10 since I was a little child. Yeah, so at some point, I've mentioned this before, but at some point I want to play 8, 9, and 10. 8 is my favorite, so I want to play that one last. But I was thinking about maybe hopping into 10 first and going 10, 9, 8. I didn't notice. Womp womp. That's okay. So I've been thinking about doing 10, 9, 8. Because I never beat 9. I played it a bit, but I didn't get super far. And it's the one I remember the least about. It would almost be playing like completely like new. 8's my favorite. I've played it multiple times, and I would love to play it again on stream. We haven't played it on stream before, but I would like to play it on stream. But that's going to come at some point. But I was thinking of either doing 10, Final Fantasy 10, or a superhero game. 8 and 10 are my favorites. 8's my absolute... it's like one of my favorite games, period. But then there's a superhero game that I've been wanting to play too, but I just don't know. Sometimes I just don't know when to play which games, you know? It gets kind of confusing. I don't know when to play them. ZNF, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? We just finished Agatha Christie's Hercule Poirot, The First Cases. I don't know if you found me through that, but I think I told you we cleaned out the basement and found the original disc and case for Final Fantasy, the first one, created by Square. He did not tell me that. No way, though. That's awesome. What are you doing with it? Frame it? Keep it safe? Is it in good condition? You should you should store it up. I'm doing good. We just completed this game, so we're just kind of talking about what's coming up next, I suppose. But yeah. So I've been thinking about. I just never know which order to play certain games in. I have been thinking about picking up, like we were mentioning, Crimes and Punishments, the Sherlock game. That'll probably happen at some point. There's a mystery game that I've been wanting to play called The Case of the Obra Dinn. Is that what it is? Return of the Obra Dinn. that looks super interesting, and I've heard it's actually very difficult. But it's like a mystery detective game, sort of. And it's like, I've heard lots of really good stuff about it. I've looked, it's a tie. Wonderful. Cool. All right. Well, I guess it's, maybe I'll look at the game links, and see. Oh, which game? That's, yeah, the chat poll, thank you. At least, hey, it means you guys will watch just about anything, I guess. I guess it means you'll watch, great, cool. We're gonna get to them, either one eventually, I guess, but at least I know, you guys are split. Hold on, what is, how long to beat? Let me look at how long these games are. Hey, that's what, what is this game? Oh, right. Okay, the superhero game is 10 hours-ish. Let's say 15 because how long to beat lies to me all the time. And then Final Fantasy X is 46 hours. Okay, cool. So maybe we'll start, if I play either of those two, maybe I'll start with the superhero one so we get it over with, and then we move into Final Fantasy X. Hey, does that sound good? I don't really know. And then if you guys really wish, we can do 10 too, because I have the I have the combo pack. So if you guys like Sailor Moon, boy, do I have a game for you. You've got all the Final Fantasy. Oh wait, hold on. Scroll back. We also found some other good game stuff. Ask Turnip, the console we found and have in a box currently. Amazing. I can't wait to hear. We just want something with a big mug of hot chocolate. Perfect. Runner, you have all the Final Fantasy 1 through 10 games on discs in mint condition. Amazing. Actually had 8 for PC, which was weird. I used to have a PC, guys. Crazy. I'm glad now digital versions are available, because a few years ago I was tempted to open them up and play them. Oh man, I'm glad you didn't. I like that. Okay, sounds like a plan. No, I have not played Car Mechanic Simulator, but we'll see you later, ZNF. I hope you have a good one. Am I up for some ARAM? Probably in a little bit. Maybe not right away. I'll probably eat and kind of just lounge around for a min. But I'll play some tonight. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I'll probably do the superhero one first, maybe before 10, and then we can go through that. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. Enjoy being able to chat with you guys as well. Also, so much fun. I love it. So let's go ahead and give out a raid. I think I saw somebody was on, but let me just double check. Yeah, that's what I saw that. I was thinking, that's what I was thinking. Let me see here. But there's some other games coming up. I'm actually trying to get a hold of... Whoops. Go back. I'm actually trying to get a hold of... on the Wii U, I had Toad Treasure Tracker. Captain Toad Treasure Tracker. I am trying to see if I can get it on sale for the Switch. Because I don't really want to pay full price. Because I already purchased it at full price for the Wii U. And I don't feel like I want to, I don't know. I don't want to pay full price again. Because I think it's like the main game, but they added, Hold on. We're loading stuff. Okay, yeah, he's playing Monster Hunter. Let's go ahead and say hello to, our friend Taloni. So that game will come up. There's another Nintendo game that I think we might play soon. But, anyway, let's go say hello to Talonus. He's playing Monster Hunter. Australian buddy of ours. You guys know him, or most of you should. But before I go, let me give out just a few thank yous really quick. Gizmo, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know if you're still here, but thank you so much. Oh, you are here. Gizmo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Irish, thank you for the raid. The Neo Frag, thank you so much for the follow. Sassy for resubscribing for 6 months. Amazing. Love it. And Yimit for resubscribing 4 months. Best Biscuits for 150 bits, I believe. And ZNF for that follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, see you guys in the Discord. Thank you for hanging out again. Love that we can solve a crime. Love that we can, there's one less unsolved crime in the world. And I love that. But we will be solving more crimes, so if you are a major fan of that, don't worry. We'll be solving more crimes soon. I just got to figure out what to do when. I just never know. Never know how I feel. But anyway, I'll figure it out. That's for me to figure out. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out again today. Appreciate. I'm looking forward to the new year. I'm glad this game was a lot better than the game we played yesterday, and ended on a much better note. So anyway, that's really all I have. But thank you also for helping me decide to eat the caramel corn, because I will be enjoying that, excuse me, for the rest of the evening. But I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful day. And I will see you over in Taloni's. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye!